This broadcast is brought to you by The Gamesman, Motorsport Australia, Logitech G, Playseat, OG Gear, Max Pappas Innovations, SimSpeed TV, and the Australian Sim Racing Group.
The human hand, the ultimate biomechanical tool. We design mice for the hands of the best. Hundreds of tests, thousands of metrics, refining every curve in every millimeter to provide breakthrough performance for every hand and every player. Introducing the Pro X Super Light 2 Compact, designed with pros, engineered to win.
We are gaming fanatics. Our goal has never been to just play games. We think it's much better to feel like you're actually in the game. This feeling is what drives us as we create world-class gaming chairs. Our one aim, give you a brand new gaming experience. Help you move in perfect sync with everything on screen. Make sure you're having a ton of fun. It took us decades to achieve this, and we're still not satisfied. Every day, we wake up to get better. We'll never stop designing the very best to help you be your best. When it's all said and done, our job's only done if you're in full flow and focused on your victory. May you win, and win big.
Hi, my name's Courtney Prince, and last year I competed in Porsche Carrera Cup with BWT. Today I've been on the Sims with the OG race gear. I love the new gloves. They're really breathable and awesome, so you don't get sweaty hands using your normal race gloves on the Sim. The socks are also really good. You don't get sore feet on the Sim. I also think in training they'll be really handy as well.
Poison the back wearing all black, staying on track. Black shirt, show your gun, and that's on me. Out here getting this P, if you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, come too clean, could never move shady, ain't no fiend.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? Hop on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white tip, need for speed, I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace, go like that, more back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Mount Panorama Bathurst, the setting of just about everything sim racing this week as far as the Australian Sim Racing Group is concerned, ladies and gentlemen. Our marathon week on the mountain, our marathon day of sport continues, but we switch our attention from supercars and even cricket to GT3 racing and the final round, the sixth and final event in the inaugural season of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series from the best motor racing real estate in the land, Mount Panorama Bathurst. And whilst the Eclipse Sim Sports stable that have dominated the last 4 rounds of the championship certainly already have one hand on the title, the battle for the minor placings will be the focus and the centre of a lot of our attention for the next 3 hours here on the platforms of the Australian Sim Racing Group, the SimSpeed Sports Network, for the foreseeable future at least. We're very excited about what might play out here, because when we get to Mount Panorama, as we've already seen this week in the co-driver clash and other events that are about to come up, just about anything can happen and will. Good evening, everybody. Zach Caven alongside Scott Rankin. Welcome to the final round of the Games and GT Pro Invitational Series, live, exclusive and free on a massive Friday night. We trust that you're enjoying the Ashes. We trust even more so that once play wraps up at the Optus Stadium in Perth, you'll stay with us for the remainder of the evening into the early hours of tomorrow morning for those of you in New Zealand. And Scott Rankin, geez, I don't know how the voice box is going to hold up for you by the end of Sunday, mate. 2 hours with me on Wednesday night, another 3 tonight, and then, of course, we've got all day on Sunday to get reliably acquainted with one another. It's going to be massive, though. Interesting dynamic here because, yes, we expect Eclipse to go out there and just, put the icing on the cake, essentially. They've already got one hand on the title. But this is Bathurst. We're not ruling out the impossible. However, I think if you're a gambling man, you are backing them in, and then all eyes are turning to a fascinating fight for second that's really up the ante in the last couple of weeks, especially, or last couple of rounds, I should say, considering it's been 6 weeks between rounds, because the Areti Esports stable, the Mustang boys, Byron Pearson Co., they've come on leaps and bounds in the back half of the season. That was a phenomenal performance from them at the Ben Motorsport Park, and I reckon still, if that was a couple of minutes longer, we may well have seen Mustangs snaring their first win of the season. Nothing to say that they can't achieve that tonight. Throw caution to the wind if you want, but those three guys, particularly second, third, and fourth, they've got to think about the championship more than anything else. Good evening to you.
Yeah, I think a really, really interesting prospect as we journey on over to Bathurst tonight. And this is one of the big ones why a lot of the teams picked the Acura all the way back at the start of the year. We know these 6.2 kilometres worth of holy territory in the Australian sim sphere or Australian racing culture. But I think the big one is think about the layout of the track. What have we got here? What is quite critical? You've got two massive straightaways. Straight line speed, very, very important to these cars. A lot of 90-degree corners as well. Even Griffin's Bend, just a touch more than 90 degrees, but it's long, it's loaded. You've got Hell Corner, Murray's Corner, both 90-degree bends. Forest Elbow, changing 90-degree bends. You come up and over the rise of a hill. What about the rest of the track, though? Flow, flow, flow. And that is the Acura's biggest strength. And you're going to see a lot of them here tonight. At the start of the season, 29 of 45 teams picked an Acura. Well, you're going to see a huge mass amount of them because there's not a lot of cars that are actually really, really good. I'm seeing a couple Porsches out there actually, and the Porsches seem to have this dialed right in.
Even an Audi, even a Merc in the field tonight. We're reliably informed as well. It's been a while since we've had such manufacturer diversity because, as you say, it's been the McLaren show, it's been the Acura show. Ferrari have even come on leaps and bounds, and of course the Mustang last time around as well. But except for that surprise result for the Chev Corvette at the opening round of the championship at the Daytona International Speedway, it has been the Acura and the McLaren dominating this series. There are the points for you, ladies and gentlemen. That's the situation coming into this round, 110 between first and second. And we'll crunch the numbers for you in just a moment as to exactly where in this field Damon Woods and his crew of Dylan Burst and Cody Deck need to finish in order to just sign on the dotted line. It's not a foregone conclusion, but it's pretty close. Jamie Christensen there in second spot, Byron Pierce is third, and then Josh Perwin in fourth. It's fascinating, Scott, because you've got 10 points covering 3 cars and only 2 spots available on the podium here behind Damon Woods, Dylan Burst and Cody Death. So everything to play for those guys. But for everybody else, the opportunity to throw caution to the wind, because this is Bathurst, and even though it's not the 1,000 that's coming up on Sunday, of course, live here from 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, this is still the one that everybody wants to win. When we looked at the calendar at the start of the season, we were loving the fact that we were finishing at the mountain.
How about this, though? I've just taken a quick look at the top 10, and Reed Esports have just put a lap inside the top 10 in terms of our practice server at the moment. But other than that, there's 2 non-Acura cars inside of that top 10 at the moment, which means that the Acura is huge around this place. There is 1 Porsche, there is 1 Mustang. That Mustang is the number 79 car of Reed Esports. We just saw that they are in that battle for second place in terms of the championship. So that tells you a fair bit about this one. Have a look at that track tip, though. 52 degrees Celsius. Fast forward to Sunday. We're going to be racing through this. This is the latest in the year we've ever had a Bathurst 1000, or at least for a very, very good while as well, or a Bathurst week. That pushes the temperatures into the start of... We're not quite summer. We're a week and a bit away from summer. But think about that in the context of things. We are right at the back end of spring here. Hot track, hot tyres, hot temperatures. This is going to be challenging here tonight.
And it's almost like the click of a finger sometimes. And I speak from personal experience, having lived in Bathurst a few years ago for, well, about a quarter of my life, in fact. When you look at the fact that I'm now 35, I lived there for 9 years. It's amazing how quick we shift from winter to summer. And I say that because we've had years in which it snowed in October, for goodness sake. So the end of practice is near, ladies and gentlemen. There is the top 25 on your screen, the breakdown of manufacturer diversity. We've even got a BMW on the grid tonight in Hamish Clellan. That's exciting to see. But yes, Acura's dominating 8 of the top 9 positions, and then that Ford of Byron Pearson top 10. So even though the Mustang has come on leaps and bounds the last couple of weeks, it looks as though they've got an uphill task ahead of them tonight. But, Scotty, one thing that they have done very, very well, and Byron showcased this effortlessly at Bend, their race pace and their race strategy has been brilliant. That's what's kept them in the mix the last couple of times through. Unfortunately, what we saw last time round is that the co-driver there for Byron Pierce lost a little bit of ground in the second stint, and that meant that Byron had to chase his tail a little bit more in the run home. Chased it well, but as I say, was probably a couple of laps short of being able to really make Damon Woods sweat.
Yeah, we got an opportunity to talk to him a little bit earlier on in the week, and he was actually feeling quite confident that they've done about all they can out of this Mustang. So he, for where they are and what they're capable of, and the cars that they've got available to them, they're quite comfortable. The 3 cars are locked in that second place battle. The options are Acura McLaren, and Mustang McLaren. And none of them are in the McLaren. That speaks volumes. So unfortunately, it's the difference between having an Acura available and having a a Mustang available to you is the difference between those three teams there. So that's worthwhile keeping an eye on. There is a half battle for the back ends at the top 5 as well. Car 101 plays off against car 862. So that's Vermilion Esports plays off against Orbit Drop Bearer as well. Think back to Spa in the first race on that new time model, how critical that was to the Orbit Drop Bear outfit and where they landed themselves with a little bit of off-cycle strategy. So as we walk into qualifying here, there's been a lot of different stories up and down the field. We have had, to this point, 15 hours of GT3 racing mixed up with a lot of safety cars at Spa. And I just wonder, is this another one where that safety car becomes relevant? We could see an alternative BMW out and circulating tonight.
Yep, exciting times ahead here. One point that we made quite frequently there the other night, Scotty, in the supercars, it's going to be prevalent here as well. You mentioned it in your opener. As soon as we took pictures from the circuit, we saw the weather graph on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. But the track temperature is through the roof. You can fry eggs on that track surface at the moment. It is just cooking. It's now 49 degrees as we go across the top of the mountain. And a westerly wind, west to southwesterly wind at the moment, and 29% humidity. But the good news about all that is that we've got the report through that we're not expecting rain over the course of the next 3 hours. We've got this 20-minute qualifying session to rip through here. Drivers on the siding up at the moment, then we'll rip and tear for 3 hours. If we can go caution-free, again, I've got I say that with a degree of trepidation. I've got my reservations about that. Then we're pushing that 81 lap mark, that 500-kilometre race distance, which has been par for the course throughout the course of this campaign so far. But this is Bathurst. There will be a couple of scores to settle for those minor place battles in the race here. Those guys that aren't necessarily in points contention but are showing up because, well, who's going to say no to running a GT around Bathurst for 3 hours? That is slightly disappointing though, Scott. There are a few drivers through circumstances beyond their control, or through the decision-making process, they've decided, look, we're going to park it, or we're going to focus on the supercars or focus on something else, whatever the case may be. The interesting thing here is, you mentioned we had 45 cars on the grid at Daytona. We've got 30 taken to the track for qualifying tonight. So the field has been sliced by a third based on where we started the season. Again, we're weighing that up with, if you're in the mix, yep. If you're able to, because it's Bathurst, yep. But obviously, this time of year, there's a lot of things that compound your free time and your ability to sit here and commit to the preparation that goes into an event like this as well.
But even just, really, I'm thinking about fatigue as well. There is a little bit of fatigue management. Yeah. If you go back last year, we didn't really have anything on the Friday, right? So there wasn't an additional event. So this is the biggest Bathurst 1000 that we've had as a part of the calendar thus far. And it's important to note, because there's also other events that are going on across the weekend. This is worthwhile just sticking in the back of your mind. We're on board with him at the moment. This guy has the biggest weekend of the lot of them. Let's talk about it right now. Tonight, 4.5 hours worth of racing. Qualifying, he's into that right now. 3 hours worth of racing as well. He's not going to do all 3 hours of that race, but it is quite important to note that he's going to be here for 4 to 4.5 hours at least in and around the session. That's a big, hefty whack of things. That's his Friday night. Move across to Saturday. V8 Pro qualifying. Yes, he's got a co-driver, but he's the primary driver. He sits third in the championship, in the V8 Pro Championship this year. That's a big marker. That's a big jump up, but it comes with a lot more load, a lot more work as well. Also has a Porsche Cup Championship that he's chasing. So not only does he climb out of the car for qualifying, if he makes it into the shootout, well, he's got a shootout to think about it after that as well. So there's 3 things. Tomorrow night, that's potentially up to another 3 to 3.5 hours. But that's not all. He's got to get up overnight. Zach Rattray White is doing the Formula 4 Global Championship for 2 hours at 4:40 a.m. He also messaged me and said, hey, I've also got another league in there that I might be thinking about giving a miss this week. But think about that across the weekend. Then you've got Bathurst. Everything starts for Bathurst at about 7:15. You might get out of bed nice and early. That is across the weekend, cumulatively, over 20 hours across 3 days. That is a big ask.
It's almost like attending the real world equivalent, isn't it? It's an enormous workload. But he will have been preparing and planning for this for a while now, fully aware as to how much dedication is required, fully aware of how much brainwave capacity that's going to require as well. It's going to be a case of managing the mental fatigue of it as well as the physical fatigue of it. Making sure you get some sleep, making sure you're keeping your fluids up, all those little 1%ers. As you say, it's the biggest week ever, but I mean, if he conquers this one, I'm sure he's going to look and try and go busier and bigger and better next year as well. So we'll wait and see what Zach Ratway-White can put on board throughout the course of the weekend. I reckon that whatever he throws his hat to, he's going to be competitive in. It's just a matter of whether the Ducks line up for him nice enough as the weekend plays out as to whether or not he is on the podium on a regular basis along the way here. Look at that. First lap of qualifying done and dusted. Harrison Lillis, the benchmark at the moment. Akira 1, 2, 3. Ryan Bettis, the OPR entry into 4th place. Kobe Jones, Jackson Ray Hunter, the Summit Sims Ferrari in 5th. Kobe was brilliant at Le Mans. I couldn't speak highly enough of the way in which the Ferrari punched above its weight that night. Jackson Ray Hunter, you may have seen on the socials throughout the course of the day. They've put it up on their Summit SimSport socials. I know the GTPRO Invitational page shared it. We shared it as well. Jackson Ray Hunter's put together an onboard lap in which he's talked you through the ins and outs of this magnificent 6.213 kilometres of motor racing real estate and bitumen. And yes, even though we know it because of its stature, Scott, it's always nice to get any individual driver's take on it because nobody's going to see it the same. There's always, as Josh Perwin goes to the top of the timesheets now too, ladies and gentlemen, that's a very nice number that he's put down. 202.58 ahead of Harrison Lillis with the 202.7. The interesting thing in all that, Scotty, is everyone's going to read it differently. Everyone's going to have their own little insights and analysis of the lap. So I was engaged in between watching the cricket with the Jackson Ray Hunter video just to see how he was willing to describe it and what his takeaways are with the circuit, how the Ferrari handles certain aspects of this motor racing real estate. You were talking about the Acura and the McLaren earlier in the
we need to go
day.
To car. I'm going to have to take over for you, Zach. We need to go check out car 324 at the moment. We'll just watch the end of this lap. 324 with David East on board at the moment. And the reason for that is last lap, they were on an out lap. They actually missed getting out of the pit lane in time, and they were on an out lap. They actually hampered a whole bunch of the top end of the field because they caught that car right up and across the top of the mountain. This lap. Their tyres are still not up to temperature. And then some SimSports got into them. And they've got a quick Porsche tonight. That Porsche in practice was inside the top 10. That's really the 3rd lap of the run. That should be the fastest lap of the run.
Correct.
So that's actually really, really hampered them. And car 324 has probably got a penalty coming their way because they were in the way and they were doing everything they could to get out of the way, but it's just where they positioned the car made it awkward. There was no prep or planning, no communication, no real trying to get out of the way, and it's actually hampered a ton of cars. This lap should be a lot better for the entirety of that top 10.
I'll come back to the point I was making about Jackson Ray Hunter in just a moment. Should also point out too, ladies and gentlemen, I'm seeing exactly what you're seeing at home, but I reckon Scotty Rankin's plugged into the actual internal racing service, so he's got access to a bit more information and data and cameras than what I do at the moment. So it was nice that he was able to pick the incident up and run with that there, because it alerts not only me but also you guys at home and our producer Jay and all the action around the circuit as well. The Iridium SimSport entry is on screen there momentarily. Here's the second of the Summit SimSport entries across the line. It goes now 202.460, the fastest lap from them so far. 202.477, I should say. That's just up. They've gone through. They've jumped up into 8th spot. That's a mega lap from them to start off here at Mount Panorama. Damon Woods, unsurprisingly, to the top of the timesheet by 0.095 for second over Harrison. Well, it's Zach Ratway-White. Josh Perwin on that second one round, Scott. They've been relegated to 4th, but look at that. It's a telling tale, isn't it? Acura, 1 through lucky 7 at the moment. 2 Ferraris and a Ford in the top 10, but we are hopeful that there'll be a little bit of moving and shaking still to play out in this session. We're only just getting to the halfway mark now.
Yeah, and as well, Tim Hancock, which was the best of the Porsches in Momentum SimSports, was unfortunate for him because he got into that Mustang that we're checking in with, the 324 car. So his best lap got hampered, but it got hampered nice and early, so he didn't take too much life out of the tyre. He was able to just cruise around the rest of the lap and gently reset that tyre for the next lap without sliding it too much. WKMP Sim Sports entry, not too bad for their first flyer in the session. And they jump up a couple of spots. Troy Stonestreet's the driver on board for that car at this point in time. What specific esports car got available to it?
It's going to pit lane.
That's an interesting one, because I thought there probably would have been another faster lap in there. So he's at least giving him time to reset. Yeah, there will be another lap from them.
100%. And if the track temperature does what it did the other night in our co-driver clash, and drops slightly throughout the course of the afternoon into the evening, then who knows? There might be a hot lap still left in this session on a fresh batch of tyres with some clear air as the clock is counting down closer to zero. We'll have a look at the updated settings once the race kicks in, of course, ladies and gentlemen, give you a bit more insight. 9.5 Sim Sport, currently sitting 18th on our timing sheet. Can they move up from there? This is what's
they will.
They will, and very nicely so, into the top 10 now, up into 9th place. That's a solid lap from them. Again, Acura dominating the top 10 here. A swarm of Acuras on the grid tonight. Good to see a few Mustangs out there, and even that BMW that Scotty mentioned. As you said, also a Porsche, a couple of Ferraris. A good spread. Here's the Already Esports entry.
Yeah.
This is the car that is in the points race. The 8.8, sorry, no, this is the second one. This is the 79. Coming to the final corner onto the main straight now. 864 points in the championship at the moment. Across the line, and that Mustang is not moving up the order just yet.
Yeah,
Bluebell
this race, grab time out of that Mustang at the moment there. I'm definitely not enjoying where things are going. Bluebell Racing have had a challenging season. Ben Jeffries, the primary driver on board that car, and Ben, I've seen a lot of racing of Ben over probably just finding, I think he's pressing on that car a little bit too hard. We saw him in the barriers quite early on and really trying to get their lap back all the way back at Spa, and that just sort of defined their night. And I think that's really defined their season as well. So if they can put a car together that's a little bit more balanced, or whether or not, I think Ben might be taking just a touch of life out of the tyres, and the rear end's a bit hot and unstable. So keep an eye on them. Again, I hate to say it, but just with the way they've been going, unfortunately, that could be the car that triggers the safety car tonight. Change at the top, though.
Could well be. Vandervelde coming out of the chase. Harrison Lillis back to the top of the timesheets. Has displaced Damon Woods. Again, it's less than a tenth of a second, so it's chip for tat at the moment. 900ths of a second. The margin first to second at the moment. Still Acura 1-2. But Orbit drop there. That would be their best qualifying result of the season if they can go on with it. I'm sure Damon Woods is determined to have right of reply before the end of this session. 7 minutes left to run. Lillis, Woods, Ratway White, Wakefield, and Pearl in the top 5 at the moment. Josh in the 228 entry. It's interesting when we have a look at that, isn't it? So Pierce sitting down 20th and very much out of the mix. That works beautifully in the lap of the 228 on screen here at the moment, because as we were saying, that championship fight, Scotty, we're not necessarily looking at first anymore. Second, third, fourth covered by 10 points. That's the difference between first and second here. Then you've got to start looking at the other fine line margins as we go. They've got plenty of breathing space, about 46 points, I should say, between them and the second of the Vermilion entries, which is, of course, Sam Chapman, Lewis Greathead. They can't afford to cough and splutter tonight because that Orbit drop bear entry that we've just been talking about is on 662 and looking to climb up. They're only 54 points away, and they can't afford to slip either because they've got Antic Motorsport 994 on 660 and Team Max Boost on 640 points, rounding out the top 8 in this points race at the moment. Here's the Iridium Sim Sport entry, 25th on track right now and staying there as they move to pit lane. Hamish Collins sitting there in 27th at the moment. Well, it was nice to see the BMW out on the track. We haven't seen too much love for the Bimmer throughout the course of the season. And in comes the Orbit drop bear Jupiter entry, currently sitting top of the timesheets. But this is the car, or one of them, that might have something to say about that. Zach Ratway White getting the tow from teammate Damon Woods there across the line. And they're out off on another lap now of Mount Panorama. They've probably left it too late to come back after that lap, Scott, and grab a fresh set of rubber and go again.
I
so
think they've already been
that
in.
set of tyres, I'd say.
Yeah, they've already been in. You'll only get 2 runs. There's only enough time for 2 runs. But remember, compared to supercars, you actually want to use a little bit more of the lap time. You know, supercars, it's one and done, realistically.
Yep.
A second lap can be there if you haven't burned too much of it off, or the session's a fair bit cooler, and you really, maybe you made a mistake turn 1, turn 2. You can actually preserve the tyre with the supercar and go again. In a GT3, it's really laps 3 of the stint that's about the fastest. So it's sort of prep your way in there. If you take a little bit less time, take a little bit more time, so take that 4th lap, you can actually get the tyre into a more optimal zone for a longer period throughout the lap. So it's generally about lap 4. The problem with the lap 4 plan, you've got to do an out lap in there. That's 10 minutes worth of a run plan. You're not going to get a second flying lap. So realistically, the second run plan, the best way to go about it is go out hard, prep the tyre aggressively. It's got to be there for lap 3. That gives you just enough time for 2 runs.
Last-ditch efforts about to be embarked upon here, ladies and gentlemen. Orbit drop bed Mars in 17th, and Orbit drop bed Neptune in 26th at the moment. Those guys will be hoping to climb up the leaderboard a little bit, but at least they're represented at the top of the order at the moment through Harrison Lillis, Akira 1 through 6, Byron Pierce. That's the big mover on that last run round. He's found something with the Mustang. He's put himself up into 7th. He'd be delighted with that. Much better for the Mustang. Wedged in between the Acuras. They have punched above their weight throughout the course of this season. The last 2 rounds have fallen into their lap in terms of, you know, they've been more favourable for the Mustang, but still no outright race win success for them just yet. And a lot would have to go wrong for the opponents, the opposition around them, if they're to change the narrative there tonight. Kobe Jones sitting 10th on the bubble of being knocked out of the top 10 at the moment. The first place of the Ferraris. Jackson Rayhana sitting there in 12th, the second of the Ferraris at the moment. And Luke Swan, the first of the 9.5 entries, sitting up there in position number 11. Good to see Team Max Boost out there. Car number 91. And Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter going out in... well, actually, that was a bit strange, wasn't it? Looks as though he's pulled out of the road to let the Team Max Boost entry and the Vandervaal entry go through, Scott, give himself a little bit of clear air. But he's washed all the speed off before he's come back to the main straight. So it'll be interesting to see if there is an invoice to pay for that. And there's guaranteed now, after this lap that they've just started, only one more flyer from there. Clock fast running down here in qualifying at Mount Panorama. Good crowd on hand for a Friday. We've said that about a few of the rounds so far. They love their motorsport in this part of the world. Night 3 of 5 of Bathurst Week across the Australian Sim Racing Group and SimSpeed Esports Network platforms. It's great to have you along for the ride. Friday Night Motorsport GT style for the final time in 2025. Here's the TSR powered by Astro Energy entry, currently sitting 25th, a little bit wide coming onto the main straight. Across the line we go. And a new fastest lap for them. Very nicely done into the 3s that time through. Race pace is there, Scott. 2:01.7 the benchmark at the moment. Again, 0.09 the advantage. 4 cars currently sub 2 minutes and 2, which is great speed considering the heat in the track.
Yeah, really, really good speed. And the track actually just died off. It actually dropped about 6 degrees Celsius just in the last couple of minutes. A ton of cloud comers come our way. Have a look at that swing. Your best times of this session are right here. So you've got to have a car that's on a prepped lap. You've got to be ready to go and give it a red hot crack. There's a 222 car. He's not going to get back to the start finish line. So Matt Arnold's session will be done. I think he's just about to call for a tow. Here comes the times. Car number 17, Eclipse Sim Sports, 2:01.653. Rat train wide to the top. Like I said, it's all to do with track temp. It's just died. We had a huge patch of cloud cover go across the circuit and it cooled that track off. This leaderboard is about to tumble.
Indeed it is. Who will be the big winners and losers over the next 70 seconds or so, ladies and gentlemen? Vandervaal back to the start-finish line. They had a good run at the bend. Orbit Drop Air Jupiter now, sitting second.
They're done.
And they improve, but they don't displace Zach Ratway White. They've just extended the buffer they enjoy to David Woods. ERT. Improvement from them puts them up into 5th. Reese Goosell, nice lap, nicely done. And here's the Vermilion entry. Currently sitting 16th. Across the line, no improvement. One last chance to push himself up the leaderboard. Ryan Bettis in the Mustang to 6th. That's a great lap for OPR. 2 Mustangs in the 10 now. And Pacific Esports Racing to 21st. Hamish Clellan, the BMW, is sitting 20th at the moment. Full Sense coming to pit lane, bailed out of it. Here's Orbit Drop Bear Mars. Can they improve on 7/8 across the line? Lockhart Brownlee.
No, that's a prep lap. That's a prep lap. So this final lap, they got that start finish line just before the flag. Flag's in the end now, but they got it. They are going to get one more lap in. So watch
Synergy
both
Sims
of those
not.
cars. They'll be the last ones.
This is the car here to keep an eye on. Zach Ratway White, cruelly denied at Spa. Let's wait and see if he can... No, he's done. He's bailed out of it as well. And with no improvement from Damon Woods, it looks as though Woodsy's on pit lane. With no improvement from Harrison Lillis as yet, it looks as though Zach Ratway White is going to get the one thing that's eluded him for a little while here, Scott, and that is the privilege to lead the field to green. And it's a change of the narrative, isn't it, as well? But is there something to be said about team tactics here as well, right? Because we saw them working closely together in qualifying, and Damon Woods would be aware of the criteria he needs to meet in order for his team to tick the box and secure the title. They've already got one hand on it. But is there something to be said about the role they can play in assisting and doing whatever they can to make sure that they finish off this job and secure an Eclipse SimSport 1-2 and hold off, get Ratway White home ahead of Byron Pearce and that second Vermilion entry of Josh Perwin. ERT, no improvement. Stays 5th.
Well, I think there's a little bit more in it. So.
Oh, actually, no, sorry, my apologies. Reese has actually jumped up to 3rd, Scott. My apologies. He actually did jump up to 3rd, Reese Gusell. So that's a magnificent run from ERT. The 4, 5, 6, awesome. The second of the ERT entries, of course. Damon Woods has been relegated to 4th in all of that, and Jackson Rayhana to 8th, and Reese Wakefield to 6th. By G, you weren't wrong, were you? You said the leaderboard was in for a little bit of shaking and stirring, and it's well and truly got that. The Orbit Drop Bears bail out of it. Top 2 unchanged, but there's been a lot of seesawing in amongst the rest of the top 10 and then beyond.
Interestingly enough, there's a 10-second penalty, car 55, Jackson Rayhana, for impeding on one of their qualifying lap attempts as well. But I didn't.
So that'll be served in the race?
Yeah, that'll be served in the race. I think it was 3-2-4. I didn't see anything about that car, but here's confirmation of your grid.
Indeed it is. And Zach Ratway White, Eclipse SimSport, what a dominant year they've had. And this is continuation of it. Zach Ratway White has a pole position in the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series Grand Finale from the Mount Panorama Circuit in Bathurst, New South Wales. Harrison Lillis finally bags a strong result in qualifying for Orbit Drop Bear. He'll start from position number 2. Row 2, Reese Gusell. What a great run from him. Of course, we're talking about their sister car, their teammates at Daytona. Good to see ERT back at the pointy end of the field when we get to Bathurst for the grand finale. Damon Woods will start as low as he started for a while in this series. In fact, I don't think he's been off the front row since round 1, so it'll be interesting to see what he can achieve from 4th tonight, but still, that's good enough to win the championship. Row 3, this was a strong result for Byron Pearce. Probably better than we expected for the Mustang. That's testament to the hard work they put into that car throughout the course of the season. Reese Wakefield, strong result also for OPR to go 6th on the grid. The 4th row here, as we roll through, Lewis Greathead and Sam Chapman. Good result for those guys. They're firmly in the mix. Ryan Bettis, the second of the Mustangs in the 10. He'll start from position number 8. They are due some good luck in this series. There's no doubt about that. They've had their woes this season. The 5th row of the grid, Jackson Rayhana, even with that invoice hovering over his head, we'll wait and see how that plays out for him. He'll hopefully be able to turn that around at some point, but it's a big blow before we get going. It's an invoice nonetheless. And Jacob O'Reilly, another Vermilion entry in the top 10, rounds out the top 10 alongside Josh Perwin. 6th row, Brock Kelly and Stephen McCartan. So Summit SimSport well represented at the pointy end of the field, and Stephen McCartan, a good run there at the end. Team Max Boost, Sebastian Eskandari. We mentioned those guys sitting 8th in the championship at the moment. They'll be hoping to improve on that. Craig Schultz for 9-5 SimSport with Luke Swan from position number 14. And rounding out the top half of the field, Scotty Rankin is Bruce De Cavallaro, and of course also Sebastian Van Del for Vermilion in 16th spot there, I should say, the outside of row 8. And then that BMW of Hamish Collin for Frog Leap Juice Racing Blue and Lockhart Brownlee share row 9. Talk us through the rest of the field, mate.
Yeah, that takes us back through the 20 all the way to Blake Neck and Brenton Hobson, 19th and 20th spot. Back half of the field, though, it's going to be just outside the 20. It's going to be car number 21, Orbit Drop Bear Neptune. Mark Kelly's at the qualifying time on board the McLaren. He'll be lining up beside the Ford Mustang. And William Morgan for the Pacific Esports Racing Squad. In behind these guys, car 268, Iridium Sim Sports on board the Porsche for Devon Stove, and Jake Burton will be a long, long way down the field for him. No speed on board the Vandervelde Sim Racing Acura. They will have some overtaking to do in the race. Interesting one to watch there. Troy Stone Street for WKP Sim Sports, and Ben Jeffrey going to be off of row number 13 in the Bluebell Racing Team entry. Before we get back to the final 3 cars at a time, Matt Arnold, TSR by Astro Energy, alongside of Dan Patrick's Iridium Sim Sports Porsche. Last couple of cars inside the 30, and the last cars at the back end of the field is going to be Full Send Sim Sports 324. This is the car we caught with issues in qualifying, and there is a Mustang to come. Andrew Scordilis will be on board Frog Leap Juice Racing Black, car number 397, failing to set a time from the rear end of the field.
From the outside of row 15, all 30 cars lined up there. Let's wander down the grid on Conrod Straight, ladies and gentlemen, and get our Gamesman grid walk underway ahead of the season finale here at Mount Panorama in Bathurst. We'll drag in our pole sitter, Zach Ratway White. We'll have a chat with him first up here, if we don't mind, gentlemen. Zach will join us any tick of the clock. I'm just wondering, do I drag him in, or does somebody else drag him in for me? Thank you, boys. Appreciate that. Live broadcasting's a beautiful thing when you know what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Zach Ratway White, good evening to you. Finally, it feels as though this has been a long time coming. You get to lead the field to green, mate. Very good luck there at the right time. It was all about timing the run with the changing track conditions, temperature-wise, mate. You did that, you've nailed it, and now it's about going out there and finishing the job that you've started to try and secure second in the championship. Nice way to kick it off.
Yeah, thanks. It was, man, that was a tight lap. I don't think I would have got that without Damo's tow. So probably the real credit goes to him, of course. I mean, he actually gapped me across the top, and he wobbled the elbow a little bit, so he probably would have put a better lap up than me. So I won't get the pleasure of starting the car. Or displeasure, depending how you look at it, but I will be able to finish the car, hopefully. Hopefully it's still in all in one piece. But yeah, we just want to try and survive and get some decent points up and hopefully wrap up the P2 in the championship. But most importantly, we want to try and make sure that Damo gets his rightful spot as champion this season.
Well, that's exactly right, but there's also a role to play here for Damon with assisting you guys in that battle for second, mate. You really can't afford to cough or splutter tonight. 3 teams separated by 10 points. It's make or break in terms of securing a podium finish, and we know that how dominant you guys have been this season. You'd love to make it a 1-2 if the circumstances play out correctly for you over the next 3 hours in order for you to do so.
Yeah, we'll try and keep everything civil between the cars we're battling and whatnot, but yeah, this is where the perks of having a teammate up front come into play, so we can hopefully use the other sister car as a bit of a defense mechanism for us.
Last one before I let you go, because we do need to rock and roll and get Kobe Jones and Damon Mulqueen in here. But last one before I let you go, just how are the energy levels at the moment, mate? Scott was detailing during qualifying just how big a week you have commitment-wise to the sim. It's not just here, it's Sunday with the 1,000. There's some other external non-ASRG racing commitments in amongst all of that. How are you handling the workload?
We'll just try and keep it as cool and calm today, and hopefully things don't get too stressful for me at the end of the race. Hopefully it's just a cool cruise to the finish.
All right, mate. From us to you, very best of luck. Given what we've seen throughout the course of the season thus far, I dare say we're having a chat to you in about 3¼ hours' time. Go well.
Sweet. Thanks, guys.
Scotty Rankin, let's walk down to the back end of the top 10 here. To 9th place and pick up the, to 10th place, I think it is, and 11th, my apologies. I'll get it right. He's alongside Brock Kelly tonight, so that means that Brock's starting, he's not, which means we've got a bit more time to have a chat to him. It was Kobe Jones that laid down the lap. Brock Kelly's going to start the Summit Sim Racing entry here, the Everest entry. The car looks absolutely immaculate. Let's bring in Kobe Jones to have a chat with Scott Rankin.
Kobe, a little bit of a chat with you at different points throughout the week leading into this one, but ultimately selecting to go with the Ferrari. Car choice obviously not favouring you guys here, but hey, Any opportunity to get an Italian stallion out there and have some fun around the mountains is a good opportunity. Have we got Kobe? Kobe, you there, bud?
Can he hear us?
Looks like,
Maybe
unfortunately, we might have just lost Kobe. Yep. All right, so we'll barrack on with the rest of the field. At least we've got Damon Mulqueen. He's going to jump in for a bit of a chat with us as well. Damon, a little bit further down the grid than you guys necessarily would have been feeling happy with here tonight. But hey, the car's out there. It's shiny and it's pointing in the right direction for now. How much do you trust your co-driver to keep it pointing that way?
Well, I think the amount of trust we've got in each other tonight is enough to go and have a bit of fun, because we probably did about a collective 6 laps, collectively 10 laps before the server went up. So it's a very last minute decision. We weren't initially going to run tonight and just focus on the V8 for the weekend, but Hobbo decided he wanted to do it, so we went ahead and did it. So we've come in extremely unprepared, which might shock some people, but we're just here to basically have fun just throughout the season.
Mate, look, it is a V8, it is a Mustang, so it is some kind of practice heading into Sunday. We've already documented just some of the big loads. This is one of those decisions where you come in tonight and you're like, this is a big load this week. This is one of those ones I can shelve. But I think for you guys tonight, it's just about relax. There's no pressure on. Take a breath and enjoy what's on offer here tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Like, possibly a lot of the people at home won't know that Hobbo and I do a fair bit behind the scene for ASRG as well. So I've got a big weekend as well as racing, but so I had to be here anyway. So when he suggested the idea of racing tonight, I was like, well, I've got to be here anyway, so we might as well run and just go out and have some fun. And we're going to come out here and do that tonight, and we'll see where we end up. As I said, we're not really well prepared. That's probably why we're down as far as we are, but at the same time, we're a bit further up the road than what we thought we might be for, as I said, collectively about 10 laps worth of effort before the server went up. So we'll go out, we'll have fun, we'll see how we go. Yeah, basically it.
All right, mate. Well, look, I personally able to see exactly what you guys do behind the scenes and for everything. So first and foremost, on behalf of everyone, if it wasn't for this man right here that we're chatting to right now, and the man in the car, number one, Damon does all the photos and the social media, and assists with the photos, and the man in the car does all of the social media, the videos and editing that go on behind the series. So without car number 88, probably wouldn't be a whole lot of social media posts. So on behalf of everyone, this is your opportunity. I get to say thank you. Thanks for being awesome, Damon. And for the rest of the race, it's now getting to stick the boot into you and give you a little bit of curry.
No, thank you, boys. Have a good one. Have a great call.
I was going to say, it's very rare to hear Scott Rankin saying anything complimentary to anyone, so take that compliment while he's handing them out for free and run with it. I'm sure he'll be throwing you under the bus later on, Damon. Go well, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, boys.
Should we try again with Kobe Jones, or are we not going to have time, boys?
No, we're not going to have time. We're about to jump in the race.
We're not going to have time, unfortunately. We'll release the boys from the waiting room. We'll tell them to head back to their cars, and we'll see what we can do here at the back end of the race. Should we need to chat to Kobe Jones again, we'll see if we can sort out that little technical issue at his end. So the stage is set, Scotty Rankin, and it doesn't look like it's going to be as straightforward as some of the other rounds in the form guide there within have been. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be tyre wear, tyre management, also fuel strategy as well, because we've had some races where we've had to take that third stop. We've had others where we've had to take 2 stops, or we've been able to get home on 2 stops. What Bathurst has in store for us, we just don't have any real idea, ladies and gentlemen, but that's the beauty of what's about to unfold here. Live, exclusive and free on the platforms of the SimSpeed Esports Network. We're about to find out. 15 hours of racing down the final 3, potentially the best 3 to come, ladies and gentlemen. A champion will be crowned tonight. Podium position still firmly up for grabs. Safety car pulls off. Let's do it one more time. Night 3 of an epic Bathurst week across the platforms of the SimSpeed Esports Network and the Australian Sim Racing Group. We're racing at Mount Panorama. And a beautiful conversion off the line from Jamie Christensen. Got the jump on Harrison Lillis and Sam Blacklock, who started that car. And Eddie Bestwick has lost, no, he's actually got up on the outside of the ERT engine to go third through Hill Corner, and now the climb up Mountain Straight. The good news is, Scott Rankin, we are safely away and through the first corner at Mount Panorama. Now the drag race, the duel. You mentioned earlier the ins and outs of this racetrack. Let's be perfectly honest, there are 4 genuinely safe overtaking opportunities here. There's one of them on screen now. The Vermilion entry displacing the OPR stable. And moving up, that's Chapo. A good start from Sam Chapman up into 6th spot, but Bettis is going to look to get him back. Oh, trouble at Griffin's Bend and the Summit Sim Sports Everest entry. And that's not the way that Kobe Jones or Brock Kelly would have been looking to start their evening. Across the top we go. I'll eventually get a chance to draw a breath here, Scott. You mentioned earlier 23 turns, but we have, in all of that, oh no, the Summit Sim Sport entry's done. Brock Kelly is done. Can you believe it?
That's a championship car.
Yeah. That's extraordinary, isn't it? And already strings in the tail and spanners in the works on the opening lap, Scotty. You'd expect nothing less. It is Bathurst after all, and here's a move down on the inside, but no, not going to be able to be converted on this occasion. Down quad rod for the first time. Go for it.
A couple important points to note for that one. Car 228, they're one of the cars in that championship fight for second spot. They've got a little bit of damage to the front right corner. That's not this car that's involved in this one. But the other thing is, that car is parked up. Safety car's been called. Car 101 hangs onto that spot by a whisker over Ryan Bettis. So Sam Chapman is another one of those cars, I believe, that was in a championship battle inside of that top 5. So there's a couple of cars involved here. Car 228 is in the top 2 battle. And then you've also got 101 who's fighting for 5th spot, the car that sits 2nd place on the road at this point in time. That was the rear end of Hobson going around on green flag. Very, very cold tyres there. And then it's at turn 2, but there's probably even more before we get there.
Yeah, plenty of drama on the opening lap. Cold tyres, among other things. And already, so it's giving off Spa vibes already, isn't it, Scott? Lap 1, safety car 1. Could be a long night. It could be a series of short, sharp sprints, ladies and gentlemen. And there was the contact. Oh, no. So, well picked up by you, Scotty. He's got into the rear, into the side of the Everest entry. And unfortunately, when they've tried to get back going, oh, jeez, that was a near miss. But it didn't matter by that point because the car was already committed to being parked up and retired and done.
Yeah,
so the safety car is on the circuit for the first time tonight, the Logitech safety car, the BMW. Nice to see another BMW out there, quite frankly. And now we'll wait and see what unfolds here. I think it's too early to go for pit stops, Scotty, unless you absolutely have to with damage or other things. And Brenton Hobson's obviously taken full advantage of that. And also the Troy Stone Street entry has been to pit lane as well, according to my timing sheet, as we watch the replay from on board the Vermilion entry, Scott.
Yeah, so he gets to the outside here, and the critical thing is, does he get squeezed? So the problem is, they get clear for probably a fraction of a second, but then there is overlap again when they get the braking. The GT3 cars, they all brake slightly differently. I was watching a difference between some Mercs and sort of the Mustangs just recently, and the Astons. And the Aston, very, very good in the initial part of the braking. They can carry a lot more speed initially, and then as they start to release the pedal, the Aston's no good. Well, the Aston's not in this field. Mercedes is good, sort of carry a lot of brake deep into the corner, and then Mustang's a little bit different. This is the momentum car that was just in behind that pairing as well. So this will be on board and tell you sort of what went on. And you could, yeah, the Ferrari's just, they're clear for a fraction of a second. Just a fraction of a second.
Yeah. Oh dear. I feel for Kobe Jones and Brock Kelly. That's going to sting a little bit, that one, for their season to end that way. I mean, they also had their dramas at the Spa circuit as well, both the Summit entries actually. Safety cars immediately pulling away from the field, so we're going to get a restart this time by the Gamesman Logitech GT Pro safety car. You can see that the Logitech logo rides pride of place on the bonnet there. Gamesman left and right. You're going to get a better look at it now through the chase. There it is. Our good friends at the Gamesman, of course, the naming rights sponsor of this series, also a supporting partner of everything we do here on the Australian Sim Racing Group platforms, not least the Logitech GTPRO Invitational Series, which is partway through their enormous week. Of course, we've got round 11 on Sunday, qualifying for that tomorrow night. You'll see it live here from 6:15 Eastern Daylight Time. Scott Rankin, and hopefully Sam Mann's got his voice back ready for that one as well. Safety car in pit lane. Race will restart this time by the line. Field in the control of the Eclipse SimSport entry of Jamie Christensen. Safe start for him. Harrison Lillis and Sam Blacklock second. Good start for Eddie Bestwick in third. In number 56. First time I think we've seen Eddie this year, isn't it? And Reese Goosell there in position number 4 for ERT. Right, hit the gas, get going. Let's go. Acura 1, 2, 3, 4. Mustang 5. Acura 6. Mustang 7. To the main straight we go. 2 laps gone. Long way to go around here at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, this is
so the first safety car's been gone, come and went, Scotty, and now they've got to warm the tyres up again.
Well, yeah, you've just got to take a little bit of a thought about that one. I actually saw car 88 go to the rear end of the field and come into the pit lane from the back of the field, grab an extra splash of fuel. But the other benefit that they will have, which unfortunately they actually catch the back end of the field before it will bring it, the other benefit they will have is that lap back to catch the back end of the field is actually done at a much higher pace. They'll have a touch more temperature in the tyres. Here's the other side of SimSport's car at the moment. And there's also a load of cars weaving up to the safety car today. This was a big point of contention back at Spa, and the whole field, the whole field was put on notice back at Spa.
And they're all under review right now. The entire field has been put on notice by race control. So watch the top of your screen there, folks. Any penalties that are going to be applied after the fact will, of course, appear at the top of your screen. 2 hours and 53 minutes still to run. Reese Goosell sits fourth. Marino Morella has started this time round in the entry that he's sharing with Byron Pearce. So Pearce to take that one through the checkered flag you'd expect after the first stint. But again, Scott, really hard to tell, hard to gauge at the moment whether it's 2 stops or 3. That said, the more and more we see the safety car, the more and more likely it is that we'll see some fuel saving creep into it to their benefit, and it will end up being a 2-stop race.
Interesting to note, I was talking to a few cars up and down the field before the race, and what I was hearing was you need 2 fuel save stints and then 1 push stint. That might have just taken a little bit out of that because it was just enough time without enough laps being circulated. It might be 1 fuel save stint now and 1 press stint, 2 press stints to the back end of the race. That safety car is actually critical. It just adjusts. It's not a huge deal, but it just moves the needle enough that they can go a little bit earlier.
Indeed. Have a look at this further down the field. So the Orbit drop bear Mars entry down on the inside, tried to get through on the run out of Murray's corner and now has the inside running up the main straight. This is Lockhart Brownlee that we're riding on board with at the moment. Blacklock's put the fastest lap of the race down. Brownlee to the inside and moves up nicely into position number 16 at the expense of Craig Schultz. Up Mountain Straight we go. And this comes back to the point that I didn't get a chance to make really, Scott, because the race got away from us with that early incident and carnage. 4 genuinely safe overtaking opportunities I would envisage here at Mount Panorama, they being turn 21, the chase, 1, 2 and 23. They're about the 4 safe ones. Anything beyond that is a risk, such as the nature of the racetrack. So, like what we saw in the Co-Driver Invitational Co-Driver Clash the other night, I dare say that if you need to go into full send mode and take those risks, it's going to be in the final 15 minutes of play.
Yeah, potentially, but it can also come a little bit with the strategy play. A little bit of track position is not the worst thing. I reckon car 862's got a fair bit of pace. They're not showing it at the moment, though. There was a massive lift and coast into Griffin's Bend on this lap. They actually gave up about 2 car lengths to the car ahead. Then they've managed to track them all the way back down again. A little bit more fuel saving. But if Christensen breaks this toe, so you'll actually see Blacklock respond a little bit in terms of pace this lap, particularly right here. He'll carry a little bit more speed because getting a little bit closer to Jamie Christensen will bring that car back into the race. And then you go back to fuel saving here. Falls a little bit too far back, press on a little bit, back to fuel saving again. But I don't think Christensen's saving.
No, I don't think so either. Full send mode in the early stages to try and break the toe. But at the moment, trying to fend off Sam Blacklock is hard work. Blacklock there in second position. We're riding on board with him, reaching speeds in excess of 200 kilometres an hour. Down to Murray's corner, hard on the brakes. No further action over the incident on lap 1 at turn 2 that, of course, triggered the first safety car of the night and also the first retirement of the night as well. Disappointment for Brock Kelly. Brenton Hobson at the back of the field at the moment, with also Tony Stonestreet, the only two to venture down pit lane during that first safety car intervention. Here's a move down on the inside. Good driving, too forceful on the inside. Venbo on 9.5. So that was the 27 getting up on the inside. That was of course, Jake Burton on Craig Schultz. That was for 19th position. So the battles are widespread right throughout this field at the moment, Scotty. As you'd expect in the early stages, as they're trying to settle into a rhythm and find their mojo and groove, straight after a safety car. Down the inside, it's forceful, it's aggressive, it's intense, it's fast at the moment. Race pace in the 203, so we're not seeing the magical ones that we saw in qualifying. Move at the cutting. Jeez, that's cutting it tight, isn't it? That's fine margins there. And they get away with it cleanly. Well played. William Morgan, well done.
Yeah. Really well done. But that's aggression as well. That's just knowing that you're a little bit out of sequence and pace. If everyone's a little bit tighter together and they're right where they should be, that move's not really on a GT3 car. Take a bit of a sense. You've got to have a fair pace overlap. Obviously, a little bit of speed right there for that car at the moment. Going to come to a 4.56. Evolution Racing team have sort of had one splash in the pan finish. They won the opening round, but that was due to a Corvette, a very, very quick Corvette in a straight line. Now they're on board the Acura and they feel quite comfortable at this location in this car, and the package they've got is quite good. But the Mustang, I cannot believe how well Caliber 79 is doing. Look at the number of Acuras around them, and they are absolutely setting it alight on board this Mustang. How does it go towards the back end of the stint when the tyres start to get a little bit average? Well, that's a big old question.
And it's interesting to note the change in strategy from the Marino Morella Byron Pierce stable as well, Scotty, because Marino, by his own admission when we spoke to him post-race at the Bend, and look at the headlight flashing going on already here from Stephen McCartan down the inside the Vermilion Esports entry, and that's Jacob O'Reilly. O'Reilly gets through and goes to 12. Nicely done. At the same time, William Morgan gets back by Craig Schultz too. So moves happening up plenty, left, right and centre. To hell corner once more. McCartan relegated to 13th. This is how it happened. OG gear replay. I reckon there was a little bit of a tap going in. I reckon there was a little bit of a tap going into the chase. Yeah.
And that's what the headlight flashing was for. But I reckon there's fuel saving going on board, because there's no reason that Porsche should have closed on the Audi that quickly. The Porsche is not expecting that car to be saving. I don't think.
Cutting we go. Once more. Lap 6 in the books at Mount Panorama.
See that? That Porsche was not expecting that Audi to lift there. Yeah.
I hope you're enjoying the scenic shots of Mount Panorama in the early stages of this race, ladies and gentlemen. We're right on board with Eddie Beswick now. Very good Sim Sports stable. Match point, of course, for these guys tonight. What a season they've had, Scott. They've won the last 4 rounds on the trot.
Yeah, a little bit of work to do here tonight, though. This is the big thing. Eddie Beswick comes onto this car. This was a late recruitment for the 56 car. Just to adjust their lineup, that only happened in the last couple of days or so. They're on track to win the championship. The number they need tonight, 25th spot. They finished 25th, they're gold. So,
and there on the right-hand side of your screen as well, ladies and gentlemen, is the live updated points ladder as it happens. So that gives you a bit of an indication that Eclipse Sim Sport at the moment, if things stay as they are, by virtue of the fact that they are in the lead, the 17, they will hold on to second in this points race, and Aretti will hold on to third. There'd be no change in the current order, the way things sit, but it's been a great season nonetheless from Eclipse and Vermilion, well represented inside that top 10. Fastest lap of the race now, Jamie Christensen as well, a 3.029. So we're almost on the cusp of the 2s. And also, you might notice a bit more cloud cover around Mount Panorama as well at this point in time, so that will help track temperature jump down a little bit, Scott.
Yeah, that will certainly help the teams look after that coverage. And again, that track temperature will probably get right back up again. Really
down to 38 degrees now.
It just died. It was 44 not too long ago. So it's just dying off. It's sort of a cliff, the way it's stepping stones on the way down. See that big dip? Right there, big cloud coming over the circle.
Yeah. And And that's the point as well. It was in the 50s in qualifying, so it's a third of that temperature has dropped out of the circuit already. We're back in the high 30s now. And as we work our way through the afternoon, what are we, 2:16 local server time, which is, by the way, Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Hello to our audience in Queensland tuning in. That, of course, takes us towards 5 o'clock finish time this afternoon. And you'll be starting to get through. Once you get past 3 o'clock, the hottest part of the day has come and gone. So that track should come back to the drivers as we play out the final round of this championship season, ladies and gentlemen. We're riding on board at the moment with the 18th place Mark Hilly, looking back at Jake Burton in the Vandervale Sim Racing car in 19th, number 27. Onto Conrad we go. 16 minutes gone. And at this point in time, I'd like to welcome in anybody that's just switched off the cricket with the fair level they're discussed and has joined us for the first time this evening and is planning to spend the rest of the night watching motor racing of the virtual variety. The start of an enormous weekend for us, of course. The continuation of a huge week. 16 minutes played, and the lap 7. Christensen, Blacklock and Bestwick, but you can't take your eyes off this battle at the moment. Hilly and Burton going at it, hammer and tong, and Hilly defensive on the inside to Murray's, and we're into the twos now. A 2:02.6 for Jamie Christensen. That is an awesome number from him. And the run off Murray's is beautiful for the Vandervale entry. The 27 of Burton gets up alongside Mark Hilly. Nicely done. And jumping up into 8th spot cleanly at Hell Corner.
Yeah, great move. They're on the move. And for Vandervale, and Burton will want it. You know, think about the laps that he's driven around this joint over the years. So, a little bit further down, and we knew that that car was out of sequence. A lot of work to do for them in qualifying trip. The other one that's actually worthwhile talking about as well, I went back and had a flip through what happened to the Froglet Juice Racing black car. That Mustang had an issue on its first flying lap. That was the car that failed the center lap time. They had a big incident out of qualifying, so effectively they qualified a little early. And they'll also be doing some overtaking as this race develops.
Indeed they will. And there's another element to this as well that correlates very nicely to what we had the other night. Even though there's some dark clouds descending, ladies and gentlemen, we're reliably informed we're not expecting rain this afternoon or this evening, depending upon where you're tuning in. But the interesting thing is, we're also at that beautiful point of the season. You mentioned it the other night, and in fact, it was a big talking point that drove the commentary of the co-driver clash, that it's win it or bin it, it's full send mode. You can afford to, go ultra attack mode because there's nothing to lose now. The season's done once we get through tonight. So if you're not in the championship mix and you're not being conscious of the points relative to your nearest opponent, you can run the gauntlet here. So there will be a couple of teams that go for that aggressive approach and try and make inroads rather with those forceful overtaking opportunities. But there'll be others that will preserve that attack or that plan for the last hour of racing here. 2:02.377 now for Reese Gusell, now the fastest lap of the race. The Bruce Di Cavallo entry is flirting with the track limits there at turn 1. It almost looked like he was clipping the grass on the run to Murray's corner, but at the moment we're watching the battle for 11th on your screen here, folks, and look how close they are to the cars in the top 10. Jackson Rayhana, the next one up the road. We know he's got a 10-second invoice coming in his way. He can't serve that until we get to the pit lane window. And the pit lane window is still a while off. We're only 20 minutes in. We're 1/9 of the way through a 3-hour race here, folks. And who knows how it plays out, how many more safety cars we're going to have. That might have been our only one of the night. Time will tell.
Yeah, worth pointing out, so there was been a little bit of an update. Remember we were talking about weaving off the safety car pulled away? Well, it's been resolved now. 3 cars have been penalised. Car 101, that's the Sam Chapman entry. They're right up there inside that top 10. Jackson Rayhana was another one, and Sebastian Escandaris was the third one. Remember for the kid, he is a kid. He's a very, very talented kid. He's doing a great job, but that's one of those things. You cop that when you're a little bit younger and you're not 100% certain of what it is. He'll look at this afterwards and go, okay, we've got 5 seconds. I'm not 100% sure why we've been given that. All right, take a read of it. Accept the penalty, go back over, and you'll read the rule book and you'll learn a whole bunch more out of that one. So, very important for him to actually get that early in his career and walk away with it. But yeah, I just heard another one as well.
Gusell has just been given a 5-second penalty, as has Brewster Cavallo. So there's several that are still being.
No,
so that's 5 now.
No, there'll be an update with that one because driver of car 456 is Roos Gusell, and car number 467 is the Momentum Motorsports car. That's in 11. So that's wires crossed. So one of those two cars will get the penalty. I don't know which one.
Copy that. We'll keep our eyes peeled. So that's at least 4, Scotty, that we know of. And for Jackson, that's now a 15-second invoice. That's the 10 from qualifying plus 5 now. And all of a sudden, it starts to weigh you down a little bit. It starts to get to you. He'll be agitated by that because 15 seconds is a huge chunk of time around here. He might be able to get lucky with strategy and safety cars, but if you've got to give up 15 seconds and you're not in the most preferred car of choice around here, they are in the Ferrari, it could be a very long night for the Summit Sim Sports stable. Let's ride with Eddie Bestwick across the top of Mount Panorama. Having a solid run so far, sitting there in 4th. Damien Woods, of course, standing by to take over the reins of this one and bring it to the line. Later on in the evening, we're with you right through until, well, we'll be here with post-race show until after midnight, ladies and gentlemen, but 11:30 Eastern Daylight Time, just after that, is when the checkered flag is expected to fly on this inaugural season of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series, and what a season it has been. Still 2 rounds of the Logitech GTPRO Invitational Supercar Series to come, one on Sunday from this very venue, qualifying tomorrow night, and then of course the boys are back in December. There's a few more details with that one yet to be confirmed, so stay tuned to our platforms for more information regarding that, and the planning for 2026, let me tell you, is already well underway. Eddie Bestwick down Conrod, clipping just over 275 kilometres an hour, leaves it very late on the brakes, misses the Ribble strip, rides the curb at 22 but missed the one at 21, and that's probably fair too. You don't want to ride that one too aggressively. Hasn't been too much in the way of cars running it wide, which is standard procedure for supercars at turn number 21 at the exit of the chase there, Scotty. That was a big thing the other night. We saw quite a few cars wide at the exit of the chase. We haven't seen that yet tonight.
No, and you probably won't with the GT3 car. A lot better on the brakes, so they can really pull the car up. I was actually just about to say, we've already talked about youthful exuberance, overreaching abilities and those sorts of things. Well, I'm actually also curious about the strategy on the car. If that's the driver roster, I think it is. Remember, last time out from the bend, the average age of that roster, and indeed it's the exact same 2 drivers, is stupidly young. This is where they'll learn a whole bunch. Strategy is going to play a big part of this race here tonight. There is definitely an ability to make this a 2-stop race. If they're switched on to it or not will be a big thing. Here the guys are, normally they just want to get out there, they want to put pedals in the metal, and they want to go hard and make spots up. We're in a little pack at the moment. It's not really able to make a gain. It's Brian Bettis and Daniel Polton and the next 2 sort of cars directly on road ahead of them. And if they're watching and sort of reading what the cars around them are doing, they'll be aware that there might be some strategy games. Well, if they want to be youthful, they want to be exuberant, they want to use the loud pedal, that's also an opportunity for some overtakes. So just keep an eye on the
already seen. Yeah, absolutely. Already tonight we've seen at least one rather forceful overtake. Sebastian Escandari's who we're riding on board with now in 9th, but with the slipstream and the tow effect here, not as prominent in the supercars the other night, but definitely here in the GTs. Have a look at Sebastian Escandari. Let's get an idea of what that slipstream's like down Conrod Straight, riding with him at over 260 clicks now across the crest we go and down to the fastest point in Australian motorsport, the entrance to Caltech's chase. Hard on the anchors now, not able to make a move just yet, but happy to tuck in and follow for the moment until an opportunity presents itself to safely execute that overtaking opportunity. And you were just saying, Scott, some lifting going on, some lifting coast, so maybe a little bit of juice being saved on the way here as well. So strategy and gamesmanship already playing its part.
Well, you got to. Straight and simply, you have to. The car that's in the worst position of a lot of them, even though they've got track position, is the car that's punching the hole in the air. So in terms of your little battle packs, right now that's our race leader in car number 17. They're punching the hole for the car directly behind them. Eddie Beswick's a little bit too far back to be receiving assistance, but Reese Goose is right there. There's actually been a challenge for the race lead as Blacklock gets to the inside, gets the job done. So their fuel saving for the sim has been done. That's what they're trying to say. Now we've saved a little bit, and critically, they've saved a touch of tyre as well. The lighter you are on the way into the corner, when you build up all your tyre heat, carrying too much speed, really working the brakes hard. You lift a little bit early, you save a little bit of tyre. They may have done all the fuel saving they need, and now they can switch on the afterburners, or in fact, the twin turbos on board that Acura.
Sam Blacklock, a terrific operator behind the wheel of a supercar, and now getting a chance to showcase his talents in a GT3 as well. At the head of the field at Mount Panorama, Bathurst, with 2 hours, 34 and a half minutes to go on the clock. We ride on board with Reese Goose now. We've got a genuine 3-horse race at the top of this field, and only 2 seconds back to Eddie Bestwick and Marino Morella, who's... And that's the other point as well. What a run Marino Morella's having here. First up, by his own admission, Scotty, not on pace, comparative to his teammate, all the rest of the field out the bend, as we said. Byron Pearce had a little bit of work to do to overturn the deficit left behind by Marino's stint, but at least it was clean and kept them in the mix, right? And now he's obviously found some speed and maybe a degree of comfort as well with that Mustang, with this circuit, and it's showing in the opening stint, firmly in the top 5, and good breathing space back to Sam Chapman in 6th. Here's the Momentum Esports Motorsport entry as they make their way to the chase once more. This is a train of 5 cars, of which Bruce is at the back of, and then it's only 0.4 of a second back to Jacob O'Reilly behind him as well. So you wouldn't want to cough here, or otherwise you're going to give up track position. But Di Cavallo is there and happy to tuck in and follow for the moment as they go across the line. That of a 7th in GT Pro on your screen there. Count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 deep at the moment. And a good gap back, 2.9 seconds. Just Stephen McCartan and Hamish Collins just coming into shot. Hey, what about the BMW? Up to 14th already, Scotty, on the chart.
You're doing pretty reasonable. The other thing is, think about it this way, if you leaned out the window and coughed, well, you'd infect 5 other cars chasing you if you held the pack. That's how close they are.
Correct.
They are absolutely not social distancing in this sport. You know,
we didn't need that hardback to...
Well, that's what we're going to call here. That's the stand from the Mr. Cavallo had ascended into the cutting, and this also the 79 car. Marino Morelli gets the elbows out at Griffin's, so he's on the move, and I was just watching car 56. 56 is fuel saving aggressively. They've still got work to do. They have not hit their number. And the other problem for that car, they dropped off the back in the pack, and that is the 467 very wide up and across the top. McPhillamy, and that curb played a huge part in the OSR 12 hour early in the year. The amount of cars that died off that curb was ridiculous.
Oh no. Oh no. Sam Blacklock has had a monster tech issue here and has dropped to 5th. There he is on screen. A tech issue for Blacklock, and his lead is gone. The beneficiary out of that is, of course, Marino Morella and Eddie Bestwick, and also Reese Gusell. Christensen reclaims the lead. We talk about the tech issues being the mechanical issues of the sim world, don't we? And that is proof for Sam Blacklock. Those issues have struck other cars throughout the course of the season. It's very unfortunate that it struck Blacklock, but at least he's still in the mix. He's there in 5th. But they'll be aggrieved by that. Not one of those circumstances that they can necessarily control, Scott Rankin, but yeah, that'll be a dagger to the heart for them. They've now got 2 hours and 31 minutes to chase their tail and overturn that deficit inherited by all of that. Unlucky, but Marino Morella, we just saw that replay for him to move up into 4th because of the tech issue presented by the Orbit Drop Bear entry. That's now 3rd. The Mustang is 3rd. Byron Pearce will be watching on at the moment and chomping at the bit to get behind the wheel of that thing and bring it home and hopefully bag a podium.
It was a great opportunity for them to press on and see what they can do with the positions that they've just gained. Just a quick look back at the Blacklock tech issue. Believe it's what they specifically refer to as a clog smash issue. What happens in that case is the car freezes in place on track that pulls it out of the server. It's a little bit different. Normally if you have internet connection issues, you continue on. It's just a blinking in the server. You can definitely say it's hardware because he stayed in place technically on the track. He was very, very lucky that when that car rejoined, it was in a hole between 2 packs. So they got very, very lucky there.
Absolutely. That could have been very ugly and very unfortunate for any innocent bystander standing on by, Scott.
Well, I was just thinking, I actually used to have some sim issues that gave, the reason I know all about
trouble.
it is that used to happen to me. That is an Acura. It is.
And it's crabbing. That's Vermilion Esports. It's Jacob O'Reilly. That car's pulling up and not going any further.
I think that's car 228 as well. It's that championship chase. If it is.
Wow, oh, bang! The curb claims its first victim of the night. O'Reilly's race is run. So too on that note is Perwin's. He's going to try and crab it back to pit lane for the benefit of keeping this race green and alive. But those guys were, of course, sitting down in fourth in that mix for third and second in the championship. And it's just gone up in smoke. And that's what Bathurst does. It makes as many dreams come true as it shatters as many dreams and desires of and aspirations of this field. And unfortunately for Vermilion, their tail will be dangling between the legs tonight.
That'll be a difficult one because they were in great shot for second place in the overall standings. That will rule on that one. There's no way they finish in the top three now. So the difficult part for them is what can they do? And I think they might. There's a risk of them losing fifth spot as well, just so because they won't score enough points. So effectively, car 228. I'm fairly confident they'll hold on a fifth place or so, because effectively if those two cars are behind to jump them, they'll have to win the race, finish top five. That's what they've got to do. If they finish any further than that back, they're not going to make that spot.
Yeah, well, if 862 wins, and they are, of course, in position number 5 at the moment, they were leading. If they were to win, they'd go to 862 and be level with 228. So that would be the first part of the equation. But what would Countback do, you know? All these questions soon to be answered. That car has successfully made it back to pit lane. Well done, Jacob O'Reilly. This race stays green. It wasn't looking promising there a few moments ago. He's limped it home. That gives them a chance at least of repairing the car to a point, Scott, and getting back out there to be classified and bag some championship points.
Brenton Hobson tagged the wall just recently on that lap as well and plucked the rear wing off the Mustang. So car 88's back in the pit lane for some repairs as well.
Yeah,
they
already won retirement.
Are still on the lead lap 4 now, but they may drop off. So we're still seeing the last of the penalties coming through as well for weaving after the safety car moved away. I think 63 was the last of them. And that is Damon Mulqueen.
Troy Stone Street, the last of the drivers to pick up that penalty there, Scotty, and that will be a small invoice to be served for the next round of pit stops. Actually, they can technically serve that at the next pit stop. Josh Perwin has now jumped behind the wheel of the Vermilion Esports entry. Damon Mulqueen is up behind the wheel of the Synergy Sim Racing entry, but both cars on pit lane at the moment as they get some repairs. Have a look at how frantic this is becoming up here. The battle for 8th, 9th and 10th, ladies and gentlemen. That's Ryan Bettis and the Mustang at the head of it. And in behind him, Team Max Boost, Sebastian Eskandari, Jackson Rayhana, of course, 15 seconds worth of invoice coming his way. And then Bruce for Momentum Motorsport there in the 467 in behind that. Hamish Collin will be the next car into view. But BMW all of a sudden finds itself in 12th place. What a time to be alive if you're a fan of the BMWs, the Bavarian. It's great to see. We've talked about it all season. It's been the Acuras, the McLarens, and recently the Mustangs and the Ferraris. There hasn't been enough love, and there hasn't been enough of a competitive showing from the BMW. Tonight may be the night. They'd love to snag a top 10 finish here at Mount Panorama to say, well, at least we finished the season on a high. And that's what it's all about at this point. It's psychological, it's morale, especially if you're not in the championship mix. And also, of course, it's that allure of Bathurst and bagging a strong result there and saying, I conquered the mountain. I wasn't tamed by it, unfortunately, in the way that Josh Perwin and Brock Kelly have been tonight. Down Conrod we go. Eskandari's lost contact with that next train of cars, which is, of course, the OPR stable, the duet of Daniel Poulton. And that's a good start from the 994, Scott, moving up into 7th spot. And Ryan Bettis there in 8th. You mentioned Sam Chapman, invoice coming his way. In 6th place at the moment. He doesn't have enough time ahead of the cars that we're looking at on screen at the moment to not suffer at the hands of that 5-second invoice. So it'll be up to, I'd say, Louis Greathead to try and overturn that deficit, and that can bring with it a couple of different things, can't it, mate? Because you've got to up the ante, you've got to find something, so you've got to punch out qualifying laps, run at 10/10. That comes with fuel burn. It also comes with tyre wear, so it's a quid pro quo sort of thing when you've got to chase your tail because of invoices inherited along the way or mistakes made along the way.
There's a couple of really key cars to keep half an eye on as momentum is starting to harass Summit. So I was just watching, again, we're going to probably keep quite a close eye on Kyle Honeywell. This will be a really, really good opportunity and a showing for both of these guys as well. Capable in a lot of other cars, but I think one of the big things that they will want to do is punch out in GT3, and you know, O'Sheen has done a reasonable job for a rookie, effectively with the supercars as well, and endurance thus far. A lot of learning for her. I think that's the big thing is, you know, you've got to take those learnings. At this point in time, results are great. Results are really, really good, but results tend to take away from the learning. If you're learning every single race at this point in time, you've got such a long opportunity ahead of you to continue maximizing the learning. So you've got to learn as much as you possibly can, and that's what this series would have been about for them. Also worth pointing out, as fastest two cars on that most recent lap, car number 56 with Eddie Beswick on board, and car number 862 as well. So Blacklock, after the issues earlier on, is sort of pressed on a little bit. Still trying to fuel save. They'll still hit their fuel number, but they are trying to press on. They actually have fastest lap of the race, and it's been set in the last couple. So they have definitely got speed as this stint wears on. And remember as well, every car that's fuel saving is going to have reasonable tyres underneath them at the back end of this race as well. The back end of the stint too.
Yeah, well, that's the other point as well. Given the length of time you'll spend on the way, most of these guys are going to opt for new tyres, either at one or both of the stops tonight, aren't they? Fastest lap of the race, too, on note, on cue from Jamie Christensen, 2:02.225. So the track is coming to these cars, and there's no real signs of tyre wear when he's punching out 2:02.2.
Well, the other thing is the track temp's just a little bit more, but yeah, the question then becomes, have they saved enough fuel, and are they starting to press on? We're into the second half of this stint now, and that could be they've cleared the fuel save they needed to do for this stint.
Up Mountain Straight once more. Blake Neck, 13th at the moment, chasing Hamish Cleland in the Bimmer. I must admit, I'm a little bit, my allegiances are torn here, Scotty, because I was always a Ford person at heart, but the car that I was able to be most comfortable with on the PS4 version of Gran Turismo was the BMW GT3. So I was very excited to see the BMW on the grid tonight for that very reason, and we're riding on board with Sebastian Vendeval at the moment in the Acura, part of this battle pack. So if I get a little bit excited from time to time, folks, there's usually a backstory to it. I'll try and share and disclose as much of that information as I can, but yes, the BMW around here is a weapon to drive. So, and it's important to note that we've had this championship play out over nearly 8 months, Scott. So there's been changes within iRacing's framework, bot updates, etc., and so forth. And that's one of the reasons why we're seeing the rise of the Mustang. And now we're seeing the rise of the BMW as well. And we've noticed that in other GT servers that we both follow. Of course, you work with Jay on another GT3 series, of course. I work on the Gentleman Sim Racing Club GT3 Pro series as well. So we've seen that evolution play out throughout the course of the season. But again here, the Acura, and there hasn't been a lot of love for that in other servers of late, but the Acura holds sway, but not without a fight. And it's great to see Marino Morello up there punching above the Mustang's weight in position number 3. And as we said, also a couple of Ferraris on the fringe of the top 10 too. In fact, Jackson Rayhana is 10th at the moment as we come back to complete yet another lap. Round 6 of the GTPRO Invitational Series. Lap 19 in the books at Mount Panorama, and 2 hours and 20 minutes and 53 seconds to go. Projected amount of laps tonight. It'll be interesting to see how far we get. Will we get to that crucial, all-important, half-race distance marker for the 1,000? Will we get the 81 laps in here tonight so that we're able to go 500 kilometres? It'll be interesting to see.
Just in a moment, I'm just trying to look up which car it was. I think it was the blue. Remember how we were talking about Ben Jeffrey and all the trials and tribulations he's had this season. He's had another one. It's a big moment on that 19 coming through the chase. He has kept it out of the wall, but he went for a wild ride through the gravel truck at the end of the chase on that one, isn't it? So I guarantee you we'll be queuing up the replay in a few moments. Bluebell Racing, 525.
As long as they're not trying to jump the tyre wall down there. You can't do that these days in iRacing. They've taken the fun of the post-race antics away from us. We've seen that already a couple of times in recent weeks. We'll have a look at that replay as soon as we have it available for you, ladies and gentlemen, with thanks to OG Gear. Big thanks to all the people that have supported us throughout the course of the season, Scotty. Without them, it's just not doable. We'll tip our hat to them properly a little bit later on, but for the benefit of those of you playing along at home, all of our sponsors scrolling across the screen on the top right-hand side as this broadcast plays out.
And yeah, I was just sort of digging back through it, and the only reason, so Ben Jeffrey nearly got away with that one. The only reason he didn't, I was just watching a couple of cars and keeping an eye on the gravel trap, and I saw a whole bunch of time marks to the gravel trap and trying to figure out who it was. There's a couple of cars that damaged and limping around. Check this out. Grass, and then a wiggle, and it's just not planted out the other side.
Yeah, and again, well, yeah, that's right. Jay Kennedy just correctly pointing out there'll be a few of you cottoning onto that as well. There is a Bathurst upgrade coming with iRacing in due course. But at the moment we're playing off the old surface before the exit of the chase was amended. There's now, of course, a flat-out concrete wall where that car just skidded through the gravel. So once that scan of the circuit has been updated, you won't be able to do that, ladies and gentlemen. You will eat concrete and pay the price accordingly. Josh Perlin's still on pit lane, so too Brock Kelly. Damon Mulqueen got back out onto the racetrack after 2 minutes and 1 second on that pit road. So Damon Mulqueen at the helm of the 88 right now across Mount Panorama. And Sam Chapman in 6th spot, Daniel Poulton 7th, Ryan Bettis 8th, Sebastian Eskandari 9th, Jackson Rayhana 10th. The other thing as well, and I've just had a message come through the broadcast chat, and I need to have a look at that in a moment. As I do that, Scotty, the interesting thing for mine as we pick up the Astro Energy entry, the 999 in 13, one of the other contributing factors to that particular off-track skirmish that we just saw there is the updated model of iRacing. Firstly, debris now plays a bigger role. It has done for 12 months than it ever did beforehand. That introduction came in at the very end of last year as a huge talking point. And then, of course, the telling point of discussion when we got to Spa was the overhaul, the redo of the entire GT3 fold. So those two contributing factors combining, as soon as you bring dirt back onto the racetrack, until you clear it from your tyres, you're essentially skating on ice.
Yeah, look, not as bad as you make it out to be, but definitely difficult to turn the car, plant the car, consistent driving over it. You just got to give yourself an extra couple metres to work with to that point. So at the moment, Goose Hill's managed to range back up on Eclipse Sim Sport number 17. I think the top 5 are actually starting to come back together. So what I think has happened is our race leaders are aggressively saving fuel at the moment. The cars that are in behind them are nowhere near as aggressively saving fuel. We're seeing the pace lift start to come from P4 and P5. They are significantly tracking back towards the leaders at this point in time. Fastest car on track that most recent, car 79. Again, also trending towards the leaders. We said there was some fuel saving. I just get the feeling some of these teams have cleared that. Now the problem is it's sort of give and take in terms of where the strategy goes. If you want to set a reasonable pace, well, you can't save fuel. If you want to save fuel, you can't set a reasonable pace. And there's a hole between these top 5 cars and then the next pack, which is from Sam Chapman on backwards. They've got about 5 seconds over that group. Now, remember, Blacklock sat there and saved fuel, then went for the overtake, then had the graphical issue. He had to drop back in behind. But I think he cleared the fuel saving that they needed to do, and now they're right in the window. I think the cars that tried to push out at the head of the field, they haven't saved enough fuel.
Some interesting analysis there from Scott Rankin, and I love getting these technical insights in the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. As we watch the field make their way down towards Forest Elbow, we've enjoyed watching Team Max Boost throughout the course of the season, haven't we, Scott? And it's going to be a team that we keep an eye on next year across our various different offerings. Not just obviously what we do with sports car racing, but also what we do with. It'll be interesting to see if they dip their toe into the water with the supercars as well. These guys are a team on the rise, full of youthful exuberance, and Sebastian Eskandari, I mean, the way he goes about his business, juggling real world commitments, take him to the other corner of the world, and then come back home and jump in the sim rig. It's great to see this guy having a solid run to finish the season.
Mate, about the only thing I'm good at juggling is commentary commitments, and that's about it. I've got a cat looking at me at the moment, and I'm like, yeah, no, I don't think I'm going to be able to juggle you and commentate at the same time, buddy, so you lose this one. I think we've already 45 minutes into this one. Safety car, I had a feeling we'd see a safety car.
It feels like it's been a long day.
Next time, you know what, this is actually going to be a really, really critical section of this race, is this first pit stop. And the reason for that is, there's a couple big reasons. With the new GT3 tyre model, it takes about 3 laps to get the tyres properly up to temperature and pressure before you're running good, quick, consistent laps, which means the overcut's important. Was that a change in position? No, it wasn't. That's Van der Waal, that's Burton's climbing all the way back up to Lockhart Brownlee at this point in time. But what I will say is that the overcut is stronger because you do have to have that tyre warm-up phase, but you get to run your peak pressure. So if your first lap out of the pits is, let's say, a 2:05, well, at the moment you're losing 3 seconds. That's probably somewhere around the world what we're going to lose. Over the next couple laps, you'll probably lose another total 2 seconds. So it's about 5-second delta over 3 laps. If you overcut, you get all of your speed up front. At the back end of that stint, you run a little bit longer, you gain 3 seconds on that first lap. You won't lose as much on that second lap. And the other big benefit is it's Bathurst. Where can you overtake up across the top? High risk with overtakes up there. So generally the overcut works better at this place because there's so much of the track you actually can't overtake at. Even if that car gets back past you with the undercut in terms of the tyres, whilst you still bring the tyres up to temperature, they're only a second down the road. That's a loss of potentially 2 to 3 seconds in the overtake, which is a big, big gain to the cars that actually overcut. That's why you actually want to be on the overcut, not the undercut.
Yeah, it ends up being one-line groove, doesn't it? Pretty much out of the cutting, unless you're taking a monumental risk, as you say. Van der Waal Sim Racing's Jake Burton, we're riding on board with him. Still glued to the back end of Lockhart Brownlee in the orbit drop there, Mars entry. These two have been having a good little ding-dong scrap throughout the course of the night so far. Burton did have a little bit of a look on the inside. That has unsettled Brownlee. The pressure got to Brownlee. He was worried about the positioning of Burton, and that has worked to Burton's advantage. Good racecraft there. Pressured Brownlee into the mistake. Brownlee was wide off the exit of Murray's, and the momentum carried by Burton through Murray's with a clean exit, the clean run, enough to get him up on the inside and consolidate the battle in his favour for 16th position. Very nicely done. And here's the ERT entry. Reece Gusell has caught Jamie Christensen. 0.2 of a second. Covers first and second. They're being caught by Marino Morella. Have a look at Marino. Ratching on here, the Mustangs third. And within striking distance of the top two. Akira 1 and 2. Mustang 3. 1.6 seconds, then back down on the road to Eddie Bestwick and Sam Blacklock and Sam Chapman. So Blacklock is only 3 seconds away as well. It was about a 5-second invoice there, Scott, that he picked up with that technical glitch there a few moments ago. But I love how we're talking about strategy, and we're talking about strategy purely if there's green flag pit stops. If we get a safety car now, I have to guess that everyone's in. Everyone, you know, there's no questioning or gambling with the strategy. Everyone will do the same thing. It'll be a McDonald's sort of approach. Everywhere you go, you get the same product. The Ready Esports entry into third place. This has been a blinder of an opening stint for Marino Morella. I'm just wondering if it's at the expense of the fuel burn. That'll be the only.
Unless they're able. Maybe the safety car brought that Mustang back into the window, in which case, awesome stint. The problem is, I can sit here and gesture and conjecture about the strategy. The only time we're going to know is the last 10 minutes of the race. That's one of the biggest difficulties with calling this race. Normally, in a supercars race or a lap certain race, you can get very, very early who's on the money, who's not, because you just count the numbers back. You go, well, he's on a 25 lap stint, he's on a 24 lap stint. Do they merge at the end, or does that one car have to make the extra stop? Very, very easy to do the math. Timed races, a lot difficult. It's actually not too bad here because when you look at the lap time, 2 minutes and 2 seconds, well, 2 minutes, that's nice and easy to count. And for every 30 laps, there's an extra lap. So it's not as hard here as some of the other tracks where it's like a minute 35 seconds. Really difficult number to work with, that minute 35. So particularly for mud maths, as I like to call it, where I stick a stick in the mud, draw around, come up with some numbers, and then wildly paint a picture for you guys at home.
So essentially what Scott's saying there is if we go around 2 minutes and 2 seconds and consistently, I mean, we're in the low twos at the moment, but it's not a 2 flats. So, but if it was, you'd be looking at about 61 minutes and 2 seconds for that opening stint of 30 laps.
Critical change for position, and it's happened on this lap. Blacklock has gotten past Beswick, so he's back up in the 4th spot.
Now, I'm just getting some correspondence through from someone that knows the cable far better than me, so I appreciate the heads up from Jay. I mentioned earlier that rather Bathurst is getting a bit of a touch-up, but it's not actually to the aesthetics. It's just going to look better for those of you tuning in on screen. So the architecture of it's actually not going to be changed. So that runoff area is not going to be amended in the upcoming update from iRacing. So my apologies there. I was getting all excited for a moment. I was like, oh, excellent. Another joint in which, you know, a costly error could actually be punished. But no, that won't be the case for a little while yet. It's only been in the last few years that the real-world equivalent has changed the runoff area and reduced it entirely to nothing on the exit of the chase there. But we've still got to wait for that in the iRacing world just yet. It'll be interesting. The next time they're in Australia, Sydney Motorsport Park Week, hopefully, then maybe we'll see just go and re-laser scan that part of the Mount Panorama circuit. Surely we're getting to a point now where you could go and laser scan a patch of real estate and go and do the amendments accordingly to update it. I mean, could you imagine having to re-laser scan the whole thing when it's only a strip of it, when it's 6.213 kilometres and there's only about 150 metres that has been updated? Oh, well, I don't envy the job they do, Scotty Rankin, but by gee, they do a bloody good job.
You're not factoring in track development and surface development. True. Because remember, the surface up and across the tops are a little bit of a different colour. It's not all full-on resurface, actually. You know who talked about it a lot, actually, at the start of the year, and it was something that I took quite a lot of notice of, was actually John Hindhoff. Talked about how the track surface colour at the mountain is actually quite different, and that means that the track temperature is different to the rest of the world, because obviously the darker the track surface, the more light it soaks in, the hotter it gets. So we actually have a little bit of a greyer surface here. It doesn't quite get as hot, and the temperature and warm-up physics are a little bit different. And the way that'll... Oh, car 56 just hit the barriers really hard off the elbow. Yeah. There might actually be some right rear damage on this car. You know what? I think there is.
Yep, I reckon you're right too. Keep an eye on Eddie Bestwick's entry. And if that car has to come to pit lane, this time, that's going to change their plan of attack for the rest of the night. Lap traffic has been navigated on the way through there. That's the Josh Purwin entry. Good to see those guys have got back out, but they are 7 laps down. They're still in the framework to be classified on 75% race. Just that's a massive whack on the OG gear replay for Eddie Bestwick. The only foot he's put wrong all night so far as we complete 43 minutes of play. 53 minutes of play. 2 hours, 6 and 49 to go. Sam Blacklock fastest lap of the race, and it's 2:02.209. So we've been in the 2:02.2s for a while now, Scott, with regards to the fastest laps of the race. Yet to break into the ones or the zeros, but I suspect a fresh set of tyres might just do the trick on that after the first round of pit stop.
We'll just take a look at the most recent lap times. There's a point I want to make here about pace versus fuel save. And it's this. That 862 car is really, really quick, but again, I'm just wondering, like, they were right there, and I think they had more pace in the car that was ahead. I actually did get a message from a couple of people that said that Harry Lillis actually had more time in it. He just didn't put the lap together at the back of the qualifying. So they think they've actually got probably the fastest car today. So I reckon Blacklock saved a lot more fuel than maybe we were expecting. If that's the case, they're on strategy and they're able to press on. If not, this might actually take them off their strategy window. But to play themselves back into this top 3 fight, they've got to do this right now. So I might just see if I can go and quickly find Damien Woods and car 56 when we get down to the straight, bother them and check in with how that car is after that whack with the wall.
Yep, do that for sure. I was going to say, this has been magnificent to watch the run so far from Reese Gusell. John Peasnick, of course, Rainer Costello, that team throughout the course of the season, and Louis Paulo Gallon as well was listed as driver number 3 of this stable. Peasnick and Costello, no doubt watching on with eager eyes at the moment, looking forward to jumping into the ring here. Out of the spectator vantage points and into the fire, into the bull ring, to try and continue on with the solid start that Gusell has put together here, keeping Jamie Christensen honest across the start-finish line once more. That's 26 laps gone for you, ladies and gentlemen, and look at that. 55 minutes of race time as well. We did lose a little bit of time, of course, under safety car conditions. And that's the other consideration we need to take into how many laps we're going to be able to cover tonight, Scotty. The time that's lost under safety car, and also that transit time along pit lane. Not the longest pit lane on the series, but still there'll be a good chunk of time lost there, mainly through the stationary more than anything else.
A lot of work to do, I think, still left on before we get to that point. Time loss and what's the name? Just went and had a quick chat, like I said, to the Eclipse Supersport stable, and a little bit of a laugh and a joke with them at the same time. Luckily enough, they said the Acura actually tends to take whacks like that and actually walk away with it without any damage. So they're very, very confident that that's had no impact on their car whatsoever. Which reminds me of, I don't know if you ever saw qualifying for Slipper 2 from Bathurst this year, but Job Stewart did something quite similar to that, and there was actually quite a lot of damage on the right rear car, but the bravery of it did, and he just kept on with it, and actually sort of his best lap of the session whilst he did it. It might have been shootout, actually. I think it might have been Super 2 shootout this year, just as a note. And then the joke was, right as I said that, Jamie Christensen is sitting in that channel with his microphone and headset muted, everything muted. He unmuted it there for 2 seconds, and I said, oh, better not tell Jamie Christensen that. And they both laughed and said, yeah, we won't be telling him that.
Down Conrad once more. We see the 2 OPR entries on screen there. Daniel Portman in the 994, and also, of course, Ryan Bettis in the 43. Sure, good result. They've had they've had pace this season, but it's amazing that they didn't have too much luck in the international rounds of the season. They somewhat turned it around at the bend, though, Scotty. It was good to see both of them in the top 5. The 43 coming home in 4th, and the 994 in 5th. The difference was that they were 20 seconds off the leader and 46 seconds off the leader, respectively. So, again, yes, they've got the pace to be a regular top 10 contender, but they're still trying to find an extra gear to push forward and challenge for the podium position. This is Hamish Cleland under pressure now from the Vermilion entry of Sebastian Varndell. 12th and 13th. Good to see Varndell out there having a smooth run through the opening stint. And now we've got a new race leader. Reece Gusell at Griffin's Bend has pulled the trigger and said, you know what, I'm done with following, I want to lead, you can follow me for a change. To Jamie Christensen, good move, clean move on the inside, Christensen not fighting it either. And why would you this early in the piece?
Yeah,
now let's see what sort of pace he's got, Scotty.
Up and across the top. Well, this becomes the next thing. Does car 17, did they have a little bit of a fuel dump, or they both needed to save? They both set their fastest laps of the race on that most recent lap. 202.086, 202.110 for car 17. So there was definitely some pace left on the table for both of those cars. So we'll see how this one goes. I did just get a message from one of the cars. I'm not going to give away who it is until after that first pit stop. But they said we're on for a 31 lap stint. 31 laps is going to take us to 1 hour and 2 minutes, plus an extra minute. So there's 203. So at least, plus safety car, I reckon we're getting well beyond the hour mark here, which is really, really important to the back end of that race.
It essentially answers the second question, which is, this is a 2-stopper. We had a 3-stopper at Daytona. We had multiple stops at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Fuji, I think, was also a 3-stopper at the very end. So the back half of the season, Le Mans definitely, of course, caught a few people napping there with strategy play, and that's a costly play to get it wrong, considering how long a lap it is. The bend ended up being a 2-stopper for most. Of course, this one here at Mount Panorama is fast heading in that general direction as well. 30 seconds away from the hour mark. We have just started lap 29 here at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. Again, that's taking into account that time lost by by the safety car that was deployed at the end of the opening lap. So with this being the start of 29, this one more, then the critical lap is 31. So that's another 4 or so minutes, although some of the guys have pulled the trigger now. Bang on the hour.
That's not good. That's not good for them because if they're, remember that's including a safety car. It might have only been a very, very short safety car, but that's effectively, that should have added a minute or 2 minutes to their stint lane. And if that's the case, they're only getting to the hour and 58. Sorry, they're going to be 2 minutes short on this next stint and then 2 minutes short on the final stint. So they need to go in a massive fuel save mode. This is what I was talking about. It is actually critical. Every car that's just pit there, they've got an extra stop to do.
And that was why I was saying earlier, it was interesting to get Jackson Rayhan's thoughts on the circuit and the circuit preview that he put up for the Ferrari for Summit Simsport earlier in the day, Scott. Because different drivers, different opinions, different wording and observations, but also, and you mentioned this earlier, GT3 cars. Not all of them, none of them are the same. So different strengths, different weaknesses, different fuel save opportunities, and that. Testament to the guys that are at the top of the field at the moment, the Acuras and the Mustangs out here, the way in which they've gone about their business throughout the course of the season, because it's an art form to master the racecraft of fuel saving. And here comes the first of the Eclipse entries. This is the 56. So this is Jamie Christensen. Sorry, no, this is Eddie Bestwick, I should say. So Bestwick in, and does Damon Woods take over now and run a 2-hour stint home? We'll wait and see. Second car coming to pit lane now is Hamish Cullen in the BMW. There's the BMW for Frogleap Juiced onto pit road, and pit lane's going to become very busy in the next couple of laps, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Reese Gusell continues to lead from Jamie Christensen. The question is Zach Ratway-White bringing this thing home for 2 stints or 1? But we are past that important 1 hour mark. In fact, we're 2 minutes under that now. So if you can even it out from here, it's going to be about 57 minutes, 56 and 3/4 by the time they get back to the pit lane. If they can do that. Oh, hang on, car moving slowly, or is it just a car that's a lap down?
No, that was the car off.
That was the car off, that was the car pulled up. That's the 35.
35
now, if it can't get out of there, that's the Pacific Esports Racing entry of Robbie Bradbury. No, he's reversing. That's good. I was going to say that was going to trigger a whole flurry of pit stops. That's a precarious position to be parked in, isn't it? Oh, jeez.
Oh.
How are they only not missing him? My goodness.
There's a car coming. There's another car coming.
Yep, such as that section to the racetrack, you're flying blind on the approach up over the crest. You're not getting a good view of it until you're clear of that red wall. And by gee, we're lucky that we didn't have a catastrophic incident at the top of the mountain. This is how it happened on the OG Gear replay. Bang into the wall. Fresh off the pit stop too, so that's just about done them for the night. The front end of that car is begging for mercy at this point across Skyline.
Change to P3 just happened as well. And critically, that happened right in front of the race leaders, because I was just watching
there they are.
that car pit just a few moments ago, and they came out just ahead of the race leader, so that was disastrous for them. But have a look at car 862. They saved a monstrous amount of fuel. Remember how I said they started pressing on a little bit earlier than everyone else? You know why? Because they cleared the fuel they needed to save.
Yeah.
That 862, you watch after this pit stop, if they pit at the end of lap 31, they're going to come out with the race lead. If they go to 32, they will be a couple seconds down the road. It's going to be really, really tight. And that's the overcut that I'm talking about. This ice-cold tyre lap is diabolical.
Yep.
Check
Let's
this.
have a look at this for a close call. Oh, jeez. That was when we picked it up, that there was something wrong at the top of the circuit. And thankfully, everybody in the mix here at the top end of town, avoiding that parked car on the left-hand side. Let's have a look at a couple of things here. Pit lane specifically, so no surprise. I can tell you Damon Mulqueen, Josh Perwin's still sitting a lap down. Robbie Bradbury, the car in question, the one that had the incident, still out there and circulating, not opting to go to pit lane just yet. Nick Carney in the full Simsport entry, 324 has gone to pit lane. And Brock Kelly, of course, the under retirement so far. You're talking about Harrison Lewis and Sam Blacklock. That is an interesting one. Let's have a look at this replay. Sebastian Vandel has this close for comfort. Oh, good reflex action there from Sebastian Vandel. My goodness. 12.8 the margin between Blacklock on this battle pack that we picked up now, ladies and gentlemen. The two OPR entries plus Jackson Rayhana and, of course, Brewster Cavallo. Blake Neck in behind, and then Stephen McCartan, Sebastian Vandel, and John Peasnick. That is car control with a capital C. Have a look at that. Phenomenal. Matt Howard on pit lane at the moment as well. Blacklock is in this time through. We're expecting that. Let's watch this with interest, Scott, because all these guys are now in the window to make it home on one more stop. So it'll be interesting to see just how small that window is for everybody's critical lap. But obviously it looks as though Blacklock and Lillis are going to be able to stretch that out just a smidgen further than everybody around them. And that could be to their benefit.
Peasnick got in, and remember, Rattray White's gotten in. He'll be good to the other race. And you were talking about Damon Woods. What did he do? He did get on board car 56. So car 56 has got the warmest tyres of this group. He's got to make a lot of time right here, right now. I'm actually really curious to see what Rattray White does, because there is some fuel to be saved. But did you see him pull out? All of a sudden that car stalled. It pulled out and went nowhere. So I would say the Eclipse cars are carrying a little bit of extra wing.
Benefits and disadvantages to that, if you don't mind me asking you to elaborate on that, Scott?
Looks after the tyres a bit better, runs across the top a little bit better. Potential for a touch more fuel burn, and I mean a touch more fuel burn. It's just a little bit inefficient in a straight line. This is Blacklock rejoining the lead. He has got the lead, but he's got cold tyres. So this was the overcut I was talking about.
Track position is king, and that's a remarkable turnaround for those guys with the issue they had in the first hour. That Linky Bill moment that cost them 4 track positions. They've overturned that. The orbit drop there, boys, have pace tonight. They find their way to the front. Harrison Lewis has taken over as well. That's important to note. He's right on board with the clips. Zach Ratway White chasing John Peasnick. Great to see the second of the ERT entries. It's fitting, isn't it? We saw the first ERT entry dominant in the opening round of the season. ERT back in the fold, taking it to orbit drop there, and also, of course, Eclipse at the final round of the season. Vermilion a little bit too far out of the fight for their liking. Of course, Lewis Greathead's taken over from Sam Chapman. They had to serve a 5-second penalty in that first round of pit stops. Jackson Rayhana, of course, Summit Simsport entry, had to serve 15 seconds worth of penalties. So the order has been shaken and stirred a little bit as a result of that. You can see it on the left-hand side of your screen, folks. We're an hour and 8 minutes in. Byron Pierce sitting 4th at the moment, 2.2 down on the leaders. So that's a net loss for those guys over the course of the stint. Their stationary time was only about half a second more than John Peasnick. Sorry, no, my apologies. About 9/10 of a second more than the Eclipse Simsport entry, Zach Ratway White, and about 1.5 seconds more than John Peasnick. Damon Woods, Reece Wakefield, Ryan Bedasso, Sheen Colin Gilo, Dean Mackay for Astro Energy, and Zach Kerr. Actually, it might be a record for the amount of Zachs in one sim server tonight. There's Zach Ratway White, there's me in the commentary box, and now there's Zach Kerr out there with the right spelling for Zach, by the way. And then number 5 for Million Esports entry in position at number 10. Lewis Greathead is 11. Hamish Cullen is 12th. Greathead's just got by his teammate, actually. That's a nice move on cue. There is Zach Kerr, having been relegated by Sam Chapman, and under pressure from Hamish Cullen. A strong start from the Bimmer, and on the cusp of being a top 10 contender here across the line. We go lap 33 at Mount Panorama. Right on board with Damon Woods. He's next to Simon as to navigate his way by Byron Pierce and go out in pursuit of his teammate. But even though this will be their worst finishing result of the season, Scotty Raker, it'll be enough to get the job done and sign, seal, and deliver the GTPRO Invitational Series presented by our friends at the Gamesman. Risky move at the cutting, but he might make it work just yet. Have a look at this. Side by side, only 70 minutes into the car race, and he's got it done. He was a bit hungrier for the position than Byron Pierce, and he's gone out and shown everybody how it's done at the cutting, and now The gloves are off at Mount Panorama. Great head in 10th spot. Having a look at Dean Mackay at the same section of real estate. What a move from Damon Woods. What a statement-making move. And now he's got 2 seconds to try and reel in his teammate, Zach Ratway-White, who's only 0.3 of a second off John Peasnick, who's half a second off the race leader, Harrison Lillis. That was forceful. That was also risky as well, but well done to Byron Pierce for being alert to what was going on and bailing out of it and thinking caution's a better part of valor at this point, Scott.
Yeah, great job. I think the big thing is they were thinking about their championship. Check how late this gets done. They'll pop out, the nose just gets there. And the thing is, Byron Pierce is out on the marbles there. Tries to get the traction down, but it's right here. Cold air tyres. They're not 100% up to temperature at this point, 95%. So what happened was Byron Pierce actually had to lift over the bump because he was just pinned to it.
Yep, and great head down on the outside. Wrong side of the racetrack for mine. But he's going to try and get it done on Astro Energy anyway. He stays on the outside. They go 2 by 2 through the chase and the exit thereof. Vermillion and Lewis Greathead up into 9th at the expense of Dean Mackay. And now up on the outside. On the outside was Kerr trying to get through as well. My goodness, the gloves are off in the second stint here. The headlights ablaze. Scores to be settled. Final night of school in the GTPRO Invitational for the Gamesmen in 2025. And you're watching it live, exclusive and free across the SimSpeed Esports Network and also the Australian Sim Racing Group on YouTube and Facebook. It's great to have your company. The drag race continues up Mountain Straight. Have a look at Mackay trying to put one back on the Vermilion entry. Lewis Greathead to Griffin's Bend, but Griffin's proved too tough a challenge for Mackay to navigate. And it cost him 3 spots in the end. 2 wide on the exit, 2 deep into the corner. Kerr and Colin also get by. Greathead and Kerr now have Vermilion with clear air at the forefront of this battle pack for 9th. Forceful stuff.
And they'll start to work together too at the front end of this little group. So they'll run a quiet little race now. They won't contest each other too much because if Zach Kerr thinks he's a little bit faster, maybe, but only just. So he'll just go back to fuel save conservation mode. Lillis is going at the front end of this thing. He just bolted out to a second lead. Once he brought those tyres in, gone. He's got pace this week. I actually got an opportunity to witness him doing some laps. He was running fixed. He was running GT3 fixed laps this week for a bit of fun. He's been in the BMW all week. Oh, here we go.
Right way. Nice.
Job done for Ratro White, P2. But yeah, Lillis was feeling confident and comfortable. Like I said, running GT3 fixed official laps this week. And he's right up the top of things in terms of times around this circuit this week. Best amount of confidence he's looked, and the big thing for him is when he's confident, he's actually quite quiet, doesn't talk too much about it, just happy with the laps, just does it together. When he's not happy, a little bit of complaining, a little bit of talking, a little bit of banter going back and forth, but when he's actually right on it, very, very quiet. And you can tell because the difference is when he's on it, he's got a little birdie friend that hangs out in his room with him, JJ. By the name, JJ goes off his nut when Harry's not happy. He knows when Harry's not happy. So the fact that I haven't heard from JJ all week says exactly how quietly confident Harrison Lillis has been.
Goes to show how the mood of somebody else impacts the mood of anybody else in the room, isn't it? Lillis, Ratway White, Peasnick, and Woods and Pierce, the top 5 at the moment. So in terms of manufacturer breakdown, again, that's Acura dominant at the top end of town. With Byron Pierce flying the flag for Ford. And again, come Sunday, there'll be a few would-be protagonists flying the flag for Mustang, but you know that V8 Pro field is Chev dominated. To the left-hand we go. And yet, that was one interesting thing from Scott Rankin the other night. At not one point did you or I mention the word, the 6-letter word beginning with P, that some in this sport would consider a swear word. So, of course, language warning for anybody else tuning in at home. Parity. No one mentioned that the other night.
I was going to say performance has a few extra letters there, mate. I don't know how your spelling goes.
Yeah. Oh, dear. No one mentioned it the other night. That was interesting. Here's Vanderval's Alexander Bird sitting there in 14th spot, following Bruce DiCavallo down to Forest Elbow once more. And this has been a good ongoing sort of battle between these two, Vanderval and Momentum, although the Vanderval entry did also have the orbit drop their entry of Dan Yeaman for company. They've shaken that off. Yeaman has come out 6 seconds down the road from Alexander Bird in the battle for 14th here. Liam Reston has taken over the 55 Summit Sim Racing entry from Jackson Ray Hunter. He sits down in 16th at the moment. Again, that's after serving that penalty. Or the 2 penalties, actually. It was 15 seconds, wasn't it? It was 10 for the quality infringement and 5 for the safety car weaving off the restart. So that is a costly 15 seconds for them because they haven't yet been given. And in behind them is Connor Nixon, by the way. Good to see Connor back out there in the GT profile. We're right on board with his teammate Dan Yeaman right now, sitting in 15th position. Have a look at the picture of concentration that is Dan Yeaman on a Friday night, ladies and gentlemen, to the left-hander at Hell Corner, and now we begin the climb up Mountain Straight. So at the moment, Liam Reston, to get himself back into where he probably belongs in the field on pace, those guys are needing a safety car. And for what it's worth, Scotty, we've had, and look at that, in the dark for Connor Nixon yet again. Although that being said, arguably it's 6:30 in the evening over there on the west coast of this country, so there should still be a semblance of daylight there for Connor Nixon. But no, he's working in the dark at the moment. It's like going into one of those dark rooms, Scotty Rankin. What do they call them? Laser tag. That's it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he was actually very, I was talking to him earlier on. He's just moved into a new room and adjusted his whole sim setup, actually, Connor Nixon, in the last couple of days. And that's a big old
Damon Woods to third. Damon Woods to third. That's what that was. Massive move on John Peasnick. Shots fired because Damon Woods has pulled the trigger, Scott. He's essentially pulled the trigger and said, look, the first stint didn't go to my liking. I need now to do what's required to run the gauntlet and reel in the teammate and go for 5 wins in a row by trying to get past him and then go out after Harrison Lewis, whilst also protecting Zach White's pursuit for second in the championship, which is being looked after at the moment because they have got Byron Pearce covered off for the moment. And that further assists with that mission, of course, the fact that Pearce has been relegated to 5th. Through the course of this stint. So just ahead of him is John Peasnick, Damon Wood, Zach White, Harrison Lewis. So 2 contenders within the top 5, not in the championship fight, Scotty. Bathurst always presents that scenario. It doesn't matter whether it's GT3 or supercars. We've always got a couple of gun performers who show their talent and skill set for what it is to its maximum potential when we get to the most important stop on the calendar.
Yeah, remember, big week. Big week. So what are you trying to eke out of, and what performance have you put in? How many laps have you done for this grand finale as well? And some drivers out there will have absolutely done a fair bit more than others. And think about Lewis and Blacklock. They're not... Blacklock's co-driving for James Scott, but the other half of that car's got no other investments in this weekend. So he's able to just go out there and turn laps and focus on the GT3 and, make sure that he's comfortable. I can tell you Blacklock's actually coming in a little bit underdone this weekend as well. Don't think he's actually done any laps in the supercar for his role on Sunday yet, because he wasn't a part of the co-driver clash a little bit earlier on in the week. P6 getting tracked down by Byron Pearce now as well. So car 456 is certainly ailing a little bit at the moment by the look of things.
And how's the juggle as well for those guys to... And it's testament to their skill set, the fact that they are juggling GT3 and supercars in the same week. It's the first double up all year. And I'm going to be very interested to see as we go on Sunday and we have a chat to a few drivers that are doing the double, Scott, just how they've managed their time in terms of what they've allocated to preparing for each one, because neither of them are the same. And it's that brainwave, isn't it? You've got to train your brain to know which car you're driving, the little in and outs of it. You've got to be across so much data and information. It's actually a real testament to these guys and the way they go about their business.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a big opportunity, I think, though, as well, for everyone that's doing so many racing laps here this weekend. And, they're going to know by the end of the place, every single bump, curb, caress. Just think about the guys on board of that marine car that found the curbing a little bit earlier on. Track temperatures continue to come down, so
I want to know just how thin that coat of varnish was between Byron Pierce and the concrete at the top of the mountain. Holy moly, that was a close moment. That was a close shave.
Wow. We've seen some phenomenal camera shots actually from that point of the track. Not all favourite for V8 supercars, but you can get the curb cam, the wall cam, the fence cam going on. But at the trees, I'm sure he'll come out across the weekend. It won't be tonight. It'll be tonight. But think about the shootout tomorrow and how many edges around this place you'll challenge on those walls across the weekend. Vendaval cut their way through in car 27 all the way up to 14th spot. We've got the opportunity to have a look at the onboard shot from Alex Bird. He looked pretty comfortable, looked pretty cruisy. And also, I noticed in just looking at him, he was an ex-Australian cycling champion as well. He absolutely has the figure of a cycler.
I didn't know that, actually. No, that's a fun fact for me and anybody else that wasn't across that information earlier in the night. But now, this is the OG Gear replay of Byron Pierce at the top of the mountain. Super slow-mo for you, ladies and gentlemen. Just have a look. At one point there, I'm pretty sure there's a love tap. Have a look at that. 3, 2. Oh, that's millimetre perfect, isn't it? Wowee. That's as close as you'd ever want to get without consent, quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. Very, very well acquainted on that particular occasion. Just a quick SMS, how are you going? I'm going well, at about 200 kilometres an hour. Could have all gone down the gurgler right there and then. Lillis, Ratway White, Damon Woods, Byron Pierce, and John Peasnick, the top 5 here at Mount Panorama Bathurst. And look at that, Scotty, 8.5 minutes to halfway. We were only talking a few moments ago, it feels, about being quarter of the way through this race, 3/4 of an hour through. Now we're talking about being 90 minutes through. So it's a very good start for Harrison Lillis, continuing to lead and extending that margin as well at 1.1 seconds. This battle here that you've got on screen at the moment is from 19th still, ladies and gentlemen. Let that sink in, if you don't mind. That's, of course, the OPR entry. Alongside, in behind, Nick Garriosh and ahead of them is Matt Howard. So not much change here at the moment. David Mulqueen back to pit lane. And up over the back of the circuit. Froglet Juice relegated to 19th there. So Jake Edwards through to 18th. Mark Howard back to 19th. Nick Garriosh 20th. That is Jake Edwards making a positional gain for One Performance Racing. OPR, very nicely, handsomely done. Here's the Vendaval battle. A lot further up the road, it's fair to point out. Those guys are at the elbow. The battle pack, 6 positions down, was going through Griffin's Bend. So a lot of real estate separating those two battle packs. Not much in that at the top of the hill either, Scott. Oh, gee, the guys are pulling out all stops now. But also, because we've had that elongated green run, mate, it's not surprising to long-term viewers of the series that the field has spread out as vastly as it has.
Yeah, look, we've had a lot of green flag running in this. A couple cars starting to go a lap down as well. So it's just starting to see a little bit of separation up and down. But the big thing is, what you've got to remember, is the longer you go green for, the more field separation you get, just because there's going to be natural gaps that start to fall. But the other thing is, the more you start to fight, generally that pack will start to slip back a little bit as well. So they generally say it's really, really easy to park a car on pole and run away with it from the front. And the reason for that is, well, you're only defending. You're never actually attacking anyone whilst you're actually leading the race. You get to set your own lap times. You don't have to look in your rear view. You don't have to try and send a dive down the inside. So there is some time gain in that one. And there was a quote Fernando Alonso was put out just recently. And the biggest thing that he said as well was, it's about you actually racing the clock first and foremost. At the end of the day, it's about connecting the two ends of the race as quickly as possible. And generally, sometimes the best way to do that is actually not to fight. The more you actually fight someone whilst the racing not look fine, you're actually punishing yourself. So a little bit of smarts that you're seeing going on. I think you're definitely seeing that from the Evolution Racing Team car. Up at the pointy end at the moment, they recognise they haven't got the speed, so they're just trying to connect the dots. They're just trying to lose minimal amount of time so they can go hard to the end of this race as well. But that lead gap, 2 seconds covering 3 cars, I don't think that's going to go away anytime soon. And the other problem is, in a straight line, that 862 car looks extremely fast, which means it's going to be very, very difficult for the 2 Eclipse cars, if they can get into its toe, to actually make the overtake.
Indeed. Back on the lane, straight another lap of the boards. The Eclipse boys trying to track down Harrison Lewis. 1.1 the margin. I mean, it's not the end of the world. There's a long way to go here. Damon Woods has just punched out the first one of the night, and it's a 1:05, 2:01.15 as he continues to track down his teammate Zach Ratway-White, who's keeping Harrison Lewis within striking distance, within range. Oh my goodness. What a statement lap that is from Damon Woods, but he's been doing that all season. We shouldn't be surprised. Mega lap, mega commitment. And Woods in third place now. Lap on lap, 2:01.72, 2:02.0, and ran a 2:01.5. The last 3 laps for Woods. He's got himself to within half a second of his teammate, or 3/4 of a second of his teammate, Zach Ratway-White. That is phenomenal. 1:34 to run. Acura dominating at the moment. Again, the Eclipse boys prominent on the podium, but it's going to be an uphill task for them to reel in Harrison Lewis tonight. Damon Woods has obviously already said challenge accepted. Zach Ratway-White would be delighted with the fact that he had pole position and he's still in the mix here as far as the podium's concerned. He doesn't have to worry about Lewis, and he doesn't have to worry about his teammate either. Third is good enough for him, given the current state of play, to secure that second place in the championship. And really, it's been lining up that way all season, Scott. Ever since Fuji, we kind of got wind of the fact that it was going to be tough to top the Eclipse duo this year. They have been dominant, but it's testament to the commitment that they've shown to the series and the work they've put in behind the scenes.
Yeah, we're actually about to see Harrison Lewis is just about to fire back with his new best lap time as well. 2:01.623. He's actually the fastest car on track that lap.
Yeah. Yep.
So he's just extended that margin. Woods has now actually gotten into the dirty air of Zach Ratway-White, but also the draft. The problem is he's not gaining all that much from the draft at the moment. He's got to start clawing himself back up. Critically, remember the margin. Well, the margin is not really all that important for the top 3, because these guys are not really fighting each other in the championship, all 3 of these cars. It's going to take disaster from Woods to make there be a change for the championship lead, and you just don't see that sort of mistake. So one more cold set of tyres to get through, and they're pretty good. From there on out, it'll just be lock the thing down. They'd love a win. I think the ego of those boys will say, hey, we want to win 5 on the trot to finish the season, which would be a huge statement. But at the same time, is it worth it at risk of the championship? I'm not saying anything's going to go wrong, but, you know, it's the last round of the championship, you drive a little bit inside yourself. But then again, the other flip side of that is, you know, sometimes it's easy just to press on. And the reason for that is you've pressed on all the points at this point. You drive, you know what driving hard feels like. If you start to back everything off, you're a little bit on the drive in the car. Sometimes what that creates is just a little bit extra bite in the front end. You turn in. If you turn in early at the elbow, you let rip the front left tyre off the thing. So it's a fine margin to play around with.
Indeed, and that's the thing. How many times do you see it? You go in cautiously, you change the norm, you change the narrative, and then you start to overthink it. It's the easiest way to bring yourself undone. So not really surprising to see these guys punching out qualifying numbers at this point. In fact, last time through, all the top 6 in the ones as far as their best laps of the night were concerned. And that is a testament to the skill set of these blokes. The fact that the track's coming to them, they've nursed the cars through, the tyre wears on their side, Damon Woods has just gone a 201.52, I should say. The interesting thing here too, Scott, is obviously he's getting a little bit of a toe from Zach Ratway-White at the moment. Zach highlighted Damon's toe as the beneficial determining factor in him getting pole position earlier. So if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. One hand feeds the other essentially, and it'll be interesting to see now where the team tactics are at play here and whether Ratway-White moves across and lets his teammate through.
He probably will. He probably will, because remember, he's also in a championship fight as well. He doesn't need that. But also have a look in behind, and the second fastest car. So fastest car on the last lap, number 56, sits in third place. Second fastest car, Iridium Sports 79. Having said that, across the top 4 cars, there was 2/10 separating those top 4 cars in terms of lap speed. So there is absolutely nothing between that entire group.
Not at all. There's the updated point standings. If things stay as they are, 102 points would be the victory margin for Eclipse. And Zach Ratway-White would extend his advantage in second out to 22 points. And then it's the daylight, essentially, remembering that the 228 is out of the fight.
Well, they actually won't score any demolition, so that actually shuffles that.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right, yeah. And also the margin back to the Retier Sports entry is interesting as well. From that to, there it is on the screen again there, folks. It's out back to 228 and 101. 101, of course, Sam Chapman and Lewis Greathead currently sitting down in 9th place. And a lot of work to do for those guys. They had a deficit of 146 on their teammates coming into this round. And at the moment, where they're sitting in 9th place, is 156 points. So it would just be enough to pip them. But everybody else, except for Robert Dropbear Jupiter, probably put a line through them. So 228 stands to lose 2 spots here.
I think things are going. Actually, remember, a race wins worth 200 points as well. Does that actually bring the Robert Dropbear car into 5th spot as well?
Well, actually, we're talking here as though the 228's not is done, but remember, it is still circulating out on the circuit. So as long as it completes 75% race distance, it's 28, which is 80 points. So they've got leverage. So it should only be a 1-spot turn, a 1-spot swing. It'll be Vermilion 101 at the expense of Vermilion 228, and then Zach Ratway-White holding on a second at the moment. Damon Woods is third. Harrison Lillis is there as the race leader. He's just dipped down into the dipper on the run towards the elbow. Have a look at the distance opening up. 2.6 seconds now back to 4th place Byron Pierce. Zach's 1.2 seconds behind the Orbit Drop Bear entry of Harrison Lillis at the moment. And now the wide open spaces are Conrod straight. Let's watch this with interest, boys. This could be the moment in which Damon Woods executes a clean, safe overtake on his teammate Zach Ratway-White. Either that or he's happy to tuck it and follow for the moment and save a little bit of juice in the process. Was that a Blinky Bill moment that I just saw from Harrison Lillis, by the way? Across the...
3 times. Here's the change of position.
There's the change of position. Through the left-hander back to the right. And now Damon Woods has been released. He's got clear air. Just how hard does he want to push it to reel in young Harrison Lillis at the moment? I lost the thread of the other point that we are going to make there a few moments ago, boys. I'm sure it'll come back to me as the night goes on. Nick Garriosh in 19th place chasing Matt Howard in 18th. So that battle continues. Harrison Lillis fastest lap of the race, 201.37. If you don't mind. So that's challenge extended and accepted by Damon Woods at this point.
Yeah, so important little overtake for that, because that also changes up the battle for the race lead as well. Car 56 has been a lick faster than car 862 at this point of the race. So now we'll actually get to see them on par as well. The other problem is they've actually had tow the last couple of laps, so that could have been at least helping their pace just fractionally as well. So it'll be tricky. You know, we sort of watch and wait and see. I think we focus quite a bit on that battle up at the pointy end of things. I think there's also a battle on track actually at the moment for 6th spot as well. So yeah, we'll just keep on with this one, I think, for a little while longer. But other than that, sort of field's sort of spaced out. Everyone's sort of running their own lap times right about now.
Riding on board here with the Ford Mustang. Back around onto the main straight we go. And this is Nick Garrioch in 19th spot. Remembering that's the battle for 18th we're looking at there. That's Matt Howard just ahead of him. They've got Luke Swan behind them. And these guys are more than a minute behind our race leaders at this point. Safety car here would change everything in this motor race. But the further we go into it and the more the field spreads out, the more unlikely it seems as though we're going to get one. We've had one already. Everything over a minute of play on the back of an incident at Griffin's Bend. But so far, you've had to rely on your dry pace and your long runs. You've had no assistance by way of regular safety car intervention. So this is very different to the race we saw at Spa. We were actually a little bit nervous, weren't we, Scott, coming into the night about the potential commonalities between the two venues. We had that degree of trepidation about whether we were going to get a race compromised by safety cars or not. It would appear as though we haven't had that misfortune at this stage.
I just got a message from team manager, actually, over at Orbit Drop Bear. I'm going to read this out, and he's going to hate me for doing this. My legs are cramped from stressing, and we are halfway. Shoot me. Come collect from Tom Wilkinson for Orbit Drop Bear.
And I had a message on that note as well come through from one S. Chapman, probably watching on from South Australia, and doing so from the comfort of his couch at the moment, or his cockpit. Actually, I think it's his cockpit. He's got a far more comfortable cockpit chair than what I do. He's got the headphones on. He's tuned into the call. He's obviously on the radio to Louis as well. He's got what I can imagine is a peppermint drumstick in one hand and a Cooper's Brewery beer in the other. So Chapo's parked up and done for the night. He's just along for the ride now and enjoying the show. Good on you, mate. Enjoy that. I'm just, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I'm chatting in the background trying to re-establish a link here. I've had a technical glitch. So if I sound a little bit out of it at the moment, it will be because I'm not someone that can multitask. I don't have that ability in the same way that other members of society do. So we'll see what we can do to establish the lines of communication, or re-establish, and go from there. Thank you, Jay Kennedy. Oh, scrape of the wall! Scrape of the wall for Nick Garrioch on the exit of Griffins.
That was 397, and it's Nick Garrioch that's on board the Frog Loop Juice Racing entry at the moment. So he's working away at still trying to keep that car on the island and running.
And it looks as though it's handled the scrape okay at this stage.
Worthwhile pointing out, the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car has actually still been the quicker car. Put this, how's this for margin between the two cars on the most recent lap? Race leader 862, 201, 389, P2, 396. 7,000ths of a second between the two of them on that most recent lap.
Copy that. Yeah. The old beast proverbial, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now,
something also.
You're right, you go.
I was just going to say there's a great opportunity this weekend. Just recently, I believe it was Tuesday last week actually, the Australian sim racing community lost a compatriot, and someone who's been a really, really big part of the community. Actually didn't ask for approval before saying this, by the way, so to everyone that's watching along at home. Anyone that's ever come across the great man Dave Roberts, unfortunately just recently lost a battle with leukemia, so I've had an opportunity to work with Dave Roberts on Formula Racing Group commentary and listen to him prattle on about Formula Fords and his racing, his experience. But he is a lovely, lovely man who offered a lot of insight to not only up-and-coming juniors and guys going through, but also guys getting into sim racing, assisting with running. You know, so Australia, unfortunately, has just lost a big part of our racing community in the recent past. And yeah, I just wanted to take an opportunity to pay a mark of respect to Dave Roberts. I imagine you probably had something to do with him over the years, but yeah.
And of course, we'll extend that from what Scott was saying, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all the ASRG and Sims Speedy Sports Network crew, to his family, his extended family, his friends, his colleagues. Yes, rest in peace. I did see that memo come through last week. Scott Rankin, very sad news, and unfortunately, we've lost far too many this year, quite frankly. It's been a very difficult year to get our way through. Motorsport community, sim world community, we've all lost. That's getting ugly, isn't it? Almost Hamish Collin into the back of Zach Kerr, and that all started back at the chase. But yeah, it's been a very difficult year to get through with so many friends passing on, and unfortunately, that is part of life. But yeah, it particularly hits hard when it is close to home, when it is in our own backyard. So to the colleagues and family and friends of Dave Roberts, rest in peace to him, and obviously our thoughts and prayers and condolences are with you at the moment. Have a look at lap traffic nicely getting out of the road there on the left-hand side of the screen, so that this battle can continue. And just bear with us, folks, because as I say, we're working on some tech issues in the background. Jay Kennedy, the jack of all trades, we appreciate him trying to work on an alternative to the live timing link for me at the moment. And hopefully the left-hand side of the screen doesn't play up between now and the end of the next 80 minutes either. Otherwise, we're all up the creek without the paddle. There is Hamish Collin in 11th spot at the moment. Across the top of the mountain, he is chasing Zach Kerr. That battle continuing. Their teammate Lewis Greathead just up the road. Oisin Colangelo in 8th spot. Reece Wakefield 7th. And Ryan Bettis in 6th spot. Scott Rankin quite rightly paid tribute there a moment ago. I do have another shout out to give. And our one of our good mates in the Queensland motorsport community, in the Hyundai XLs in particular, is tuning in tonight. Australia's favourite Scott. And I'm glad that he's written this down rather than sent it as a voice message, because that way it's easier to interpret. We always take the mickey out of Gordon, and that's the case. Harrison Lewis 201, 262. Those fast laps keep on coming, ladies and gentlemen. Is there a 2:0.987 something in this racetrack as the track comes to these cars? The track temperature continuing to drop. Oh, jeez, that's a hairy moment across the top. And the OPR entry of Jake Edwards has also had a skirmish as well. So all unfolding at the top of the mountain at the moment. I'll come back and finish that shout out in just a moment to one of our alumni. A couple of hairy moments there, Scott. All these drivers on the limit at the moment. They're not holding back, and they're lucky to get away with it in this instance. Wow, that's a monster moment. And did he keep that off the wall?
No, he just got it. Just got it. No, it's actually just lodged the rear boot lid. So unfortunately, the rear end of that car's flapping about now. But yeah.
That was a hell of a moment. It could have been so much worse. Could have been the difference between safety car number 2 and a written-off car, and obviously being able to drive it under his own steam back to pit lane. There it is. You can see it flapping around in the breeze at Mount Panorama. And that's not a straightforward fix either when he gets back to pit lane. You don't have fast repairs waiting for you in pit lane. So he's stuck with that for the rest of the night. Will that have an impact aerodynamically, Scott?
Yeah, absolutely. They were really, really slow in a straight line just before. And I think the big issue with running the Audi is it can be a little bit unstable through the high-speed corners as well. You can see they're going nowhere in a straight line compared to that Mustang, and the Porsche in behind them is just going to go straight down the inside. So it'll be not night done, but it'll be a slow crawl around for the rest of the day.
Indeed. Hopefully things will settle down just for enough time here so that I can mention this. Here's Hamish Collin in 11th. Now this is for a top 10 spot. This has been a mega drive so far from Frog-Lead Juiced. And Hamish Collin got his first win in the GSR C2 86 earlier in the week. That series continues Monday night, of course. Now he's staring down a top 10, has to navigate his way by Zach Kerr in order to make that happen. At the moment, happy to tuck in and follow him through for another lap here at Mount Panorama. Of course, I mentioned Toyota 86 as it seems to be the genuine step up out of Hyundai XL Racing. And that brings me back to Gordon's tuning in tonight. As I said, everybody's favourite Scott in the XL community at least. He said, make sure you mention best Scottish XL driver in Australia, Track Attack Australia XL Cup Rookie of the Year 2018. I was there, I commentated that, I can vouch for that. He also beat his son, his racing son, his Oz teammate, Benny Smith, in that season. And of course, when it comes to family, sibling bragging rights, we know what they're all about. So that's a story that Gordo's dined out on for quite some time. So it's good to see that in this environment where we're winding down at the end of the real world season, some of the real world boys are tuning in and enjoying the best the sim world has to offer on a Friday night, no doubt having switched over from the cricket earlier today as well. An hour and 15 to go here at Mount Panorama, and there are a couple of wall scrapes happening at the top of the hill. Geez, they're on the limit here. Here's Vanderbilt. Alex Bird still chasing in 14th spot at the moment. Bruce de Cavallo, they're in 13th. And Dean Mackay's only just clear of them in 12th. Down through the S's, the dip, and the run towards the elbow. And still at the front, Harrison Lewis holds sway 2:01.2, the fastest lap of the race. That margin is extended out to 2.7. That is an awesome run from Harrison Lewis. Either that or David Woods has gone into fuel conservation mode, given that he had to pull out all stops in the early part of his stint.
Well, most recent lap, by the way, was 8,000 seconds separate between the two of them. This is the Mustang from the juice car that we were looking at a while ago, and now that's like the rear wing off that car, so that's going to be a slow car back to pit lane. We parked there for now. There's one more car coming, but they should be able to back it up and sit for a moment. Yeah, no, they got it going. Actually done quite well there. Yeah.
No incident, crisis averted. No caution required. No tow required. So the race stays green. And that's again, I mean, we were a little bit critical the other night, let's be perfectly honest. And it was feelings that were shared. Oh, no, there it is. Again this time. They're going to struggle to get it back to pit lane under its own steam, Scotty. It'll be interesting to see what the plan of attack is here. He's reversing it up over the hill and riding up against the wall. This is the initial incident on the OG gear replay. So the cutting we go. Looped it. Now, the wing's been plucked off. Well, that was hairy. The wing was plucked off there with that contact, and that's desperately unlucky because it was the minorest of touches. And now he's just going to straight shoot it through the S's on the run towards the dipper and the elbow. Put back to pit lane and keep this race green. We were critical the other night, and it was feelings that were shared on and off air in our chat thread, Scotty, with just how aggressive things were in the co-driver clash. Testament to everybody here. Yes, we've had a couple of incidents. Most of them have been single vehicle. We've kept this race green for the duration since that first lap skirmish. Ever since we got back underway at the start of lap 3, she's been green all the way.
Actually, it's a really interesting point. Probably talking about the differences between cars, because don't forget we've got the 992.2 Cup car coming our way next. I think the GT3 we actually have here in the Porsche is the 992.1 as well. I don't necessarily think it's been converted over to 992.2 spec. So I think there's potential an update coming for the Porsche. It hasn't been talked about yet from iRacing directly, but it wouldn't surprise me to see that in the next 6 months either. If they've already scanned the 992.2 Cup car, although I might be wrong on that. I'll have to do some research in just a few moments. I might have that the wrong way around. We might already have the 0.2 spec on the GT3 car. I just heard the pit lane entry alarm going off, which will probably be for that Mustang for Garriott, who's just entered the pit lane. So just worthwhile thinking about the background and talking about the different ways these cars drive. Contact at the turn 1. That was Alex Berg gotten in the back of Dean Mackay. And that is going to be a very, very long lap to get that car back to the pit lane.
Debris. Oh, jeez. The Porsche did well. I don't think he's going to be able to get it back. It'll be interesting to see. Is he looking for a run into the escape road here up Mountain Straight? No, he's going past that. Can he drive it all the way home? That's a big impact on the rear end of that car. That's a very slow crawl back to pit lane. It's another 5.5 kilometres from there. And another contender, the top 10, bites the dust. That's the first real big shunt we've seen in an hour and a half, Scotty.
I think that's got potential to be a penalty. He's actually gone around on board that car again at Griffin's. And I tell you what, there's an escape road, and he's found it in his way in behind the tyre barriers. They may not actually safety car this. Look at where that car's parked up. That's out of the way.
Yeah, it is. He's parked it on the escape road, and from there he'll request to be ejected back to pit lane and keep this race green. We'll wait for word from race control, but I reckon that's what's going to happen. Well picked, Scott Rankin. Oh, by the way, I was sworn to secrecy. I wasn't allowed, after previous correspondence with our producer here earlier in the week, I wasn't allowed to go around the grounds earlier and give an update from the Ashes. But I can give you an update from the WBBL, ladies and gentlemen. The Heat in serious strife after 6 overs. They're 4 for 45. They're chasing the Melbourne Stars 200. So they're still needing 156 to win. But they've only got 6 wickets in the shed. Something about wickets today. It's been a very prominent talking point. 2 pitches, one on each side of the nulla ball. Very much suiting bowlers, it would seem. 70 minutes to go. Across the top of the mountain. Harrison Willis, the race leader. Doing a beautiful job of walking away with it.
He's out at 3 seconds. So
Yeah.
the problem will be, that remember, the other thing is, they went longer on the first stint. So if there's an extra lap of fuel to be saved, they may not necessarily have to save it. They may have already done that job. So in theory, Lillis could just be pushing on to the end of the stint and everybody else is going to find 1 extra lap worth of fuel. He may be good to just press on. So they've got that wiggle room. Additionally, think about the overcut. They're going to get the overcut again on this stint. Potentially. So there's a great opportunity to run off down the road with that overcut as well. But their speed's just been supreme here tonight. Again, fastest car on the track that most recent lap. So car 862 is going to a great job of getting themselves in position, capitalising, playing it smart, and think as well. Think about Blacklock having that issue. If he didn't have that issue, he'd be 10 seconds down the road. Think about that. I don't think it's 10. I think it's 5 to 8, somewhere in that realm. But which means he'd be effectively 8 to 11 seconds down the road from these guys. That's what they've done today, which no one has done all season.
And it's interesting to see that we get to Bathurst and there's still a surprise packet, isn't there? We talk about it all the time. You know, whether you expect these races to run to form or not. Well, when you get to Bathurst, and we know how revered this place is, we wait with bated breath to see if there's going to be a turnaround result for someone, a turnaround in fortune, you know, an unexpected result. There's nothing unexpected about this. Orbit Drop there have got the credential, the driver pedigree, but it is going to be, if they can go on with it and finish it off, by far and away their best outcome of the season. Yes, they had a strong run at the bend. They finished strong there. But to come out and beat Eclipse at their own game, they'll take that as a huge vote of confidence going into the off-season. Final chance to prove a point, to make your mark, and they've welcomed that with open arms. This has been quite a flawless performance from them so far. Technical issues nearly ruined it for them, but they've recovered so beautifully. It's been really good to see. The Porsche on screen there in the battle for the minor placements. That's the 9.5 racecraft entry, isn't it? Just ahead. So we're making our way down to turn 23, and there's been a change of position there. So the 9.5 entry has moved up. Back around onto the main straight we go. Another lap in the books, Scott. Getting very close to that second window now.
Yeah, I remember 60-ish laps. So it's 28 for some cars in the first stint, 31 laps for the back end. So we had sort of a 3-lap window, really. Any cars that come in at the end of the 28, they're in trouble. They're at risk. They're probably going to have to make an extra splash. Any of the guys that got beyond 30, they actually may be okay in terms of the fuel that they've got to get through in this race. So that's what we're sort of looking at. In terms of things as well, we're actually just getting into a discussion about driver aids, driver assists. We're just about to talk about what's the difference between a V8 supercar and a GT3 car. Well, right here, this is a really, really important section of the racetrack. V8 supercar's going to back it all the way off. A couple of reasons for that. No driver assist. You lock a brake in there at the cutting, you're going in the fence. That means you want to underdrive the car just fractionally, but carry speeds. You've got to be right on the edge of the grip, but it's a grip in a different way. Number 2, a little bit wider race tyres. That means you can carry more speed. You've got more ability to put the foot to the floor. The car is a little bit more glued to the ground. You can carry more speed through the corners. Number 3 is aero. A lot more downforce. Again, glues the car to the race surface. We're going to replay from the elbow.
This was very wide.
Yeah, that explains that one. So what's the difference between all those 3? GT3 car's got a lot more grip, a little bit less horsepower, but it also has a lot more of an aerodynamic hull that has to punch in the air. Battle between the 91 car and the 101 car continues. Reason for that, supercars will actually go a little bit faster in a straight line. They're not having to drag aero devices through the air and disturb the air anywhere near as much, so they're a little bit more efficient in a straight line. But that means they don't have as much grip through the corners. And the other important factor is those assists. They are really, really important. How many times have we seen a supercar pinch a brake, go straight on through a corner? Much harder to do on board a GT3 car. How often do you see the rear end of a GT3 car come around? Not all that often. And you can lean on those assists to generate speed. And then the other thing to consider is 992 Cup car specifications that are coming up in the next build from iRacing. Really, really important. We have a Porsche Cup Series with us this weekend as a part of the coverage. Well, I did some research because I said, hang on, don't the Australian Porsche Cup cars have traction control or ABS? Well, the 992.2 Cup car does have traction control and ABS. The Australian Series will get the ABS, will not get the traction control. I'm actually really curious how iRacing handled this because I don't know necessarily that they're aware that our series doesn't have the traction control.
Luke Page won the race in our Porsche Cup coverage last night on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and he's actually not looking forward to the new car coming on for 2026 as part of that massive content drop that's coming in the next couple of weeks. He prefers the current spec model that we run in the Porsche Cup. So
he's running well. He doesn't have to learn something new. Of course you would.
Well, yeah, exactly. So, but like all change, Scott, there's going to be some people that embrace it. There's going to be some people that will take their time to warm to it. And there's going to be some people like me and take the topic that is so contentious up here in Queensland as a perfect example of things that are just going to downright hate it, but not get on board with it. I had to get that in. I owed you a couple from your mention of it at Phillip Island. And of course, out onto Mountain Straight we go. Bruce is having a solid run here. He's been there or there about 12th, 13th all night. Running 12th at the moment for momentum. And the next target, Hamish Clone. I'm really impressed with how that BMW's been handled tonight. Those guys have kept themselves in the mix for a top 10 finish. If anything falls foul for anyone ahead of them, they'll have that, provided they continue to keep everybody behind them and dot the i's, cross the t's, tick the boxes required. It's been a solid run for Frog Leap in the BMW, and it's a shame that we haven't seen more of it throughout the course of the season. But again, that might be one of the disadvantages of having a season that spreads out over 8 months, because so much changes in the iRacing landscape in that time. Of course, we only allowed these guys the option of selecting 2 manufacturers out of 11, 10 at the start of the season. The Aston, of course, come in there part way through. There are 10 manufacturers that were available for selection at the start of the season. So to select them from the outset and then wait to find out what happens going forward, that was a difficult decision to make at the time. That's why you saw such an Acura and McLaren heavy field, folks, because they were the dominant manufacturers at the commencement of the campaign, despite being trumped by Corvette and Chev at the Daytona International Speedway. They have dominated the series everywhere else and continue to do so tonight. That's 1, 2, 3. Acura's at the top of the tree at the moment. The first of the Mustangs is 4th.
Yeah, they've done a really
Dane
good
Woods is second and getting good chase here, Scott.
Yeah, that's Billy Molich just ahead of him. So that's car number 63 on the Mustangs for WKMP Sim Sports. They've just not had speed tonight, unfortunately. About to go a lap down, which, nearly made it 2 hours in before losing that lap's actually not too bad, considering the frenetic pace that's actually been driven by our race leaders to this point.
And?
Triple 2, Tommy Wallace has just had a huge moment across the top, I think. Yeah, he has.
You're right. And the other point of interest there as well is that lead for Harrison Willis has dropped back below 2 seconds.
Traffic.
Dana Woods, traffic and other factors. It'll be interesting to see if Dana Woods can benefit from that and continue to push on and reel in that deficit. There's the moment across the top. I've seen bigger, but still, he's going to drag a fair bit of dirt back onto the track with him. And now there's Lewis going through past that traffic that we mentioned. And another, whoa, hang on. Jeez. Harrison Lewis is having some Blinky Bill moments here. Could there be another issue for that car? We've already seen Black Blacklock have an issue? Is Lewis about to have another problem with the orbit drop bear entry? Keep an eye on that. The technical issues of the sim world, or the mechanical issues of the real world. At the moment, it looks as though that's 2 or 3 that I've noticed now, plus the original one for Blacklock in the first stint. We need to keep an eye on Harrison Lewis and if that's going to be an ongoing problem for that car.
He's had it a few times now, so if they get into a battle, it'll be a problem. Up until that point, it's not a problem. So they can keep managing at the point they're in. I just want to take a little bit of a run through and have a look at the stewards report, see if that one's been reported as yet.
Just having a look down the order. Jeffrey and Mackay have gone to pit lane. Jacob O'Reilly 7 laps down. Reston, Bradbury, Kelly all out of business. Sotu Shula a lap down. Scordilis 2 laps down. Mole Point, I think it said 3 laps down. And we are in 25th position. That's about to pop back up on the bottom of that totem pole. Is David East. That is 4 laps down. So quite a few drivers and cars out of contention at the moment. Top 18 remain on the lead lap here at Mount Panorama. Jake Edwards will be the next one to go a lap down potentially, but we're now inside of the final hour of play. So now, all eyes on pit road, gentlemen, because it will soon become a hub of activity here in the games from GTPRO Invitational finale from the Mount Panorama circuit in Bathurst. Past 4 o'clock server time. Across the top we go. Lewis by 2.9. Oh. Jay Kennedy's a genius. Timing's back, ladies and gentlemen. If you've been following along lifetime throughout the course of the night, you might have noticed that it had gone AWOL. We've now got it back with an hour to go. Vitally important. Thank you, Jay. Well done. Love your work. We've loved his work all throughout the season, of course. Just like we'll enjoy what he brings to the table on Sunday in our coverage of the Logitech G Pro Bathurst 1000. We'll bring that to you live into pit lane. Comes at the Eclipse Sim Sports entry of Damon Woods. So a full send stint there, and he's the first one to pit last, essentially. But he's in the window, Scott, so he should be able to get it home from there. It's a 58.5-minute run once he leaves the pit box. So we're looking at 29 laps, 29 laps is what we're looking at for the run home here. Because of that significant overturn in terms of the fact that it's a 6.213 kilometre circuit, the fact that it's a 2-minute lap, there's a magnificent range that we can run with here. We can go as far as 3 hours and 2 minutes tonight. So we're looking at 29 laps to go.
Yep, yeah, we are at this point. It also just depends on when that car crosses the line as well. Where on the lap they actually do cross the line. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Woods is into the lane. He's in early. Again, that orbit drop bear car's gone longer. So not only have they got pace, they've got pit stop advantage. Also think if they've done the overcut here, and remember, they're going to run a little bit longer, they've actually got less fuel out on board that car. That's an extra second or so down the road they can potentially be after the stop. So our margin is 3 seconds. Expect that to grow post-pit stop. Birds in.
To the cutting once more.
As well. I think actually car 27 getting out of that queue and getting into pit lane is probably for the best for those guys, because that gets them out of that queue. I think they are capable of running faster laps than they've been able to show, and the issue's sort of been that they've been corked up in that queue. So we'll see how that rolls.
Watch the commitment required down through here, folks. One line train and groove on the run towards the elbow. And to the credit of Zach Kerr, he was able to put a little bit of distance between himself and Hamish Cleland there. Cleland will then reap the reward of the slipstream down Conrod. In comes Zach Ratway White. So one after the other, the Eclipse Sim Sports stable get themselves through their second transit of pit lane, and the field will slowly begin the cleansing cycle or sequence. We pick up Hamish Cleland, now sitting 10th, but that's not on corrected order. He now comes to pit lane of the BMW, but again, he's in the window. He's got to 56 minutes. any questions that we might have had about who's in the window and who's not, Scott, we've slowly been able to answer those.
Yeah, critically as well, look at 8.62, they continued on for another lap, so they've gone 2 laps longer. Everybody else behind them's come in, bar the 79 car. So they're really, really good on fuel. They're at the end of their 28th lap on fuel now. So I think one of the interesting things to know is, do they go for 29, do they go for 30? Because they've pressed on in this stint. Everyone else has gone for a 29 lap stint, which is the end of this one. They've completed 28 on the stint to this point. They are in a really, really good spot on fuel.
So keep an eye on Harrison Lewis here. And again, another Blinky Bill moment. The heart skips a beat whenever that happens. You just don't know. Because obviously the recent updates with regards to packet loss issues as well, and the permutations thereof. Your heart skips a beat every time that happens, just because you would hate to see these guys lose the race on something as temperamental as that. Main straight, full send mode now for Harrison Lewis. Another lap in the books. In comes Byron Pierce. And surely a double stint awaits for Byron. Lewis pushes on at the start of lap 61. By this point on Sunday, Scott will be saying only 100 to go.
Yeah,
Zach
right
Kerr
at that
pressure.
point. Have a look at Damon Woods. Have a look at what the overcut has done for Rattray White as well. So you got that 1 lap longer on speed. There's the 2 Eclipse cars, and that's what the overcut does. And also, the static time in pit lane, the transit time for Rattray White was a second shorter. That's what I'm talking about. That's those little margins. I reckon it's going to be a 5-second margin, if not more, at the end of this pit stop for the 862. But they're still not in. They've got another lap.
Yeah. Yep. There are the 2 boys on screen, the Eclipse Sim Sports David Scott. A picture of focus and concentration right there on both sides. Left was David Woods, right is Zach Ratway White. It's White's coming back out up Mountain Straight now. Tucking in behind Byron Pierce. Byron Pierce has undercut them. Or overcut them, I should say. Byron Pierce is overcut. Wowee. Big play there from Pierce. Is he good on fuel? That would be my only concern at this point.
Yeah, I think he's gold. I think he's gold on fuel, because remember, this is the overcut on tyres. And the big stand, he has to do a big stand here, does Rattray White, because if he's stuck behind the whole way across the top, this is time of the race lead that's costing them. Byron Pierce is on stone cold slicks at the moment. He's got to try and get them up to temperature. And then the big issue will be, he'll be slow right here. He'll have to do little lifts. He just can't carry the speed. This big loss, big time loss.
Yeah, and don't forget as well, oh, look at this. They're looking for gaps that aren't there at the moment. This is on Ratway White. He wants to get past because there's championship implications here. 8 points separates these 2 in the championship fight at the moment. 8 points. Ratway White on the inside of the elbow. Thank you very much for coming, and Woods will have a piece of that as well. Down Conrod we go. Byron Pierce, the muscle, the grunt of the Mustang against the 2 Acuras, and Eclipse Simsport have ganged up on the Areti Esports entry, the Mustang, and gone bang, bang. 2nd and 3rd is theirs on corrected order. What about that for power play? I was just about to say, Scott, that on corrected order, if it remains 2nd, 3rd, outright, and look at the lead that Harry Lewis has on them. It's monstrous. It's race winning. As they come back across the line, the difference between 2nd and 3rd on the points matrix is 8. And that's exactly the margin that separates them in the championship fight. It was vitally important for Ratway White to get through and hold on.
I mean, he needed to get through because he had the speed. He just needed to, he had the tyres up to temperature, so it is what it is. So he had to try and get through and press on as much as he possibly could. But look at the time that's cost him. They're over 10 seconds back from the race leader now. And all Pierce has done is, because he checked them up so much, what he's done is he's negated the effects of that cold tyre lap. Because they come out, they sat behind him, couldn't get it done, couldn't get it done. He's just cost them so much race time, but the biggest thing is he's opened up his own race.
That is monstrous. And it's worked beautifully. Incident between cars 999 and 27, no further action from race control. So race control have been relatively quiet by their usual standards. They haven't had as much work to do tonight as they would normally have. And they won't be complaining about that because they'll be busy on Sunday. But that's monstrous because have a look at the margin. Harrison Lewis and Reece Wakefield is going again, by the way. The OPR entry is going around to complete this to the start of lap 63, folks. They've gone again. They've got 23 seconds on Lewis, who has 10.7 on this trio. But what it's essentially, I should say, played out there, Scott, is that any chance these guys had of reeling Harrison Lewis in any way, shape or form has just about evaporated. It's gone. It's Lewis's race to lose and all but drop bears to win.
Yeah, I mean, he's just down the road. They're just going to manage the rest of the race. They don't have to run quick. They're just going to manage. That's all they have to do. It's all in their lap. So just survive the cold tyre laps. They've got lap 1 out of the way. This is lap 2 now on that tyre. So they're going to be about 75% and 80% of the way up. At the end of this lap, they'll be 90 to 95%. Then they can press on with the stint. They'll do a little bit of conservation. They'll 100% do some conservation on that tyre. They'll gently bring it in because when you've got that much of a lead, there's no reason to ruin the tyre early. You don't need to bring the pace. All you do is just sit there nice and calmly, comfortably on that tyre and just settle it into the race. Don't take too much about it too early and you'll have something to defend with should there be a safety car.
Aaron Shooter has taken control of the 43 OPR entry. He's got Lewis Great heading behind him, and in behind them is Sebastian Eskandari. But that's not what you're seeing on screen there at the moment because that third car is not Eskandari. That's lap traffic, I do believe. Eskandari's another 3.5 seconds down the road on these guys. So that entry is the Frog Leap Juiced entry of Andrew Scordilis down in 23rd. And currently more than a lap down in this race. 2 laps down on the leader, in fact. Now, there is Damon Woods under pressure from Byron Pierce. And we should make note of that because Zach Ratway White has got broken clear of his teammate. So Ratway White's gone out in pursuit of Harrison Lewis, and at the meantime, Woods is somewhat of a roadblock for Pierce. So there's a little bit of team moral support and gamesmanship playing out potentially here and now because Pierce knows that he needs to get by both Woods and now Ratway White if he's any chance of second in the championship. But Woods, knowing that his championship's wrapped up, signed, sealed, delivered, secured, he can tick that box with third. He knows that he can play rear guard here for Zach Ratway White as Reece Wakefield finally comes to pit lane and the field is just about cleansed at the pointy end of town. And now the weaving begins. Look at Woods trying to break the toe for Pierce here up Mountain Straight. Woods knows full well, Scott, that he can aid his teammates' bid for second here and assist with it and help him secure it by keeping Byron Pierce in there behind. And you can only imagine that this will be a growing source of frustration for Pierce as the hour plays out.
But have a look at, every other Mustang in the field has just been nowhere near the Acuras here tonight, which is very, very important to point out. So the fact that not only are they up here, but they're challenging for an outright win at the same time, outright podium at the same time, is very, very good. We heard at the last round, when both of the Eclipse cars were on board McLarens at that point in time, they didn't have the Mustang in the pool. They sort of said, oh, yeah, look, we did what we had with what we had, and we're actually kind of really happy with the way that we've driven, but that Mustang's been superior. Well, now they've got the preferred car, and that Mustang's still all over them. So that says a lot about what Byron Pierce and the Ready Esports have actually done to set this car up for this event. They've done a phenomenal job in terms of time and preparation. Now it comes down to this final stint. Your back's against the wall, but what I'm seeing from that Mustang, particularly compared to the Eclipse cars, again, I said it earlier on in the day, they just didn't look like they had the poke in the straight line. Well, I think Mustang's now making a little bit of a mockery of them in terms of straight line speed. The big question will be, is can Byron look after the tyres as well? Because I think that Acura comes on a little bit better as the stint goes on.
So the chase once more, I agree. And there's certainly been a fair amount of evidence to support that throughout the course of the evening. And we saw what Pierce did in the final run home at the bend as well at Shelby Power Motorsport Park. He was phenomenal in that final stint.
One thing I will say actually about that Mustang, it looks really, really good on the brakes. That's where Byron's making a lot of the time. And the tyres sort of helping everyone else. But Woods basically at this point can't make a mistake. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a note put in the race control about weaving in the straights. I don't think it's crossed the line yet, but we're on that night. I would really like to see race control be on top of this area and just go, oh, we're just going to issue a warning, and then it's out there. One move, and move back. So, again, I'm not saying they should do anything right now. I'm saying we haven't hit that point yet. But again, let's just warn that we're getting close to that line.
Pierce chases to the top of the mountain. For those of you just tuning in, we've just gone past three-quarter race distance. 75% has come and gone, and that means now that there's only 44.5 minutes to go. Checkered flag out at the end of 3 hours here, folks. That'll take us slightly beyond. Oh, geez, it's getting hairy, isn't it? Just after 11:35 Eastern Daylight Time tonight. Post-race show to follow, wrapping up, not only chatting to the top three, but also the overall champions as well, which at the moment, we'll be having a chat with them first and last in the post-race show tonight. David Woods and his crew, Dylan Burse, Cody Deeth, etc. and so forth. Those guys have been phenomenal all throughout the course of the season, and will rightly earn their place as the champions on the top step of the summit in the GTPRO Invitational Series presented by the Gamesman, with great support from the rest of our series sponsors as well. You can see them flashing up on the screen in the top right-hand side. OG Gear, Play Seat, and of course Max Pappas Innovations as well. So a huge thanks to them for their ongoing support of this season, presented to you by the Australian Sim Racing Group and the SimSpeed Esports Network. Two battles happening here on screen at the moment as we head down Conrod. They are both live. Conrod bottom of screen, Mountain Straight top of screen. Still Zach White weaving, David Woods weaving left to right to fend off Byron Pierce up over the top of the crest on Mountain Straight and down into Griffin's Bend. The Acura very strong through the top section of the circuit. We've seen that throughout the course of the night, but Byron Pierce has been able to stay within close proximity to them. They've done beautifully. Have Marino Morella and, of course, Byron Pierce. They've been really, for mine, the standout performers of those drivers that have driven anything that isn't an Acura or a McLaren this season. Those guys have stayed loyal to the Mustangs, Scott, and they're about to be rewarded with a championship podium finish.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to go to the end. We're going to basically get to see these guys for the next 40 minutes just go toe-to-toe. Also, thinking in the background about car 27, they've been stuck behind that Porsche for just about the last hour and a half. They are probably sick of sitting there behind car 467. They're still going to push their way through. So, at this point in time, not much more you can really do.
To the top of the mountain, that bottom of shot battle is on in earnest as well, folks. Great to see that we are in the third hour of the race. We've gone green for, the better part of the last 2 hours and 5 minutes or so, and still there are battles brewing authentically on this racetrack. Zach White is running clear of Damon Woods. Byron Pierce sits there in fourth place at the moment. Harrison Lewis is still maintaining his 10.5 second advantage, which is testament to the run he has had throughout the course of the night. They have been faultless pretty much from first until last orbit drop there. And going on with it. 2 seconds now, the margin, Ratway White to Woods. And Sebastian Escandara's just got by Aaron Schotter for 8th too. And up to the outside goes Pierce. Pierce to the outside at 2. It's not going to work this time through. But he's not going to die wondering. Now the run out of Griffin's on the run up to the cutting. He's going to be on the wrong side of the road, you would suspect. Well driven defensively by Damon Woods. To the cutting this time by. And that's actually giving him enough breathing space to get across the top without too much more threat from Byron Pierce. So he's going to have to reset and go again now, Scott.
Yeah, take a breath. He's clearly showing pace at this point in time. He's definitely got speed. We'll see if he's actually able to make anything of it. That's the trouble around Bathurst, isn't it? The big issue is right here. So he carries really, really good speed on the brakes as Byron Pierce, and then it's through the S's and then down through the dipper. All of a sudden that Acura just shoots off. And the problem is, he's then not close enough here at the elbow to actually do something of it. Oh, now he gets the fence at the elbow as well. So the big problem for me is the 79 is quick, and it's capable of showing its speed, but not able because it's showing its speed in all the wrong places. I have no doubt that if they can get alongside coming into the chase, I reckon they'll probably get them. But they're just not in a position and haven't been in a position to this point to be able to demonstrate that. And again, it's got nothing to do with getting off the elbow. It's all to do with the setup. They get close, they get close, they get close all the way up and across the top, right when they need that speed to set up the pass. And it's not where they're trying to get the pass done. They just can't get the drive off of the S's and the dipper. They get that drive off the S's and the dipper, they can stick with Damon, or Damon makes a mistake, all of a sudden they're on.
Indeed they are. Andrew Scott Ellis back on pit road, has been for 1 minute and 23 seconds now. Half a second the advantage, and still Ratway White weaving. And now, I know you were talking about driving stats the other night. At what point do race control start to look at that ongoing weaving? This is no longer a situation of trying to get the tyres warm, Scott.
No, that weaving, that's all about air. And that's all it is at this point in time. So it's got nothing to do with tyre temperature. It's all to do with not offering the draft, breaking that draft, just doing little things. It's little things to harass. And again, you're trying to throw the other guy off their game at the same time. Is it on the line? Is it over the line? No, I don't think it is. I think it's just shy of that. This is normal racecraft, normal bits and pieces, but it's mental game bits and pieces. Now, the other side is also true. This is also Damon showing, hey, I am a little bit vulnerable. And for me, if I'm in Byron's shoes, the instant he starts weaving up the straight, I go, aha, I'm in his brain. I'm in here. So I've just got to crack him. I've just got to keep that pressure on. He's going to make a mistake. He's going to crack at some point. I've got to make sure I'm able to pounce. That's the best exit off the dipper he's had thus far. But remember, recovering from that mistake in the previous lap, he's not close enough.
That level of concentration required on Zach Ratway White at the moment, how much is that contributing to the fatigue levels that he's going to be feeling at the end of the week? You just saw on screen there the Vendaval Racing entry chasing the Momentum entry. That's Timmy Hancock in the Momentum Motorsport entry and Alexander Bird in the Vendaval entry. They were just coming out of Griffin's Bend.
Oh, that was a mistake.
It was, but he got away with it for the moment anyway.
Do you see the car
Woods is still...
in that braking moment, Zach? You see the car really wriggling around, so he's maximising braking performance from car picture 6.
They're both on the limit now, and interesting to note, Zach Ratway White was there in position number 2, 1.8 seconds, so he's actually lost a little bit to Damon Woods in this. So Woods, whilst trying to keep Pierce at bay, has actually taken a little bit of a chunk out of his teammate. So are they going to latch back on and make it a three-way fight again? Only time will tell. Woods, of course, doing a very nice job here of keeping Pierce at bay. But it would be very difficult to crack Damon Woods, I would imagine. He's been flawless and unflappable throughout the course of the season. We've never really seen him break a sweat. Like, aside from Daytona, where they didn't get the win, but they were, of course, in the mix still. They have not looked at any point in time like losing their mantle, their presence at the top step of the podium.
He's closer.
Pierce is very close. Watch this when we get onto the Conrod Straight, and watch this battle at the top of Mountain Straight as well, as Bird closes in on Hancock. Two main battles playing out on the racetrack right now, and the reason Bird and Hancock is important, well, it's 11th. If anything happens ahead of them, they could essentially crack the top 10.
You know, he's a car length back. Damon gains a car length and a half off of the Dipper. That's what's protecting him. Again, he's done. This is the closest he's been, and he can't really do very much again. I just speculate again. Is he moving around too much? Oh, now he's on the line for me. This will be the dive. You cover it.
Now the gloves are off. Now Pierce needs to force a mistake out of Woods, because Woods is holding up that defence guard too well. He's making that Acura wider than it should be. He's done a great job of adjusting his racing line to take up defence mode, Scott, and it hasn't balked him. It hasn't hurt his speed yet. It's an extraordinary bit of work from Damon Woods.
So the big thing is, watch again. So just couldn't quite get off the corner. It was actually a wiggle in the middle of turn one that time by. So Byron's, again, and now it's how do you outfox him? This is where high-level racecraft kicks in. So you get all the talent in the world to get to this level. Then at this level, before you even get here, you need to start working on your racecraft. All right, he's going to cover me? No problem. He's going to be a little bit shallow here. I carry more exit speed. It's just crack, crack, crack. The big thing about these GT3 cars, they're two different manufacturers. They generate their speed in different ways. The Acura, mid-engine, carries a little bit more speed. Generally considered the by and large the better platform because it carries more mid-corner speed. The Mustang, very torquey, very point and shoot. It creates its speed that way, also brakes a little bit better in a straight line. So two very different platforms in how they generate speed, and you're seeing them go at each other. That also comes with cost benefit. That means Damon's going to make all his time up and across the top here, and then Byron's going to get a bit of point and shoot, but he just can't carry the speed right here. How's he go this time? That's better. That's the best. Here we go. They're on here.
Yep. But they must nail the run out of the elbow.
Missed the apex.
Yeah.
Byron missed the apex. Yeah, there you go.
And Woods will again weave left to right, right to left. He had two wheels in the grass there for a split second. Extraordinary. And Bird and Hancock are still arguing over the same piece of the real estate at the top of the hill. There's about 40 seconds of racetrack separating these blokes at the moment. Having a look on the inside, that'll do it. Oh, that's beautifully done. Bird goes through on Hancock at the bottom of the screen. Bird goes to 11th at the top of the hill. Nice bit of driving that. Woods still keeps Pierce at bay. But for how long? We know the pressure's mounting. How long can he withstand the pressure? This is the battle that we wanted to see play out at Shell V Power Motorsport Park. But time got the better of us. Now Pierce gets a good run off Hell Corner. The run up Mountain Straight. Is this his time, his moment, his opportunity? He's going to have to go the outside at 2 and hold it on the dirty side of the road and get himself a run up to the cutting, then be on the inside for the exit at turn 4. He's not able to do that. Woods withstands the pressure once more.
Do you show the nose? Do you just get... Now you just got to start outfoxing him. You know what I wouldn't be too afraid to see at this point in time? That run up Mountain Straight, he wasn't going to get it done on the outside way around. Why not just shadow him the whole way into Griffin's Bend? That way he's looking at you and he's not looking at his braking markers. Sometimes that's the best thing you can do is just park your bumper right on his bumper and go, all right, make a mistake, I dare you. When are you going to brake? Because sometimes it just rattles them. You just mind pump them is the best way to talk about it. You get them off their braking zone marker, but you need every little advantage. Damon carried too much speed that time through the S's and through the Dipper. That was the mistake he's been looking for, but again, he needs a strong exit off the elbow. That's better, made the apex better that time.
Down we go. Watch the slipstream, Scott. Let's see what it's like from... oh no, we've gone back to the aerial shot. Let's have a look. Hold your breath.
What we need is the onboard shot here. I think that next lap up and across the top, down through the elbow. And the reason I'm saying we need the onboard shot is because I just want to watch how they're generating their speed. So again, just can't quite get there. Much better run through the chase though.
which car performs better under brakes, because maybe it's worth licking the stamp and sending it, to steal the words of one D. Ricardo, at the chase. And Damon left the door open there for him to have a look, and he opted out of it. He didn't accept the invitation. Will Damon offer up another one? I don't think he'll do it at the end of Mount Straight. He's been content to run the inside line up here, and he looks determined to do that yet again. So watch Pierce now. He's right on the bumper. He can't afford to cough. The problem that you would have with shadowing him is he goes to the outside. He's got his nose in front right now, Scott. Woods goes very deep into Griffins and holds it. Oh, that's brilliant. The exit, he's still there side by side. He's still there with a chance at the cutting. But he's again on the dirty side of the road. Again, Damon Woods holds on. Pierce is wide on the exit, almost in the wall. Woods holds on yet again. Extraordinary pressure mounting here at Mount Panorama, and all the meanwhile, Zach Ratway White's disappeared 3.4 seconds off the road. So Damon Woods is withstanding the pressure, and the consequence of that is that Byron Pierce is losing opportunities, losing time. Time is now the enemy in terms of A, trying to clear Woods, and B, reel in Ratway White.
Now, Irini Sports Car Byron made a mistake that time down through the S's and the dipper. He was a fraction deep. All that got triggered by Damon Woods made a mistake at the last corner. He was a fraction hot in at that occasion. So they're both making micro mistakes. It's enough to be a metre deep, which puts you half a metre wide at the apex, which just can't carry 1 or 2 kilometres. That is what separates these two cars. They're generating their pace in different ways. The Acura is having a lot of problems pulling the car up right down here. You watch him here, he'll jump on the anchors. The 79 Mustang, so much better on the brakes, carries so much more speed in, carries so much more speed out. Their apex speed is better at the chase. So they're really, really strong at the chase. He will be comfortable, Byron Pierce, going to the outside through the chase. That is his best opportunity, I think, but I don't think he's getting enough drive off the elbow, and that's the problem.
It's right there once we get back to Murray's though. And yet again, we're going to have that duel up Mountain Straight. I was about to make the point before it all blew up in smoke, and it's probably going to again in the next 20 seconds, so I need to go on with it. The only risk I could think of with running the gauntlet and just riding on that bumper, that rear bumper of Damon Woods, is that if Woods gets on the anchors ever so gradually earlier, you end up with an incident, potentially. So you'd have to be more alert as to where his braking marker is, rather than obviously making him look to the left-hand side to see that you're on the outside trying to have a run there. So it pluses and minuses to the whole thing, mate. But yeah, would there be a potential, would there be an opportunity for gamesmanship to creep into that? Because we have seen, and we saw it the other night in the co-driver clash, I think if memory serves, a car get on the anchor slightly earlier, check everybody up, trip everybody up, you know? So there's that element of uncertainty to it as well.
No, I don't think Damon needs to do that. And the other problem is if Damon does that, he stops some of the best attributes about the Acura. He needs to carry that mid-corner speed. That's where he's going to make the game. Yeah, so you can just see just that car length launch off of the S's and the dipper. So that's a really, really good run. That's a really good run off the elbow. That time, that's the first time Byron in a good while has made the apex at the elbow. So.
Slipstream, drag race, Conrad, 27.5 minutes to go. All happening here, folks. Oh, hold your breath as we enter the chase. Oh, this time Woods goes to the inside, Pierce to the outside. So Woods was aware that time through, and he positioned the car beautifully so that Pierce couldn't get the run on the exit and poke the nose up on the inside of the run down to Murray's. He's now on the wrong side of the racetrack, you would argue. Switchback opportunity down the main straight. Is this the moment for Damon Woods? He's very defensive now. It's as defensive as we've seen in the last 15 minutes from Damon Woods, and Pierce is on the outside at one if he can hold it. It's a run up Mountain Straight. It's a drag race, and still somehow Damon Woods is holding on to third. This is an extraordinary scrap for the final spot on the podium. And as things stay, as things currently stand, it's still first and third in the championship. There will be no change to that. And Ratway White is now 4 seconds to the good on this car, this battle pack here. And more specifically the car in third in the championship, the Already Esports entry of Byron Pierce. That was Ratway White's main concern going into the night, and that was Pierce's main concern. Unfortunately, whilst he can't clear Damon Woods, he can't have an open shot at Zach Ratway White. So Ratway White has got one hand and four fingers on second in the championship right now. Across the top, mega commitment over there. They're on the limit. Ride the curb at Skyline, on the run into the S's. And it has been faultless each and every lap so far. They've not put a foot wrong. But it's a testament to the racecraft of defensive Damon Woods, the fact that he's been able to keep Byron Pierce at bay for this long. But can he continue to do that for another 25 minutes, Scott?
Well, it's also worth pointing out, Tim Hancock just got overtaken by Alexander Bird, so that was that battle that we were seeing the 27 Acura and the Porsche going at it for a fair while. They finally got that one done. Now they'll start to pull away. But mate, I want to take my eyes off this because there's so many other cars in the motor race, but you just can't. You look away from this, the whole thing will come undone.
Correct. Oh. Harrison Lewis leads us. Woods is defending on the inside. Lewis's lead is 13.4 seconds, so take your hat off to them. But they've played beautifully tonight. They've walked away with this one. Woods, Pierce on the white line to turn one. I was worried that he was going to be on the grass for a minute there. Now he's close. Now he's literally SMSing Damon Woods. There's the first bump.
Why not send one? Why not send one?
Up the outside.
Why not send a bump?
One saying get out of the road.
Yeah, why not? Why not just send him a bump on the straight? Again, just harass him, just harangue him. Do something to unsettle him, because we bumped him on the straight. No harm, no foul. Carry on with this. And again, on the outside. Yeah, great cover.
Switchback was on, but that was great cover. You're right. He needed to, and he knew he needed to. And I think that's the thing. Byron, I reckon he would have liked to have done the switchback, the up and under. But there was not enough real estate in which to orchestrate it. And Woods knew that all too well. Across the top we go.
Oh, he nearly got the curve.
Oh.
That Acura nearly ate the leading edge of that curve, and it's such a savage leading edge of that curve. So there's little mistakes coming, but they're tiny. They're infinitesimal mistakes. They are very difficult to take advantage of. That is what separates these guys from, you know, the regulars amongst us. Now, the Already Esports machine finds the elbow fence.
This is going to blow up in a minute, isn't it? You just get the feeling. David East on the pit road.
I think these guys are good enough to keep it clean, to be honest with you. Look at the defence and everything's been. There's been no contact traded, no barbs traded. This has just been a good stoush.
Have a look at this. Oh, fine margins. I dare say they're going to come back without a rear view mirror. To the top of the mountain we go. The battle for 10th and 9th is on. Sorry, 10th and 11th, I should say. Aaron Shooter and Alexander Bird. So Bird has broken clear of Hancock and very quickly latched on to Shooter. So that top 10 berth is still there waiting for Bird to take advantage. Still Damon Woods keeps Byron Pierce at bay. This is phenomenal stuff. This is the battle we wanted to see at the bend. Now Pierce to the outside. Now Pierce to the inside. That was good. Now he's thinking tactically. Now he's getting frustrated, I'd say, Byron Pierce. The longer this lingers on, Damon Woods serves as a bit of a roadblock that he can't get through. Now you can tell that he's getting a little bit disgruntled by it, and he wants to find a way through.
The problem is, with those sorts of aggressive moves, that'll overheat the front tyres. As soon as you overheat the front tyres, you've got to take a lap or two off to cool them back down. It takes a fair while for them to come back to you. And you're not at the peak performance at that point in time either. So what he's been doing to this point in time, you can just see it now. He makes the mistake up and across the top, getting in the grass and nearly biting the curb as well. That's because, again, those tyres have just been cooked. That aggressive move puts a little bit more heat through the tyres, a little bit more temperature through them. It's not much, but it's enough to just make them just go over the crest. Now you've got to treat them gently and bring them back in. But again, this is what the pros have done. Up until this point, it's actually been Damon that's been making the little errors, tiny fractional wiggle from the rear end of that car, but obviously a couple times. And if you don't know what you're looking for, you just miss it. because at this level, these guys don't make those mistakes. You're driving really, really straight. I actually talked to Damon about GT3 racing early on, and he said in the older time model, what you had to do was you actually had to drive the car at about 90%, because as soon as you slip the tyre at all, the thing just shut off. So instead you had a whole bunch of guys crawling on the top end of the field, just basically doing 90%, because any slight slip, all of a sudden the car was gone. You can abuse this tyre a little bit more, but at the same time, it goes over the crest of the hill, the tyre goes away from you, and you can bring it back. That's the biggest benefit of this new tyre model. Took a little bit to wrap our heads around initially, which is what we saw all the way back at Spa. Now they've got the hang of it, and these guys will know that you don't get to this level with these cars in this sort of a moment without understanding exactly what's going to happen in terms of that tyre.
They clear the up traffic, and Woods now drives mid-track. Pierce puts the nose up on the inside, but he's too far back. 20.5 minutes to go, and what's been a captivating, compelling, absorbing season from first until last. This started back in March, ladies and gentlemen. Close enough to 3,000 kilometres of racing later. Spa put a bit of a damper on the tally, of course. We didn't get anywhere near the 500 that night. But yes, it's been a phenomenal season of racing here, and we are nearing the conclusion, and still we don't know the full makeup of this podium, or at least the order thereof. Will it be an Acura lockout, or will it be 3 different teams on the podium and 2 different manufacturers by virtue of that Mustang finally breaking the wall of defence? That must feel, if you're Byron Pierce, that must seem like the world's widest Acura that you're relying off at the moment. You'd be getting sick of the view of the rear end of that Eclipse Sim Sport entry of Damon Woods. We're on lap 77, folks, so we're very close to that 500 kilometre marker. We're going to push past that well and truly. Even if we were to get a late race safety car, it's important to note, Woods defends to the end of the chase. For the exit now, and to run, and you're right, Scott, go for it, mate.
Messages coming through our inbox. I had one from Sam Blacklock. Mate, I'm bleeping myself at this point in time. He doesn't think they're capable of it. They can't believe it. They can't believe how well they're running at the moment. And they've done a really, really good job.
They've done a phenomenal job. And they are 2 guys.
There he is.
There he is. Give us a wave, Sammy. You're on camera, mate. Give us a wave. He'd be too zoned into what's going on with Harrison Lewis at the moment, but also probably keeping one eye on this and how it could potentially blow up one way or the other. It's been very well controlled and very timid so far. It hasn't really erupted in smoke, fire and brimstone and all those other things. Sammy, good on you, mate. And this is the thing, right? This is the thing. Those are the 2 guys that have the talent, right? But they just have not had the car or the luck in the other rounds this season. It was great to see them break through at the bend. It was long overdue, and they've been able to take that momentum, that confidence, and run with it and carry it on to arguably the most important round on the schedule, the most revered circuit in Australian motorsport and one of the most revered in the world, and always a staple in our schedule, and one that we look forward to visiting. And actually, on that note, hello to anybody that might be tuning into our live coverage tonight via SimSpeed or, of course, the Australian Sim Racing Group platform that is at Mount Panorama this weekend, competing, or in Bathurst specifically, competing in Challenge Bathurst. And we know that the weather's been a bit mixed there so far, but good luck to you all over the course of the next 2 days of competition up there. The last event at Mount Panorama for 2025.
Oh, here we go.
Whoa. Beautifully executed. I mean, there's something to be said and admired and appreciated. Pierce to the outside at Murray's. That's as close as they've come to rubbing panels all night. Now Woods is on the inside. Mega defence from Woods. Is it about to end? Pierce to the outside at 1. Pierce to the outside at 1. Still there, still there. And Woods closes the door yet again. This is astonishing stuff. There's something to be said about the ability of Damon Woods and how much practice or not you put in as Pierce now tries up on the outside at Griffins again. Has he lost the headlights in all of this, or is it that he hasn't put them on yet? I'm not sure. Up to the cutting will go. Something to be said about the skill set of Damon Woods, the way that he can adjust his race line as the situation, permits him to do so. As this race plays out, and I want to know how much effort and how much practice he puts into that, or whether it's something that you just do instinctively, and the way he's been able to do it effortlessly for the last 20 minutes, and yet that wall, there's a couple of cracks in it, Scott, but it hasn't broken down, and Pierce is in the dirt. So now the cracks are showing on both of them. Wowee. Full credit to Damon Woods, though. Full credit to Pierce for keeping the pressure on, but the way in which Woods has been able to maintain his pace and change his line accordingly, it's phenomenal. That was a hairy moment and a lucky one at the same time. Could have been worse. But he's not out of it. He hasn't lost the toe, Scott. He hasn't lost the toe. He's still in the fight.
Have a think about the kittens that Eddie Beswick and Marino Morello were having at this point in time. Marino Morello was just sitting there, you wouldn't be saying a word. You're just letting the man go.
I would have walked away, take your eyes off it, but
I would have walked away if I was co-driver in this situation. I couldn't watch.
You'd be speechless, wouldn't you? It'd be too stressful for some people. I feel nervous for them, quite frankly.
Actually, speaking of nerve-wracking moments, I got the opportunity after Wednesday night's festivities. I hung around Discord a little bit, was chatting to a few of the drivers. There's a few guys from Ruben Goodall. There's actually one that's from the Super 2 field, just sort of having a look at some onboard footage of stuff that they've done this year. And I got to see some onboard footage of entering Turn 8 onboard a Gen 2 supercar at speed at Adelaide. And I just cringed. I couldn't watch it. Like, that's what it feels like. That's coming to us in the very near future. Think about that. Our supercars finale could be at Adelaide.
Exciting times for the sim world to have another Australian circuit on the platform. That'll be 3 in Victoria. 2 in... Semi Blacklock has walked away. Now, that could be one of two things. Either he can't watch, he doesn't want to watch, or he's off to start happy hour on the celebrations, or, and I'm in a not dissimilar position at the moment, it might be a pit stop of non-race car requirements that he's had to go and attend to. Damon Woods has been held up by lap traffic. That'll help Byron Pierce latch back on and go. Conrod straight. The Porsche moves to one side. The boys go through. But Pierce has been able to get back on to the tail of Damon Woods here. Oh, crafty from Woods. Crafty from Woods. Got across in front of the Porsche, and Byron Pierce still sits behind him. Now pulls out of the draft and goes for it to the chase. And this battle resumes once more. 7 laps to go.
That's a mistake from Damon Woods. He got a little bit hot there into the chase. Now he's going to shadow him all the way down the final corner, but we've seen this story every time. He's happy to give him the inside there. Now he'll turn it back. Can he get the drive off? And Woods will move all the way across and cover all the way to the pit lane wall. Shadow him. If he wants the racing line, come and try and take it back off me. Now Pierce is going to run deep into turn 1. Not clear, not clear, they touch, they tangle. He ran him out of real estate at the outside of turn 1. Oh, boys. Right, that's the first bit of biffo in this whole exchange to this point.
Yeah. The first sign of any biffo. The first sign of any rubbing of panels. It had been brewing for 15 minutes, maybe more. We haven't taken our eyes off this battle since the second round of pit stops had completed, Scott. And that's why we've been waiting for that moment. It was worth the wait. Because now Damon Woods is well and truly aware that this Ford Mustang isn't disappearing and is not going to go down without one hell of a fight. We've got a fight brewing at the bottom of the screen as well. That's the OPR entry in 12th. Fending off the Orbit Drop Air Mars entry. That's Aaron Shooter against Dan Yeaman. Can Yeaman get up into 12th spot late in the piece here? Remember that Alexander Burke has got up into 10th. Tim Hancock has also cleared Aaron Shooter. He's moved that back up into 11th now. And now Yeaman is a real chance of getting by Shooter for 12th. and will look to the outside to do just that. Damon up the outside, no, not yet. Not yet. But keep an eye on it as they head back up the mountain once more. His teammate Connor Nixon is another 26 seconds down the road, so it's this battle and the one at the top of the screen, and that's it. Across the entire 6,213 metres of real estate. We've just ticked over the 500 kilometre marker. We've started lap 82. We've got 6 laps to go. 6 laps to end the season. And still, the final spot on the podium is up for grabs. Pearce puts his nose in front of the outside, but he yields on the run to Murray's. Now Woods was a little bit wide on the exit and doesn't go defensive yet. Pearce tucks in and follows as he'll try and set it up mountain straight this time. Phenomenal scrap. One of the jewels of the season, Scott. We've seen some good scraps, we've seen some good racing. This is one of the best. Just a shame it's not for the lead, quite frankly.
Little mistakes here and there. Shadow him. Why not follow him? You've done everything else. You've moved to the left, you've moved to the right. The one thing you haven't done is sit on his, when he defends, just follow him up. Whole way to the corner. That's the one thing you haven't done thus far. There goes Shotter. Back up. Danny Amy goes through it on him. But I think, like I was saying to you, again, just put it in the back of his mind. You're not afraid to put your bumper on his rear bumper. Because right now, every single time he blocks, he knows you'll go to the outside. He knows. Hey, you've already done the same thing. Do something different. We've seen a couple different things where he's moved around a couple times and moved around aggressively, but the one thing he hasn't done is followed him. If he wants to move around the racetrack, why not you move around? Do something different. Byron's been too static. It could be the mark of the man for me. That's just could be how Byron goes about his business. He's happy to sit there comfortably, Shadow, wait. But the one thing he hasn't done is put Damon in awkward spots yet.
Yeah, and again, adapting on the fly isn't for everyone, which is why the way in which Woods has been able to change his line and fend and still be fast has been so impressive for mine. So now Pearce starts to weave, starts to follow, and he's running out of time. Any chance of catching Zach Ratway-White has evaporated. That's now a 6-second deficit that they enjoyed as Zach Ratway-White. This is the difference between having 3 teams on the podium and 2 teams on the podium, folks. The difference between an Acura lockout and the Mustang finishing the season on a high. Second in the championship is going to elude Byron Pearce at this point, but only by a handful of points.
What a stoush. What a stoush. If he comes away with P3 or P4, at the end of the day, like the biggest thing I'd like him to do is just walk up to David Woods after and just go, that was awesome. That was, that's what you want to see. Another Porsche's going to jump in the way in terms of traffic here, so it'll be interesting to see how they navigate.
Well, Dawn's the overtaking opportunity at the next corner because I dare say Woods is going to go to the inside of Patrick. Well, he had to because Pearce put the nose in front first. Pearce pulled out of the draft first. Pressure cooker moments here. 8 minutes to go. 8. 5 laps. That's all that separates these guys and the checkered flag. So that will take us to lap 87, ladies and gentlemen. What did Bill Laurie used to say about 87? It was the devil's number in cricket for him, wasn't it? It's a bad luck number. Yeah, that's why. The unlucky number, short of 100.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, hold your breath, Australia. How good's this? Get up and chew in your lounge room. What about this for a scrap? This is reminding me, right? Remember, I don't know how far back your memory stretches, gentlemen, but 1996, there we go. We now refer to, there's the moment, yep, and that gives Damon Woods the breathing space. Wowee. But this is not over yet because Byron Pearce will recover from that. We've already seen that tonight. He's got the pace to latch back on, and if they encounter any more lap traffic, he'll happily accept some assistance from the lap traffic in order to aid that process. But this is giving off vibes of the 1996. Apologies to anyone born after that. 1996 European 500cc Grand Prix, which I think was the first year it actually changed from being known as the European 500cc Grand Prix to what we now refer to as the Grand Prix de Catalunya. And Charlie Checker just absolutely bolted out of the blocks, took well clear of the field. Skipped well clear, took an easy win. But everybody was watching the scrap between the two Repsol Honda teammates, McDowan and Alex Creville. It was for second, right? This obviously is for third, but it's giving off very similar vibes. You don't want to know about what the leaders are doing unless they run into some sort of trouble or something untoward arrives, right? Because you cannot afford to take your eyes off this. On that occasion, Mick Doohan could have sat in third, wrapped up the championship, decided, nope, going to race Creville for it, wrapped up second, and still won the championship number 3. On this occasion, again, very similar. Damon Woods could happily let Byron Pierce go, sit into fourth and wrap up the championship. Nope, going to race him for it. I want the podium finish for the statistics board. So that's the commitment of, that's the credibility of these guys. That's the hallmark testament to their performance tonight. They have been on the ragged edge here, on the absolute limit, 110% all the way through. We're approaching 5 o'clock server time. Track conditions are perfect. Of course, the hottest part of the day is come and gone. And still, Byron Pierce is right there, nipping at the heels.
I think one of the biggest things about this defensive drive is they've made contact in, 45 minutes worth of racing at this point? Once. That is the skill level of both of these guys. And I'll reiterate that. 45 minutes in a car that is slower for Damon Woods at this point in time, because every time he pulls away, Byron just pulls him back. Every single time. These guys have made contact once in that entire period. That is supreme skill.
And he's
also said, Byron's not willing to go there and make that contact to initiate the pass as well, which is also fair sportsmanship from him.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, had it been about 20 minutes earlier when Zach White was still in the distance, in the vicinity, and potentially reelable, different story. But right now, there's no point taking the risk, because if they do, what do they got? Reese Goussel, who's had a very lonely sort of last stint. He's only 4 seconds down the road, so any invoice from here microphone's disappeared on me. Let me sort that out, and I'll go back to you guys, and I'll come back.
No worries, mate. We got it for the moment. And again, Pierce will shadow into the cutting. 4 minutes on the in-server clock at this point in time. It ticks down, it ticks over. There'll be 2 more laps the next time they pass the start-finish line, which means it's under 12 kilometres. It'll be 12 kilometres next time of asking. They're using every skirrick of track limits up and across the top. The inside, the outside, they're against the fences. They've been into the dirt, the dust a couple times as well.
I think Pierce just scraped the wall as well at the top.
He did. Yeah, you're right.
Wow,
Zach,
too much to go on the line.
Can we do it? Can he get there? He's again crept, and that was a great exit off the elbow. This is one of the best exits he's had. He's nearly matched him for speed as soon as they get off the elbow here.
And Damon Woods is aware of it, defending the inside, moves to the mid-track, makes life as difficult as possible for Byron Pierce. 2 laps to go. Lillis still blinky-billing. He comes back to the line, completes yet another lap. Pierce up the outside at the exit of the chase. Holy smoke, here we go! For the first time in this stint, Byron Pierce has his nose in front, but Woods is going to get the run on the whole shot on the brakes in the inside. Back to the main straight. The first opportunity for him to go the outside through the chase, put it on the inside for 22, not able to convert at 23. Byron Pierce can see second, he just can't reach out and snatch it just yet. Unbelievable pressure here with 12 kilometres to go. What the hell are we witnessing here? To the outside of Griffins, is this the moment for Byron Pierce? No. Stoic, staunch defence from Woods. Woods is wide on the exit of Griffins. Let's not have a repeat of Murphy and Ambrose at the cutting. We get through there cleanly. Wowee. Byron Pierce, take a bow. This has been a brilliant drive. But these guys are fully aware as well that if they do come together, they do grab the attention of race control, that they would probably lose 4th to Reese Goussel. They've probably got enough leverage over Reece Wakefield, who's 18 seconds down the road, but they wouldn't want to risk losing out to Reece Gusell, considering that they've got him 2 seconds down the road. That being said, Gusell is coming and charging home hard. White flag in the air this time by Scotty.
Yeah, I'm just taking a quick look. I think Harrison Lewis is on the run of the final corner.
So white flag in the air, there it is. Harrison Lewis is on his run home to start lap 87 at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. So somewhere in the vicinity of 536 kilometres. 537 in this race. And yet, the battle for third is going to go right down to the final corner. We love it when a Bathurst race goes right down to the wire. It's normally when it's for first, but we're going to enjoy the hell out of this. 6,213 metres to run, and Damon Woods cannot afford to put a foot wrong. But if he does, Byron Pearce has to be good enough to find a way through. It's the widest Acura in world motorsport at the moment. It's kept the Mustang at bay for the better part of 55 minutes, and it needs to do so for another minute and 50. Up mountain straight for the final time. A long overdue race win result coming the way of Orbit Drop Bear in just a moment, but we cannot take our eyes off this. Lewis is at the top of the hill. That's how much distance he's put between himself and these blokes. He's 19 seconds up the road on Zach Ratway White, who is 9 seconds up the road on these two. And again, Pearce put the nose up the outside of the cutting. It wasn't going to work. Winner Bennett at the chase, I reckon. That's his moment. That's his opportunity. That's where he's got to send it on the inside. Unless he wants to take a risk beforehand. But let's go back and talk about Harry Lillis, shall we? These guys got their breakthrough podium result last time out. It was brilliant to see. In round 5 of the championship at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, they did a brilliant job. At Le Mans, actually, sorry, it was Le Mans. It wasn't, of course, Shell V-Power.
I think he's getting the shoe.
And right now, Sammy Blacklock's getting ready for a shoey, and these boys, whilst they're not going to win the championship, they're going to end the season in the highest possible spot on the podium and on the best possible note. Harrison Lewis, Sam Blacklock, there's the elation from Blacklock. Orbit Drop Bear finally find the top step of the summit at Mount Panorama and win the 6th and final round of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. And now can Damon Woods fend off Byron Pearce on the run to the final corner. Zach Ratway White's going second. Pearce is having a look down the outside for third. Oh, there's contact on the run to Boys. Pearce around the outside. No, won't get it. Eclipse Sim Sport will round out the podium. And Damon Woods, Dylan Burst, Cody Deeth and co have wrapped up the inaugural Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series for the Australian Sim Racing Group. And how about it? They finish with a podium. It's not the top spot of the podium. Their 4-race winning streak comes to an end. But what a way to do it. A staunch defence from Damon Woods for over half an hour to keep Byron Pearce at bay, to defend second place in the championship for his teammate Zach White and his team as well. And they have secured a 1-2, and Pearce will be third in the championship and third in the race as well. Just extraordinary.
Yeah,
what about that?
What an hour of racing. You know, I've said at times I've been a little bit critical, I guess, of GT3 racing in general that can get dry, but we didn't have that tonight. That was awesome. That was absolutely beautiful. And I reckon this car is about to get a big old send-off as well. There'll be a lot of people out there. You saw the 9.5 car on its way past, just flash of the headlights, you know, and well done.
And those guys will be very happy to now see the end of the Acura, the end of the McLaren, the end of the GT season. Welcoming the Aston Martin next time we go GT3 racing on these platforms, Scotty. And for the guys that are running on Sunday, they now turn their focus, their attention, their energy to the 1000 and the supercars. Holy cow. And apologies, I misspoke. I had my bearings mucked up there, of course, ladies and gentlemen. It was at Spa that these guys were last on the podium. So they, at round 3, the halfway point of the season, they break through for a podium result. At the end of the season, they notch up podium position number 2, and it's a win on this occasion. It's 2 steps further up the podium. That's exactly how they wanted to bounce back. So Harry Willis, well done. Sam Blacklock, well done. Those boys will join us very shortly. We'll go 3-2-1 here. Although, actually, no, I think we need to go 2-1-3 because 3 is also the champion, so we can double up that interview with those guys, if that's all right with all and sundry in this booth. But Zach Ratway-White for second, 19 seconds winning margin in the end. And for him to have 10 on his teammate is just extraordinary. Sam Blacklock, we're being reliably informed, is getting ready to do a shoey. Byron Pearce is there in fourth, 29.8 seconds, the difference, and only 0.4 to Damon Woods. Reese Gusell charged home beautifully, lonely in fifth. Reese Wakefield, Lewis Greathead, Sebastian Eskandari. Good finish for Lewis Greathead and Sam Chapman. They were due a result as well. Again, they would have preferred to be another couple of positions up, but to finish with 7th is a great result for them. 54.571 off the mark. Sebastian Eskandari, Team Max Boost in 8th. Sebastian Vandel got home for 9th. Alexander Bird stole that final spot in the top 10 at the expense of the OPR entry of Aaron Shooter, who ended up losing out to both Tim Hancock and Dan Yeaman. Connor Nixon came home in 14th. Scott Hazler 15th, and then everybody else a lap or more down. Luke Swan, the first of those. Devon Stove, Ben Jeffrey, Tommy Wallace, and Troy Stone Street, who was on pit lane at the end of the opening lap. That's a nice recovery for those guys to get a top 20 finish. Over the page again, Stephen McCartan, then Dan Patrick was 2 laps down. Damon Mulqueen and Brenton Hobson, not the season they would have been hoping for, unfortunately, in the Mustang. David East, Jacob O'Reilly, and then Andrew Scott, Dean Mackay, Liam Reston, Robbie Bradbury, and Brock Kelly, the top 30 in this race. Brock Kelly, unfortunately, the retirement of the opening lap, and therefore that's what the championship looks like at the end here, ladies and gentlemen. Damon Woods by 102 points over his teammate, Zach Ratway-White. Then Byron Pearce, 22 points that ended up being the margin between those two. And that's the difference between the 8 that Ratway-White had up his sleeve going into the round, and, of course, the 14 that he got on him in this event. Jacob O'Reilly still manages to finish 4th. Lewis Greathead 5th. So Vermillion, both of those in the top 5. And again, just a great season, Scott Rankin. The Reddy boys finished strong, but Eclipse all the way. They secure a 1-2. It's probably the right result. I feel sorry for Harrison Lewis and Sam Blacklock, actually, because their win has been somewhat overshadowed by that epic scrap for 3rd. But what a great race nonetheless.
Yeah. I think it's probably time to chat with the guys that are at the back end of the podium with that phenomenal stoush at the back end of that race, and car number 56, I think now. Sorry, we're going to be chatting to car number 17 to kick things off. And Zach and Jamie, I think that was obviously quite a little bit of a tricky prospect in the middle of that race. Pace was good on board the Acura, and a return to form for the little old Japanese manufacturer that could.
Yeah, the pace was in the Acura. I'm not sure it was in our Acura though. Yeah, whatever the drop bear guys have in their setup is obviously works, because I was pumping out what I thought were good laps, and they were like three or 4 tenths off. So yeah, it was quick around here. I think the Ford had something for us, but looking at the top 8, there's only one Ford. So yeah.
Mate, I think a challenging, you and I have already obviously spoken a little bit about challenging weekend for you with just the raw amount of things. That's the first cab off the rank. That ticks one off. What's the plans for tomorrow to just sort of de-stress? Are you walking away from everything? You're not going to be doing anything simulated until later on the afternoon? Is there extra sleeping that goes into the things tomorrow morning because you've just got so much of a weekend ahead of you?
Might do some laps later in the supercar. I'm not sure. I've still got to fine tune a couple things for the quali setup and all that stuff for tomorrow, but yeah, it was more just like a checklist for me. I just wanted to get one thing sorted and not really think about the rest, but now that this is done, it's in the wind and gone. So yeah, just think about quali, and then the Porsche stuff after that as well, and yeah, maybe the shootout. I might not even make it in, so won't think about that too much.
over to you, Jamie. I mean, you know, you've played a little bit of second fiddle, but you were probably given one of the most important stints of that race, and that was not only surviving lap number 1, but you had pole position to do it with, and you knew there was going to be pace out of some of those cars behind you. Is that about as nervous as you've ever been on board a race car, leading at Bathurst and having to start from pole position, or you're a lot more calm?
Well, I didn't really care what happened, so I wasn't nervous. It was more just keeping it on the track for Zach, so he could finish the race. But the other cars didn't really scare me too much about the start, so should be right.
Mate, an hour around here, all of a sudden that one turned into a little bit of a fuel game. It looked like you guys had saved a reasonable amount. Were you able to just let loose and turn the wicker up at the back end of that stint, or were you guys saving all the way to the end of that first stint?
I did not save at all.
Yeah, the Acura's too good on fuel that you don't really need to save too much. And even with the 4 guys, I'm pretty sure they might have been saving. They only just pulled out the same pit stop time that we did, so didn't really need to save at all. Just kind of just press on.
All right, and finally, second place in the championship, boys. Big congratulations on pulling that one off. Who would you like to give a thank you to? Start with you, Jamie.
I'd like to thank my teammate right now in this Rocket League game I'm playing. It's pretty good. But yeah, I'd like to thank Zach for the whole championship. You know, pretty handy at the wheel for taking out Cody at Spa under safety car. Which,
there it
lost
is.
A chance of the chip for the win.
Yep.
And yeah, Damo and Cody pretty much for making all the dikes. Pretty handy. Just arrive and drive, and everyone for racing and streaming the whole series.
Zach, after copping flack and drive-bys from just about the entirety of your team all season long, are you searching for a new team?
No, I think the flack I'm getting is probably warranted. I think everyone's forgetting that Jamie actually shunted his IRL car the same day of the Spa race. So if he wants to throw me under the bus, then he's more than welcome to get that same treatment. But yeah, I think just like Jamie said, all the credit must go to Damo. He's carried the massive brunt force of the dock work and all that stuff. So, like he said, it was pretty much a ride and drive. Like, if I wanted to focus on V8 stuff, I could spend 2 or 3 hours learning the car, and it was all ready for me. So, yeah, like he said, it all goes to Damo.
Congratulations on P2 in the championship, boys. Strong drives from you guys right the way throughout the season. And Jamie, stick to the simulator, brother. It's a lot safer.
Yep, will do.
Oh dear, here we are in the 4th hour into the 5th hour of the broadcast we go, and Scott Rankin's still getting a nice friendly little drive-by in at the very end. Very nicely done. No, well done to Zach Ratway White, well done to Jamie Christensen. I cannot wait to get the lay of the land from David Woods in a few moments' time, and just get his version of events of that battle with Byron Pierce. But before we get to him, we also would need to acknowledge him and the rest of his crew for the championship as well. I'm sure that it would have been a very lively Eclipse Sim Sport Discord server throughout the course of that battle, and I'm sure it would have been equally as lively in the Areti Esports stable. But let's bring in the race winners in the meantime. We'll get to our 3rd place runners and our champions in just a moment, but let's get to our race winners. And I apologise because I misspoke, and I said that a few moments ago. I was trying to remember the breakthrough result for these guys. It came in that chaotic shenanigans of Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium for these guys. That's the last time we saw them on the podium. A lot happens in 4.5 months, doesn't it? And all of a sudden, here they are back on the top step of the summit in the Acura at Mount Panorama by a very comfortable margin, almost as dominant as the win we saw from Eclipse at Le Mans. That must sit nicely with you, Harrison Lillis. Well done. Congratulations. A great result for you, and we'll get to Sam Blacklock in just a few moments' time. Well set up with qualifying, a strong run there, and you guys are the definition of saving your best until last, but what a way to bow out.
Oh, guys, I feel so silly right now. I'm so worked up about this one. This one just means so much to everyone at the team and myself. It's been a really, really difficult sort of time the past few weeks, and it really is just a silly race. You know, there's so many guys in here that are so busy with supercars and stuff this weekend, but it just means the world to get a result like this for my guys. You know, Sam did such an incredible job on the start of the race and just gave me the car in the best possible spot. You know, like every single time that he's done this, he started the car for me and he's just given it to me in the perfect place. And it just, yeah, this one means an awful lot. I've won, 24-hour races before. We had such an incredible result at the majors, 24-hour this year in GTP, but for some reason this one just kicks a little harder, and it just means an awful lot to win in the way that we did. Sorry, I've kind of lost my voice a little bit.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think I've ever heard you this emotional, mate, to be fair. But it means something, doesn't it? I mean, yep, okay, there's no phone call coming from Roland or Toto or anyone like that tomorrow morning, but it means something when you chip away at it all year long, when you put your hard earned towards it, when you invest your time, your effort, your energy. And I know you play a big role in terms of setup and everything else there, Tommy Wilkinson, etc., Robert Drop there. I can sense how much this one means to you, especially given that you're a two-time GSRC GTPRO champion, to then come in here and go up against arguably, the best GT and sim racers in the country, and they're also pretty handy with their supercars as well. To make your mark on the last night of the term, to really prove to yourselves that you can go punch for punch with these guys. You can run with them. It all pays off at the end. It all adds up on the inside as well. All that energy, all that emotion, all that time you've invested into it. I can understand why it is a bit overwhelming.
Yeah, it is. Every free second that I get, outside of work and whatnot, like I'm always doing laps. It means so much to me. It's such a silly thing to get worked up over, but it's just so much time and effort. And like you said, there's so many days where, you might be a little bit off pace and you just don't think you got it in you. But, we had that breakthrough in Spa, but we didn't really have the pace, to get up and win it properly. The Eclipse guys are just professionals. They're just absolute elites in any car they get into. So, seriously, massive congratulations to them for what they've done this season. They've just been the benchmark by so far. Damon Woods and all of that, Zach Retro White. They're honestly, like, they inspire me to keep going. And there's always something to improve on. I'm always learning, and there's just so much effort behind all of this, and there's so many guys that care about these results. It's so important for a team like us, and that's all that was going through my mind for that last hour and a half. It was probably the longest longest hour and a half of my entire life. But yeah, it just means the world, guys, to myself and everyone back at the team. It's incredible.
I'll bring your co-driver in just a moment because he wants to do a shoey. I know that, and we've got the camera standing by to put him on for that. But before I do, what was going through your mind when you came out in front of everybody, and then you've gone on with it, mate? You've just pulled clear. Did it get any easier for you as you got close to the checkered flag, knowing there was no pressure looming anytime soon?
Oh, it was a little bit like Denny Hamlin just begging for no caution. You know what I mean? It was just like racing, especially at Bathurst, like is so. It's a flip of the coin. Like you can be the best car all day, and then it goes wrong. It's almost a curse to be as good as we were today. Like this car was just exceptional. But yeah, just sort of got into a groove. I've got so many laps around here in GT3, especially this Acura. I love it to death. I was kind of gutted when the first GT3 change came in, and it was sort of nowhere. But absolutely love driving it, and driving it with one of my absolute best mates, Sam Blacklock, on Fridays here has just been the best time ever, and I could never be more grateful for everything that the guys at the team do and so on. It's just unbelievable.
Let me bring in your co-driver on that note. Hello, Sam Blacklock. We saw the relief in your face a few moments ago when Harry got the job done and took the checkered flag. You were pitching yourself. You couldn't quite believe that you guys had pulled that off, and to the margin that you did as well. But that's hallmark to the work you put in throughout the course of the season. What does it mean to you?
Oh, it's everything. It's genuinely everything. The team, Harry, myself, and also, Sam Sutton, who was overlooking strategy and stuff. Yeah, for us, this is nothing short of massive. It is, yeah. We worked so hard, for so many other series, and we're always we come up short. Sure, we've won a few championships in other series and XYZ, but the level of competition in this series, we were stoked with the podium at Spa, and to us that was everything as well. I'm pretty sure I've still got gifs saved on my computer of Harry about 20 beers deep dancing in his sim. Well, not even in his sim. For to actually win a race, yeah, I'm still pretty speechless, and I think I was still speechless when I got out of the car because I think I shocked myself. Had the tech issue and still managed to be where we were. Yeah, I'm super shocked, but I'm also super pumped for the team. This is a result we needed, and Harry, that tuned the car, did all the work on it and stuff. He basically carried us today, or tonight, and yeah, he put so much work into sim. For us, if Harry's not on Discord, he's at work or asleep.
Yep.
Any other time, he's on Discord and he's working on something, and I'm sure, like, I guess you can hear from his voice, this means everything to him as well. And yeah, I drove the car well, but the car was driven the best by him, and yeah, I'm just shocked. Phenomenal pace from him since he got in the car, and phenomenal strategy, and that's credit to Sam Sutton. You put that combination together of Harry and Sam, and not me, Sutton. Yeah, just yeah, it's hard to beat when we're having a good day. So yeah, I don't know what else to say.
No, that's all right, mate. I can't keep you too much longer because I'm already getting the wind up from upstairs. But before I let you go, I believe you want to have a celebratory shoey, so we'll let you do that. And I've got one more question for you.
I didn't agree to this. It was purely your co-commentator, Scott Rankin.
Throwing you under the bus again? Yeah, of course.
This is, I'm sure my missus is probably watching this, and she knows that this is a shoe that I wear literally everywhere. So this is going to be absolutely disgusting, but I'm going to have a crack.
Have a crack indeed. 10 points for effort and commitment, dedication. Have a look at it. There it is. Oh, no. Have a look at this. Brilliant. Harry's here with us to give us some thank yous in a moment, but let me ask you this. We're partway, well done, sir. We're 3 days through what's been a very busy week. I know you've got a supercar campaign over on the GSRC platforms as well. How quickly now do you turn it around? What does tomorrow look like preparing the Orbit Drop Best stable for Sunday, mate?
Oh, me. Oh,
is that for Harry?
No, this is for Blacklock. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so obviously a bit of an awkward situation. Orbit Drop Bear obviously have their car with Tyson and Brad.
Yep.
And I'm driving with James Scott. So, yeah, look, I'll be honest, haven't done really any laps leading up to now, and that's tomorrow's job. I wanted to, put full focus into this and, make sure that I was ready to go for this. And pardon me, Jesus, that's your guys' fault. Or sorry, it's Scott's fault. But yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I'll jump in the supercar tomorrow. I feel like I'm at that stage where I can jump in a supercar at Bathurst and sort of click on pretty quickly. GT cars is a bit different, which is why I spent more time on this. So yeah, we'll work on that, and I'm really hoping that both myself and James can get a good result, and both the two Orbit Drop Bear guys can can also bank a solid result. And you know, it's a great part of our team. We've got so many people working on, you know, X, Y, Z. You know, so to me, this just I think I've said to a few, you know, I was basically happy crying after the race, and it's more of a team aspect. You know, this team's been building on stuff for a long time, and it's a team that I've been around for 5 years or so, and now I'm a part of it, and to see results like this, it is a bit emotional because you see how hard everyone in the team's working and how hard everyone's pushing themselves. And look, we'll see how Sunday goes, but either, you know, we did well tonight, and as a team, I think we're all pretty happy with what's happened.
Indeed, we're going to let you guys go and celebrate, but not before Harry does some thank yous on behalf of the team. All yours, my friend. All the floor is yours.
Absolutely, guys. Like I said, first thank yous go to Sam Blacklock and Sam Sutton. You know, these guys are just absolute best in class with making sure races go the right way as best as they can anyway at Bathurst. So those guys, I owe everything to them. They're so incredible for me, my development as a driver personally, and of course helping all the other guys back at the team. Then all our team partners, of course, Revolution Race Gear, and Cozy Engineering Solutions, Hybrid Tune, Hybrid Racing Simulations, Demon Tweaks, and Fight Colorectal Cancer. You know, all of these partners allow us to show up, and we race for them. They back us in, and it means so much to get this result. So yeah, thank you to you guys as well at the broadcast for putting this on. And yeah, I'm going to go grab myself another beer.
And rightly so, and richly deserved, mate. Enjoy that. Have a great morning. Enjoy some sleep in there somewhere. Good luck with the preparations for Sunday, which is now tomorrow on the Eastern Seaboard at least. And well done with the GT3 campaign. We can't wait to see what you guys bring to the table in 26.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. See you next year.
What about that? What a way to go out. Our third different race win of the season, it's important to note. And Scotty Rankin will bring in Damon Woods. It looks like he's flying solo there in the booth. So he will do the talking on the team's behalf here for Eclipse Sim Sport. And I'm sure Scotty's got a question for you as well. Damon, we'll make it quick, mate, because it is after midnight. But congratulations. Phenomenal performance to secure third tonight, but also more importantly, congratulations on doing what was required to sign, seal, and deliver the championship for you guys, Cody Burst. Dylan Burst, Cody Death, etc. That whole team, that effort from you guys throughout the season has been near on faultless. But I tell you what, I've never seen a driver defend so well to hold on to a position on the podium, mate. That drive to third from you was nothing short of phenomenal. Byron Pierce made you work every step of the way for it. Well done.
Yeah, it was pretty hard. That Mustang was bloody quick in the last sector. I could hold him up just enough going into the dipper and get a really good run all the way down to the elbow and shoot it off the elbow. But yeah, as soon as we got to the chase in the last corner, man, I had no hope. So I was doing a lot of point and shoot. I'd check it up in the middle of the corner, get it rotated, and slam the gas as hard as I could. And it worked. Obviously, we did make contact a couple of times, but I mean, Robin's race and no harm done. Byron said that he enjoyed the race. I mean, in the end, everyone comes out happy. And yeah, obviously secured the chip and yeah, allowed Zach to get P2 in the chip as well. So Eclipse 1-2 is pretty cool.
And I have to say, again, just working on lack of brainwave at the moment, but I've had to bring up the note sheet here to remind myself. Phenomenal opening stint from Eddie Bestwick, I thought, to hand the car over to you where he did, and that 2-hour run home from you was phenomenal. I mean, at the end of the day, we were looking at it before the race started, mate. We thought you had a role to play here, and you played it beautifully to help secure the second place in the championship for Zach. You knew that the longer you held Byron at bay, the harder it was going to be for him to reel Zach in, and it was an 8-point swing either way for those guys. So it was vitally important, the role that you played in the end there.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the weekend, I knew what my role was going to be for tonight, and I said from day dot, you know, Zach, I'm going to be protecting you pretty much for the whole race. Like when I get to your bumper, you're going to have a bodyguard. So yeah, I did that, and yeah, secured us the result we wanted. So yeah, but can't thank Zach enough as well for also putting in so much effort from the supercar side of things. He's been the hard carry in that regard. So yeah, it was good to do him a favour as well.
How energy zapping is a week like this, where you've got a 3-hour GT3 race tonight, and then you got to quickly turn your attention around and focus on supercars on Sunday, mate, and even of course later tonight as well. And what does the weekend, or particularly specifically later today, look like for you in terms of preparation?
Well, I mean, we got to throw in F4 World Championships with Zach and I as well on Sunday morning, so that throws a spanner into the works. So we got quali tomorrow night for the 1000. Then we got, I think, 4 in the morning. We got F4 Worlds, and then the big race on Sunday. So we're going to be flat out. Going to be absolutely knackered, but we're up for the challenge. We'll see how we go.
Any comment on just the emotion that the Orbit Drop Best stable are enjoying at the moment? I mean, that was a phenomenal drive from them tonight, almost as dominant as what we saw from you at Le Mans. And it was really pleasing to see them, two guys that have all the driving ability but haven't had necessarily the right setup or the right luck for their way. It was nice to see them go through and clean up the way that they did tonight, but it was a little bit surprising to see the margin of victory ahead of you guys.
I mean, fair play to them. They built a better car than we did. So they've got every right to win the race. I think our pace was still quite good. Definitely not the best setup I've made this year, but it is what it is. It did the job. But yeah, I mean, big congrats to Sam and Harry for grabbing the W. Like, they beat us on the day, and it proves that we are able to be beaten regardless of the performance we played throughout the start of the year. So yeah, there's no reason that going into next year as well, assuming that the GTPRO Championship runs, that people can't get on top of us as well. So we'll see where it ends up in a couple of months' time when the season starts again.
It definitely instills a bit more hope in the rest of the paddock, seeing you guys knocked off the top step of the summit. Scotty, before we get some thank yous from him, any questions for Damon?
No, mate. I just wanted to say big props to you. I think obviously this is a big statement from you this year, and I think you've been looking for the opportunity to show your skill set on the Australian stage and in the stuff that you're capable of doing. And everything I've seen from you this year is the capability of the driver, and you know who you are, and you know what you're capable of, and keep punching that hole in the international stage for us, brother. You know the amount of respect I have for you. So.
Yeah, cheers, Scotty. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll keep trying and make a name for ourselves over in the EU land, but at the moment it's a little bit challenging. But 2026 is a new year. We'll try and come back stronger, and hopefully get a few dubs over in the land of the internationals.
More importantly, if anyone's got a race car to slap this guy in, get him in a race car. Seriously.
Correct.
Yes, thanks, Scotty. I am looking for a GT4 driver, so if anyone's got a GT4 car available.
Well, that seems to be the general consensus. That seems to be where everyone's heading at the moment. If they're not heading into the Toyota 86s, they're going into the bloody GT4s.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's the way of the future in terms of GT racing in Australia. So it's a great pathway, and it's proven that it can lead to things overseas with a few of the boys doing BMW Academy stuff. So one day, hopefully, we get the opportunity to have a pedal. But for the time being, we'll keep focusing on the sim, and hopefully something eventuates.
I've got an offer for you, Damon. I've got a Hot Wheels car here. You can drive that for me, brother.
Yeah, I'll
stop it.
I'll use me middle finger and index finger. I'll whip it around the room.
Damon, you're on screen at the moment. If you want to give it to him in person, by the way, we can get away with it. It's after midnight. I did have one question for you, though. And I mentioned this in terms of just the sheer admiration we had for the defense drive that you put in that last hour, mate. How much work goes into that? Is that something that you prepare yourself for mentally? Is that something that you test on circuit, or is that something that just comes to you in terms of your skill set on the night? You know where to park the car at the right time, because as I said, I've never seen someone have to defend that hard, that long, but do it that well and that quick. I mean, yes, you lost a little bit of ground to Zach Ratway-White, obviously, but I mean, at the end of the day, you gave him a buffer, and that's good for him and good for you and good for the championship and good for the team. But how much work goes into that? How much planning goes into defense mode when it has to be activated?
I mean, the 10 years in motorsport that I've had through karting and Formula Ford probably played dividends pretty a fair bit there. So to be honest, I don't prep racecraft. It's just something that I've learned, across my time racing. So yeah, it's just I had to deploy it at that point, and that's exactly what I did. So it was a bit of a spontaneous thing, but it worked out quite well, and kind of shows that you can sustain pressure that long. But get me wrong, it was properly mentally tiring. I definitely am ready to go to bed.
Yep, and so's our crew as well, mate. So we will let it wrap it up there. Some thank yous from you before we let you go.
Big thanks to the boys at Eclipse, Cody, Dylan, Jamie, Zach, and also Eddie as well for hopping in tonight. He was realistically my saviour for the championship, as Cody and Dylan weren't available. So yeah, big props to him, and we'll hopefully see you all next year.
Well, you'll probably see us on Sunday, quite frankly. Good to catch up, mate. Well done. Go get some sleep. It's an extremely busy weekend for you, and we wish you all the best with what's to come. Thanks for that. Well done on the championship as well.
Cheers, boys. Thank you.
Final thoughts? No, you're more than welcome. Final thoughts from you now, Scott Rankin.
Oh man, what a race! Brilliant way to end the championship, but also, gee, that's only that's night 2 of even night 3. Actually, if you include the podcast, night 3 of 5. This is a big week, man. And like Damon just said, there's a lot to go on before the weekend's out. And we're only talking about what we've got to do here this weekend, let alone if they've got anything else. Sim Racing, she takes no prisoners, baby.
Absolutely not. Hey, quickly, I mentioned it earlier, the Sydney Thunder way too good for the Brisbane Heat, winning by 41 runs, 6 for 200 in their 20 overs, bowled the Heat out for 159. Very sluggish, slow and troublesome start for the Heat in their WBBL campaign. There's the road of what's to come, ladies and gentlemen. I hand over the reins of the lead commentary seat tomorrow to Scott Rankin, or later today. In fact, 6:15 Eastern Daylight Time, you can join the boys for Supercar qualifying. It's immediately followed by Porsche Cup support racing. Hamish Munro and Brenton O'Brien to bring you those. And the top 15 shootout 8 for the Eastern Daylight Time. I've got later today off, ladies and gentlemen. I can kick back, watch the cricket. I'm looking forward to that, but I'll be keeping one eye on the shootout, because on Sunday I'm jumping in with Sam Mann, Stephen Clark, and of course Scott Rankin for the Logitech GTPRO Invitational Bathurst 1000 of 2025. Something that we are very much looking forward to. Match point for Jared Filsell as far as the championship is concerned, and of course the True Force Enduro Cup on the line on Sunday. Match point for him and Brody Kostecki, but 161 laps around here. The threat of weather as well playing its part. Anything could happen. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. on the West, 1 o'clock in New Zealand. Queensland, you can do the mathematics for yourself. That's about all we have time for you here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your company, not just tonight, but throughout the course of the entire season. My thanks to Brenton O'Brien and Scott Rankin for their efforts in co-commentary, to Jay Kennedy for his work in the production booth as the director and producer of the broadcast right throughout the course of the season. We had a couple of teething issues along the way, but we've persevered. We got through it. I might have to kick my laptop in the guts and see if the internet is an issue being caused by the modem or by the laptop. I'm not sure. We'll find that out in between now and Sunday. But we've had 6 unforgettable rounds, 18 hours of magnificent racing from the very best in the land. They've put on an absolute treat for us each time that we showed up since March right through to November. We sincerely hope that you've enjoyed this inaugural Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. It's been made possible with thanks to the Gamesman, the naming rights sponsor of the series, to OG Gear, Logitech, Playseat, the Max Pappas Innovations crew at MPI, plus Motorsport Australia. It's been broadcast by the Australian Sim Racing Group platforms and also the SimSpeed Esports Network. And of course, we've enjoyed it as much as we thought we would at the start of the year. We're excited about this venture into the GT world. But of course, we know what these guys have done with supercars. They've done a magnificent job with the Logitech GTPRO Invitational. They've now gone and showcased some GT3 racing and done it so very, very well. A big thanks to all the admin crew behind the scenes, the ASRG team, those that sit in race control on any night of competition. It's greatly appreciated. It's the many hands that make light work that have wheeled and oiled this engine throughout the course of the season so smoothly. And it's been a privilege to be at the helm for all the action along the way. I need to thank as well Dan Hall, who gave us the microphone and the headset at the start of the year, in which I've been working with throughout the course of the campaign. The crew at the Grenfell Kart Club that facilitated our coverage of round 3 of the series as well. And of course, Scott Rankin, it's always nice to spend time with you despite what other people say. Look forward to doing more of the same again on Sunday. We're getting out of here. Go get some sleep, Australia. Come back and join the boys tonight, 6:15 Eastern Daylight Time, our coverage of the qualifying and top 10 shootout sessions for the Logitech GTPRO Invitational 1000. And of course, some Porsche support racing as well. And then, of course, we're back on Sunday for the big one. Congratulations to Eclipse Sim Sport, to Dylan Burst, Damon Woods, Cody Death, and Eddie Bestwick, champions of the Logitech the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. There's a lot of sponsors flying around here this week, ladies and gentlemen. The Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series of 2025. That's it from us for now, but there's plenty still to come. Night 3 of 5 done. Day 4 loading, 6:15 Eastern Daylight Time tonight. Have a great morning, everybody. I'm Zach Caban. Bye for now.
The human hand. The ultimate biomechanical tool. We design mice for the hands of the best. Hundreds of tests, thousands of metrics, refining every curve in every millimeter to provide breakthrough performance for every hand and every player. Introducing the Pro X Super Light 2, compact, designed with pros, engineered to win.
Mm-hmm.